If no one can compete against no flower, this round will be over, Moonwell King said, as he stood up. He understood the thoughts of those from Moon Garden, though. He knew no one else from Moon Garden could compete with what they had just witnessed. So, he did not want to waste any further time. It'd only reflect poorly on the rebate and Moon Garden. Moonwell King, I would like to suggest a friend that may be able to compete against no flower. Leisha suddenly bowed before Moonwell King. Leisha? What are you doing? Rebecca pulled her sister back, unsure what preposterous thing her sister was about the attempt. Leisha? Which student are you recommending? Moonwell King was shocked by this. Leisha was his daughter, but he couldn't imagine who she might be hoping to suggest. Who I recommend is not someone privileged to be a member of Moon Garden. It is the student of Knife Queen, however. It is Han Sen of Planet Eclipse. Leisha smiled. After that, Hansen was frozen. Thus far, he had only been spectating. The rest of Narrow Moon was frozen, too. No one expected Leisha would request Hansen like that. Qingli was taken aback, too. She pulled Leisha close and said, "What are you doing? Did you not say Hansen's words were far better than no flowers? If that is true, then I recommend he be the one to compete against no flower. If he wins, he will only make the rebate look better," Leisha said. That's just what I thought. I don't know for a fact that Hansen really is better, Qingli said quickly. Leisha wore a mystic smile and said, "It does not matter, even if he does lose. He is not one of the rebate, and he is not a member of Moon Garden. He can't embarrass us, even if he fails." Qingli did not know what to say to that. She stared at Leisha and said, "If he loses, it will embarrass Knife Queen. That'd be even worse." Before Leisha could say something more, Moonwell King frowned on stage and said, "Han Sen is not on the member list." Moonwell King, I have heard about Knife Queen's student. If we can truly compete and compare our techniques, I would relish the chance. No Flower bowed before Moonwell King. When Speechless and No Flower returned from Planet Eclipse, they talked between each other about how they might get to know Hansen more. The best way to do that was to force him on stage and challenge him to such a competition. Hearing Leisha suggest Hansen, the eyes of Speechless and No Flower gleamed with radiance. They wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Before Speechless herself agreed, No Flower was agreeing. Since No Flower agreed, though, Moonwell King had no choice but to ask, "Is Hansen even here?" "Yes, I am." Hansen stood up and bowed before Moonwell King. "Are you willing to compete against No Flower?" Moonwell King asked. "I am willing to," Hansen answered. And it shocked everyone around the stage. Even Isha, who was on Planet Blade, was flabbergasted to hear Hansen agree to compete against No Flower. Hansen thought that Isha had let him come so that he could prove himself. He thought this had already been prearranged, and that's why he accepted the challenge so quickly. So, he had already prepared to show off again and make Isha take him even more seriously as a student. He hoped she would be willing to spend even more resources on his development. Isha actually wanted Hansen to earn her some extra reputation, but No Flower's touching flower finger was incredibly strong. It'd be difficult to find a king-class person to compete with that. So, she didn't expect this would be what Hansen would agree to so soon. "In that case, you can come on stage and compete against No Flower." Moonwell King thought Leisha was trying to prank Hansen, and that was why he asked Hansen if he was willing to do it. It'd also give Hansen the chance to avoid participation. But Hansen was really willing to go on stage, and that shocked Moonwell King. Hansen walked toward the stage, then stepped up to the testing gold rock. Ba. Mr. Han, we meet again. To be able to compete against you in the display of Geno arts is a grand honor," No Flower nodded and said. "Are you being polite?" Hansen asked, as he walked closer to the testing gold rock. He wasn't keen on talking too much with the Buddha. Speechless looked at Han Senator. She really wanted to see how Han Sen would choose to compete with no flower. She didn't believe he could actually have a skill that exceeded what they had just witnessed, though. No matter what the case might be, this was a fine opportunity to observe Han Senator. Speechless watched intently, not wanting to miss out on a single detail. Many nobles of Narrow Moon were not happy with the concept of Han Sen actually going on stage. He is just a baron. He is actually going to compete with no flower? Even if you used your *SS to think, you'd know that this won't end well. Yeah, he's not a member of Moon Garden. To hear him actually be recommended. Why would Dulisha invite him? Does she want to embarrass him? And why didn't Han Sen just say no when Moonwell King asked him? It'd be better than being humiliated here. Yeah, I don't know what he is thinking. He is just a baron, after all. He actually thinks his skills can rival those of no flower, which were learned from a Buddha king. He's just asking to get beaten. He is cocky. Far too cocky. He got a king-class knife and practiced teeth knife, but so what? His confidence grew way too quickly, and he is acting far too big for his britches. He is brave, but obviously stupid. This will be very embarrassing. Han Sen going up against no flower is like a fake product being taste-tested in a face-off versus the real thing. If he can go up there, I can do it, too. At least I'm a viscount. Not even an earl would be able to do much versus that. I felt the will earlier, and it was really crushing. Rebecca frowned and scolded Dulisha. This has gone too far. Although Han Sen is not a member of Moon Garden, he is now representing the rebate in this competition. It will be embarrassing for us if he loses. Dulisha shrugged and said, You can't blame this on me. He is the one who decided to come up here. He could have said no. It's not my fault that he insisted. Qingli thought about things for a moment, and then said, if Han Sen was willing to go, that also means he is confident about winning. Maybe he really does have a mind that was stronger than no flowers. Impossible. Rebecca and Dulisha said at the same time. They did not believe Han Sen could beat no flower. No flower was so strong, it was like he was cheating. Dulisha recommended Han Sen just for fun, though. She didn't expect he'd win. It wasn't just Rebecca and Dulisha thinking this way, however. Most of the rebate didn't think he'd win either. Not even Moonwell King and Isha herself. Han Sen didn't trouble his mind with all this, though. He had a plan. He walked up to the testing gold rock and had a look at what no flower had written. With his finger, he drew on the other side. Han Sen stood in front of the testing gold rock, and his mind moved quickly. No flowers touching flower finger mind was not a king-class display, but to young nobles, it certainly seemed that strong. Teeth knife's knife mind was stronger than no flowers, but Han Sen could not use it. If he used all of his power, then he could definitely triumph. But Isha would become suspicious of him. Even if he didn't use teeth knife mind, Han Sen's own sword mind was not weak either. He could easily defeat no flower with that, too, but it was something Isha had already seen before. If Han Sen used it, he'd expose the fact he was dollar to her, and it was highly likely Isha wouldn't let him go after that. Fortunately, Han Sen had an alternate plan. Unlimited Sutra had a record of touching flower finger. Although Han Sen had not practiced it yet, he knew what sort of Geno art it was. Every Buddha knew touching flower finger, and that proved to him it wasn't a difficult Geno art to get to grips with. No flower's version was so strong because he had been gifted the strength of Wilted's mind. Ancient devil, it is just as you have said. Show me your power and be sincere about it. Han Sen placed his will inside Destiny's tower. He spoke to Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil smiled and said, as you wish. After that, Ancient Devil remained where he sat. He raised up his finger to draw. Ancient Devil was now using Buddha's touching flower finger. It was different from no flower's touching flower finger, which had been altered with Wilted's mind. When Ancient Devil brought out his finger, it was like a Buddha touching a flower. Everything in the world was inside that finger. When Ancient Devil drew, Hansen felt his heart connect to him. Hansen could feel what he felt, and see what he saw. Hansen was in sync with Ancient Devil. He brought out his finger and pressed it against the testing gold rock. The movement of the two was perfectly synchronized. But Ancient Devil was drawing in the air, as Hansen's finger ran across the surface of the stone. Hey! It's touching flower finger. Hansen is using touching flower finger? It looks that way, but why does he possess the Buddha's touching flower finger? Touching flower finger is not rare, and it is common amongst the Buddha. Many outsiders know how to use it, too, so it's nothing too surprising. It surely is strange to see him want to copy and write it down, too, immediately after. One flower. One leaf. One world. Hansen did not pay heed to what others said about him. Boom. When the nobles saw what Hansen had written, they fell into a stunned silence. Quickly, a cold sweat developed across all their bodies. They were so scared, it was like a curse had been laid upon them. They didn't move, and all they could do was solemnly stare at Hansen's written word. There were no petals, falling like no flowers. And there was no threat of death or wilting, either. Even so, everyone felt scared, witnessing what Hansen had written. It zapped into the deepest recesses of their minds and latched onto them. Seeing those words was like watching a Buddha stroking flowers without talking. It was like he could see through everything. He was smiling as he went, but the smile was worse than the devil's. At least the devil would lure creatures to fall with him, but this Buddha went straight for the darker side of your heart. They couldn't hide anything. It was like their ugliest, filthiest, and evilest sides were being exposed for all to see. Facing death required courage. If they fought and failed, there could at least close their eyes and be at peace. But in front of that touching flower Buddha, they didn't have the strength to face it. They felt nasty. They felt as if they were muddied with sin. Arg! One of the young nobles, with a weak will, started screaming with his eyes closed. It was like he was running from something. The dukes and marquises were all pale. Night River King looked at Hansen, and he too seemed very glum. Including Clear Sea Buddha, all the Buddhas were in utter shock. None of them could summon the strength to say a word. Blurg! A young noble pulled out his knife and drove it into his own heart. He couldn't withstand the pressure, and so he decided to kill himself. I didn't kill you. I didn't steal it. I didn't do it. More young people started to scream and run, erupting into a frenzy of madmen. They all kept on talking nonsense. Ba. Mr. Han, please stop. No flower has lost. Clear Sea Buddha said the Buddha catchphrase, and the young nobles woke up from the trance of that flower mind. They all looked pale, as if they had just awoken from the most horrible, lucid nightmare. Hansen stopped moving his finger, and he pulled it back slowly. He had only written half of it. No one could face that fear. A Buddha truly touching the flower is pierced and reflected on people's minds, yielding only fear. One thought to be a Buddha, and one thought to be a demon. It is hard to understand that, and Mr. Han can practice touching flower finger to this level? The Buddhas can only be ashamed of themselves. Where did you learn this? Clear Sea Buddha looked at Hansen with massive shock. He tried to ask as politely as he could, but he had trouble suppressing the shock. Many people practiced touching flower finger, but very few established a connection with its true meaning. No flower had associated it with wilting, but Hansen had actually shown the real meaning right here. Ever since the Buddhas had created that technique, fewer than 5 people had ever achieved what had just been performed. Hansen was a baron and not a Buddha, and yet he could practice touching flower finger to that extent. It was all so difficult to imagine. It is a simple finger art, and no flower explained it well enough. So, I guess I have just learned it. It didn't feel all too smooth, so I added a few modifications of my own. I apologize if I did not write it down well. Hansen smiled. After Hansen said that, the Buddha stared at him in silence. The nobles of Narrow Moon almost choked. So, he learned some. He modified it. And he says he did not write it down well. All the nobles felt as if their lives had been wasted. They did not know Geno arts could be practiced like that. Isha and Moon Will King looked at Hansen strangely. Clear Sea King looked shocked. After a while, he said the Buddha catchphrase again. Ba. Mr. Han is talented. He is very well suited for the Buddha arts. If you ever come and visit us, I will be eagerly waiting for Hansen's Buddha talk. Clear Sea Buddha, saying something like that, put another shock upon the assembly of Narrow Moon. This is too much. Hansen frowned. Ancient Devil's mind was stronger than he thought. Even the Buddha were shocked by it all. When Hansen returned to his seat, everyone looked at him differently. Now, people were looking at him as if he was a monster. Hansen was not in a good mood. He had only wanted to show off Ancient Devil's mind a little bit, but that display had obviously gone off the rails. He wondered what the kings of Narrow Moon might be thinking of him now, Isha in particular. Ancient Devil, why did you do that? Hansen asked coldly, placing his will back inside Destiny's tower. I was just giving you what you wanted, Ancient Devil responded. He sat where he was, unmoving. He smiled like a Buddha touching flowers. Hansen didn't say anything in response. He merely looked at Ancient Devil for a bit, then left the tower. Ancient Devil is way too dangerous. I can't risk letting him out, Hansen thought to himself. What happened next, in the gathering, was suddenly much more boring. After No Flower and Hansen's performances, even though there were many talented Buddhas and rebates, the event was a slog. People weren't thinking much about the event anymore. People's minds were too preoccupied with Hansen. An amazing mind, Qingli. You were right. Hansen's mind is strong. I wonder how he managed to practice that. Dulisha looked strange. Qingli did not know what to say. This was not the mind she had previously seen. What she had seen was teeth knife mind. But now, they were not going to believe that, so all she did was smile. It is a shame he has hair. Otherwise, I would believe him to be one of the Buddhas. He could most certainly be a king-class Buddha, or even a deified one. Rebecca kept looking over to where Hansen was sitting. That Buddha sentence shocked the people of Moon Garden. It was hard to imagine that it had all come out of a baron. The event kept on chugging along, and when Speechless took the stage, she looked over to where Hansen was sitting. She bowed and said, I hope I can compete so skillfully against Han Senator, please teach me something. Being challenged by Speechless like that, made everyone look at Hansen again. They were all hoping that he'd accept. People in Narrow Moon knew Hansen could use teeth powers. Hansen shook his head. You are too polite. I have not practiced sword skills much. I am afraid I performed too poorly for you to see. Hansen was too obvious earlier, and he wasn't keen on the prospect of performing again in front of everyone. That is okay. Skills are all connected. Knife Queen's teeth knife is so famous, and if you can use knife skills, I would be glad, Speechless said. Now that Speechless had said that, it would reflect poorly if Hansen continued to decline. So Hansen thought for a moment and then said, I am not very good at sword skills, and I don't like hitting women. How about this person next to me? Her sword skills are great. If you really want someone worth competing against, ask her to practice with you. Hearing that, Speechless frowned and looked upset. Hansen, Speechless is a guest here. You cannot be so rude as to deny this, Moon Will King said. Okay, Hansen answered, standing up. Speechless suddenly smiled and said, in that case, I will fight against her. And if she loses, you will compete with me. Is that correct? If you really are that desperate for this, then okay. Hansen nodded. They were both Viscount class opponents, so Han Sen did not believe Gu Qingqing could lose. I am sorry to bother you, my lady. Speechless, bowed to Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes at Han Sen, got up, and walked to the stage. Narrow Moon and the Buddhas were curious. They did not know why Han Sen would let his subordinate practice against Speechless. Many people thought Han Sen was just a baron. He had a powerful will, but not powerful strength. Perhaps he did not want to embarrass himself, so he pushed a subordinate out to take the fall for him. But that did not make sense either. If she lost, he would have to go fight Speechless anyway. As people guessed what Han Sen was trying to accomplish, the practice started. Speechless let a worker bring out the same Viscount sword. Then she said to Gu Qingqing, if you think this sword is poor, you may feel free to use your own. It's the same. Gu Qingqing picked up the offered sword. Speechless smiled and picked up the other. She said, please. Gu Qingqing pulled the sword back and swung it at Speechless. It was an ordinary technique to draw back the sword. But in her hands, it wasn't so simple. Gu Qingqing's sword skills were overbearing. The moment she held the sword, they were at one with each other. In Speechless' eyes, it suddenly felt as if her entire world had been taken by that sword. She could not dodge the quick strike, and all she could do was use her hand to fight against it. What a powerful sword mind! Speechless was shocked. She did not expect a subordinate of Han Sen could be such an effective swordsman. She never anticipated that the sword would come at her with such speed. Speechless gathered up her sword power and composed her sword mind to fight back. But Speechless was not very good at fighting in this manner. She wasn't called Speechless because she was mute, but because the Buddha that opened her eyes was called Speechless. She was grateful for that, and so she called herself Speechless. Speechless Buddha King was good at Speechless sword. But Speechless sword was silent. It was a sonic power skill that no one could hear. It was scary. The swords made no sound, and no one spoke. Many of Speechless Buddha's past enemies never knew what happened to them, or why they were killed. Their deaths had come faster than they could utter a word. Speechless sword was scary, but you could not fight it head to head. The two swords clashed against each other. But then, Gu Qingqing returned her sword and walked off the stage. Catcha! Everyone saw Gu Qingqing leave the stage, and as they did, the nobles wondered what had just occurred. And then, they heard a sound. Speechless one sword had been broken in half. Her eyebrow was now home to a small cut. Blood dripped out from the laceration, and it looked like another red mole. Everyone was shocked. Speechless had been quickly defeated by Han Sen's subordinate. The whole event had been silent, as if the spectators had watched a battle of ghosts. Sword skills like that. Where do my sword skills stack up against that? 11 Everyone recalled what Han Sen had said, and their stomachs felt hollow. The exchange was supposed to be a stage for Moon Garden and its members, but Han Sen's Buddha writing and Gu Qingqing's display of sword skills made the aforementioned members, and the Buddhas, look rather lame. Han Sen was on the tip of everyone's tongue now. People thought Gu Qingqing was a family member of Han Senator, believing that it meant one member of his family could beat Speechless Buddha. Han Sen also had teeth knife and created a mind simply by watching a Buddha's performance. It was all so unbelievable. The whole of Narrow Moon was fascinated. The real elites did not believe Han Sen's words, though. They did not think he could learn as simply as he had claimed. Isha was one of these non-believers, too. As soon as the exchange ended, Han Sen was summoned to the palace. Where did you learn touching flower finger? Isha asked. I found this book, and I learned touching flower finger from it. Han Sen gave Unlimited Sutra over to Isha. Han Sen had prepared an explanation when he borrowed Ancient Devil's mind. But Ancient Devil's mind had been too strong, and so Isha found it difficult to believe him. This must be the original version of Unlimited Sutra. It is a secret skill of the Buddha. Where did you get it from? Isha looked at the Unlimited Sutra text and seemed very surprised. When I was young, I saved an injured man. He was an old fellow. I brought him home, and I healed him. He gave this to me before he left. Hansen had prepared all the stuff he was going to tell her. What did he look like? Can you confirm he was one of the Buddha? Isha asked. I was very young, so I didn't know what a Buddha was back then. Even so, I don't think he was. I'm fairly sure that the old man had hair. Hansen described Ancient Devil's face to her, but with a few added years. Isha heard what he had to say, but she did not immediately respond. After a while of thought, she said, You used this Unlimited Sutra to practice touching flower finger to such a high degree of skill? Yes, Hansen forced himself to say. He was going to pretend he was a genius, so Isha might be willing to part with more resources. But Ancient Devil had deliberately overcast his mind and made Hansen look ridiculous. He didn't know if Isha would believe him. Isha didn't believe him entirely either. It was just the Unlimited Sutra, from what she could see. There didn't seem to be any extra guidance. Furthermore, Hansen was just a commoner. No one should believe he could reach that level. It looks like you are a genius, Isha said, while looking right at Hansen. She could not completely trust what Hansen said, but she was still happy about his performance. She didn't want to think about Hansen possibly lying. Thank you very much. I am a bit stupid, and others can learn many things. All I can learn is one thing at a time. I am afraid that is why I am so slow. I keep practicing, as I did with that, and that is how it happened, Hansen said. Isha looked at Unlimited Sutra, and then looked at Han. Good. In that case, keep being the stupid self of yours. If your stupid way can enable you to practice touching flower finger to such a high level, I am sure you can practice teeth knife mind just fine. Is 3 months enough for that, do you think? My queen, teeth knife is the ultimate knife skill. It is not all that easy to generate a knife mind. I am afraid I will only disappoint you again. Hansen pretended to look bitter. On the inside, however, he was delighted. This was a two-birds-one-stone affair. With the title of a genius, he could use teeth knife mind without being required to hide his ability. Just this Unlimited Sutra can yield a mind like this? Right now, I will teach you. I will make you generate a knife mind. You don't need a deep mind for this, and you are already willing to say you cannot achieve this? Are you telling me that teeth knife is worse than Unlimited Sutra? Or are you simply saying that I am a poor teacher? Isha looked coldly at Hansen as she spoke to him. That is not what I meant. I will do what I can. I will not disappoint you. Hansen quickly swore to God. Good. This is the good student I know. Isha nodded. Isha did not actually believe what Hansen was telling her, but she did not want to mistakenly place blame on him. So, she gave Hansen a test. If Hansen could generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months, it really would prove that he was a genius. And if that was true, she would go ahead and treat him even better. If Hansen failed this, then Hansen would have a problem. And if so, he would need to be investigated. She could not blindly spend resources on him. Hansen knew her thought process on this matter, though. And he was really happy about it. Generating a teeth knife mind was not even a test. It was way too easy. What is that family member of yours called? Where did you take her from? Isha asked. My queen, her name is Gu Qingqing. She is a member that comes from planet Crooked Rock, Hansen said quickly. Not bad. But you should keep an eye on her. People with a sword mind like that are usually out for something else, Isha warned Hansen. Isha knew many factions had sent spies to keep tabs on Han Senator. She thought Gu Qingqing might be one of them. That was because Gu Qingqing did not use all her powers against Speechless. Isha wouldn't feel this way if she had. Isha had much greater strength than Gu Qingqing, but Gu Qingqing's sword mind might rival Isha's. Speechless only received her mind from an old monster. Gu Qingqing was the real old monster. Yes, I will ensure that I am careful. Hansen nodded. After he left Isha, Hansen took a ship back to planet Eclipse. He called Qiao, Lansei, and stay up late. He invited them to planet Eclipse, but Qiao and Lansei thought things were fine with Seven Mirror. What's more, they had friends there now. And so, they made no plans to go to planet Eclipse. Stay up late wanted to know more about the Geno universe, so he made plans to come. He was hoping to learn more news about the location of Little Flower and Nine Life Cat, too. He did not want to stay in the same place for too long. After talking with Qiao, Hansen returned his mind to Destiny's Tower. There, he spoke with Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil was trapped in the tower, but he never assumed himself to be at a disadvantage. He spoke to Hansen as if they were both equals. When Hansen borrowed help from Ancient Devil, he told Ancient Devil that if cooperation went well, he'd be willing to give him a chance. Helping Hansen with his mind was just a part of his show of sincerity. He had performed too well, though. Hansen couldn't be sure if he had done it on purpose, but Hansen believed that he had. Ancient Devil, you should cooperate properly. You shouldn't make stupid moves. Hansen hadn't killed him because he knew too many secrets. And Hansen wanted those secrets. All he could think about was finding a safe method for getting Ancient Devil to talk. Hansen wanted those secrets too badly to get rid of Ancient Devil. In Narrow Moon's full moon meeting room, 6 kings had shown up for this meeting. Isha, Moonwheel King, Night River King, Flower King, Black Moon King, and Shadow King. Knife, do you really believe what he tells you? Despite being only a baron, he has managed to achieve a mind such as that with unlimited sutra? Seriously? Not even barons who go on to become deified elites are that strong, Night River King said. Black Moon King coughed and said, Night River, let's not impose limits that might not exist. This universe is so grand in its reaches that there could be anything out there. Hansen really is talented. Just because you are unable to achieve such feats of might, don't presume others cannot either. Black Moon, don't talk such nonsense. Look at this universe. Are there any barons with that level of capability? Night River frowned. If everyone was able to do it, why else would we single out the exemplary and call them geniuses? Black Moon King asked slowly. Night River King started to respond, but Moonwheel King cut him off. Moonwheel King looked at Flower King and Shadow King, and said, what do you two think? Flower King groaned and said, Hansen's power seems unlikely, but we can't claim that there's a problem without knowing what it is. That hardly seems fair. Moonwheel King nodded. He looked at Shadow King, and Shadow King said, I would rather put an end to this before it gets out of hand. Yes. Night River King said immediately. Hansen's history is far too strange, and he cannot be kept. Moonwheel King looked at Black Moon King, and Black Moon King said, killing a genius like that makes no sense. It will just scare off the other races, and no other race will want to cooperate with us. Knife, you understand where we're coming from, yes? He is your student, so it is best that you decide what to do. Moonwheel King looked at Isha. Isha said calmly, I gave him a chance. If he passes the test, I can prove that he is fine. If he cannot pass the test, I will sever ties with him and search for any threat he might pose. If I find something, I will get rid of him. What is the test? If he really is a spy from some other race, he will have come prepared. He will pass the test. Night River King looked displeased. Oh? You think a baron spy will be able to create a teeth knife mind in 3 months? Isha's face was expressionless. Hearing Isha say this, the other kings stared at her with wide eyes. Generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months? Really? Moonwheel King asked, stumbling slightly over the question. What is the problem? Isha responded. I have no problem with that. If he can accomplish that in 3 months, then I will believe he is a real genius, Night River King slowly said, as he sat down. It sounded like complete lunacy. It was silly to think of generating a teeth knife mind in 3 months. Across the history of the rebate, no one had managed anything like that. Night River King did not believe Hansen could do it, as teeth knife was exclusive to the rebate. Even among the rebate, it was rare. The only person who had mastered the skill was Isha, and you couldn't cheat your way to learn it. The kings were mollified. If Hansen could generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months, then practicing touching flower finger with such proficiency would make a lot more sense. If we can confirm Hansen is legit, and he really is a true genius, should we give him a bit of a reputation? His identity should allow him to become a member of Moon Garden. He did make us proud in this event, after all. If we still don't let him in, the outsiders in Narrow Moon will become suspicious of us, Black Moon King said. If he can generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months, I would be willing to make him a teacher in the Moon Garden, Night River King said grimly. Black Moon King smiled at Night River King, then turned his gaze across the table. Moonwell King, what do you think? If he is legit, and he really is that talented, he should definitely be a member of Moon Garden, Moonwell King said. If everyone has no problem with this, then we shall all reconvene in 3 months. Isha stood up and left the full moon meeting room. Lu Xiaomei was walking down the street. The dark circles under her eyes were heavy, and she kept rubbing her head. Ever since Han Bauer had entered her school, she had begun to feel like she was drowning. She was a kindergarten teacher. Before Bauer, she had dealt with kids crying, not wanting to go to school, and things like that. But now, going to work was like walking into hell itself. If her job hadn't paid well, she would have quit a long time ago to escape having to deal with the monster that resided there. I can't do it anymore. I am going to die. Today is supposed to be a holiday, and so I should treat myself with a day at the spa. And buy myself a nice gift. Ever since that little witch arrived, I look 10 years older. Lu Xiaomei walked into a high-class female club. She swiped her card as she walked through the door. I really do need to treat myself better. I can just eat nutrient fluids for the month to make up for what I spend today. After she entered the place, the attendants served her with passion. She felt as if she had ascended in society, taking the place of royalty. This is my life. Finally, I don't have to worry about that monster. Lu Xiaomei wrapped a bathrobe around herself and lay down to wait for her masseuse. Miss Lu, a voice sounded in her ear. It made her muscles freeze. She jumped up and frantically looked around. She didn't see anyone there, so she felt relieved. She lay back down on the bed and said to herself, I am starting to hallucinate. Clearly, I am far too stressed out. Maybe I'll go shopping today, too. That should help. After lying back down, Lu Xiaomei turned over, and there was a pretty little girl next to her, smiling. Miss Lu, what stores are you going to? Why are you here? Lu Xiaomei looked like she had just seen a ghost. She jumped up and pointed at the girl. I own this club. Did you not know that? Bauer shook her head. Lu Xiaomei's eyes opened wide. You own this place? Yes. I have 31 branches of this establishment, all across the city. Bauer spoke with innocence. This B***TCH is showing off again. Lu Xiaomei felt both jealous and depressed. She was really hoping Bauer would disappear right now. But an evil expression crossed Bauer's face, and she said, by the way, I am going to the VIP area for a session. Would you like to come? Can I? Lu Xiaomei was quite shocked. It was a very expensive place, and she could only come here once a month. For half a month, she would have to eat nutrient fluid just to compensate for how much that place cost. The VIP area was a place you couldn't easily go to even if you had a lot of money. She wanted to go, but non-VIPs weren't allowed. Of course, if you want. I can ask the manager to provide you with a VIP card. Bauer smiled. This is the life a woman should have. I've wasted my life, I should have gotten rich instead. Lu Xiaomei was as pretty as the next snobbish woman. She was reveling in the high-tier service, and she was almost in tears. Bauer called for a high-class massage, food, and drinks she had never tried before. She showed Lu Xiaomei what it felt like to be royalty. This little witch can actually be quite cute. It is only just a kid, after all. Perhaps the creature is innocent, at times, Lu Xiaomei thought. She observed Bauer as she sipped on a drink. Miss Lu, are you enjoying this service? Bauer was holding on to a bottle of juice as she sipped it with a straw. Yes, I love it. This place is great. Your family has very good taste. Lu Xiaomei had another sip of wine and felt so good. I am glad you like it. You can come whenever you like. Bauer smiled. Really? Lu Xiaomei's eyes looked bright. Of course. I have already prepared a VIP card for you. Bauer clicked her fingers. Quickly, a waitress rushed over with a plate. She walked in front of Lu Xiaomei and put down the dish. Politely, she told her, Miss Lu, this is your very own VIP card. Lu Xiaomei accepted the card, then saw a bill. The waitress said, and yes, this your bill for the day's services. A bill? Lu Xiaomei's face stiffened. When she looked at the bill, she almost fainted. She couldn't even pronounce the sum, but with all the numbers, she knew it was more than exorbitant. The muscles in Lu Xiaomei's face twitched. She looked to be in a far worse state than someone crying their eyes out. Bauer, you gave me all this. Wasn't this all a treat on you? Bauer's eyes opened wide, and she said with shock, I am just a kid. I don't have any money. I asked if this was what you wanted, and you said yes. You had me order all this. D***MN. This little thing must be doing all of this on purpose. Lu Xiaomei almost coughed up blood. Bauer's cute face had turned into a demon mask. I don't care. I didn't order all this. I am not paying. Lu Xiaomei jumped up. What are you saying? You're not paying? Bauer looked at Lu Xiaomei with shock. Lu Xiaomei wished to say there was nothing Bauer could do but pay it herself, when all of a sudden, 2 8-foot-tall women stepped into the room. They stood in front of her. Lu Xiaomei looked at their beefy arms and hastily took back her words. She replaced them by saying, I don't have enough money to afford this. That's okay. You are my teacher. So, why don't you sign this paper, and then we can make this bill all go away. Bauer smiled and pulled a contract out of her little bag. She put it in front of her teacher, as if this was all going according to a scheme she had already planned out. D***MN. She prepared for this. Lu Xiaomei was grinding her teeth as she looked down at the contract. It was a contract that required her to relinquish her very self. There were more than 100 unfair terms on the contract, and if she signed it, she would be wholly owned by Bauer. I am not signing this, even if you kill me. Lu Xiaomei said through gritted teeth. Bauer smiled. Miss Lu, what are you talking about? I have a decent club, and I won't hit you. But the stuff you have just enjoyed, the gambling you've done, even the look on your face when shopping. It has all been recorded. You like the teacher Mr. Luo, don't you? He's handsome and rich, yes? He is even chasing you, you know. I'm thinking I should show him all the footage, and present him with your unpaid bill. The elegant image you have been clinging on to for so long will be gone with the wind. Think about that for a moment, and then reconsider whether or not you wish to sign this. Hellspawn. You are Hellspawn. The stuff you have is so expensive. A cup of wine costs 30,000. This is a scam. The luxuries you have been enjoying were all imported from other planets. They are the best of the best, and some of them were even sure delicacies. Of course they are not cheap. If you'd like, you can check the prices on Skynet. If you happen to find that our prices are too high, we will certainly price match. Bauer smiled. Lu Xiaomei struggled a bit. She signed the contract because of the handsome Mr. Luo. Then she started to cry. Bauer patted her on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Work for me for 50 years, and you'll have paid off your debt. The contract will also be erased at that point." It would have been better if Bauer hadn't said anything. Now the woman really wanted to cry. Lu Xiaomei began walking out of the club. Fortunately, Bauer had already arranged for an aircraft to come and pick her up. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have had the money to get home. Everything she had belonged to Bauer now. "You've gone off course. You should go to the Eastern Lake," Lu Xiaomei said. "I'm sorry, who's driving this aircraft again?" the driver asked snarkily, looking at her through his sunglasses. Lu Xiaomei was furious. "Yeah, you are just the driver. Let me out so I can walk home." "Sure." The driver stopped the aircraft and landed. Lu Xiaomei got off the aircraft and kicked the door closed. She said, "You are all bad people. This karma will come back to bite you one day." She turned and left. She eventually saw a familiar form walking nearby. It was her Prince Charming. It was Mr. Luo. After having bad luck for so long, finally, something good. "My Prince Charming, here I come." Lu Xiaomei walked towards Luo Yushu. But just as she was about to greet him, she saw the woman with him. The woman was dressed sexily and holding his arm. She leaned close to him. "Luo Yushu, who is this woman?" Lu Xiaomei was so angry that she didn't even care about maintaining her image. She grabbed his arm and pointed at the woman. Luo Yushu was shocked. The woman then said, "Luo Yushu, who is this woman?" Luo Yushu's face changed, and he pushed Lu Xiaomei away. He explained to the woman, "Honey, listen to me. She works in the kindergarten with me. She keeps hounding me for my love, despite me constantly pushing her away. She has never stopped, and even now, she follows me around." "Luo Yushu, what are you saying?" Lu Xiaomei was so angry. He was the one who kept chasing her, and she couldn't believe what he was now saying. The woman looked at Lu Xiaomei, rolled her eyes, and said, "You are just a teacher. And yet, you want to steal a man away from someone like me? Are you crazy? I can give this man pocket money, the likes of which you will never earn in your lifetime. Maybe when I grow tired of him, you'll get your chance." After that, the woman walked forward and pushed Lu Xiaomei back. She kept herself from falling, but she still dropped everything she was holding in her hands. "Apologize to me, and then pick everything up." Lu Xiaomei was so angry, she wanted to throttle the woman. "Are you crazy? Get lost. I told you I am not interested in you." Luo Yushu looked annoyed, and he also pushed her. He did not want her to hurt the woman he was currently with. When Luo Yushu pushed her, Lu Xiaomei fell back with nothing but anger and hopelessness. Suddenly, an arm grabbed her waist. It steadied her shoulders, then her body. She opened her eyes and realized it was the driver with sunglasses. She wished to say something, but the sky suddenly drew her attention. Many aircraft were suddenly headed towards them. In a minute, the vehicles had parked all around them, making the place very crowded. Many men, dressed in black with sunglasses, got out of their vehicles. They looked like gangsters as they gathered around. "What are you people here for? What do you want?" The woman and Luo Yushu began stepping back. Lu Xiaomei looked at the aircraft around them: King, Steel, Silver, Ghost, Starry, Star, Miracle. They were all special editions that not just anyone could buy. Having a single one of them meant you were one of the super rich elite. Now that there were so many of them there, the woman and Luo Yushu were frozen. The men looked intimidating in their black clothes and sunglasses. It made the couple's legs grow soft. The men dressed in black ignored the woman and Luo Yushu. They all walked in front of Lu Xiaomei and said, "Second lady." Luo Yushu and the woman widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. They could barely stand on their feet. Lu Xiaomei was just as dazed, too. She had no clue what was going on. "Second lady, Miss Bauer asked us to come and pick you up," the driver said to Lu Xiaomei. And then, he looked at the woman and Luo Yushu and said, "Did these two bully you? I can kill them for you, if you'd like." "Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I will pick the stuff up. Please forgive me." The woman's legs were wobbling, and she raced to collect all the items Yu Xiaomei had dropped. "She forced me, Xiaomei. I did this for our future together," Luo Yushu said. "Go to hell." Lu Xiaomei grabbed her bag and smacked him in the face with it. He hit the deck, so she went ahead and kicked him in the nuts. He writhed and screamed in pain. The woman saw Lu Xiaomei looking back at her next. She slapped herself. "Pat. Pat. It's my fault. Please forgive me. Let's go." Lu Xiaomei gritted her teeth, and no longer paid them heed. The driver opened the door to the aircraft, and there, Lu Xiaomei saw Bauer. She cried and went over to hold her, saying, "Bauer. Don't cry." Bauer stroked her head and tried to comfort her. "Thank you, Bauer." Lu Xiaomei couldn't help but cry a little. She did her best to hold back her tears and look at the child with gratefulness. "You are welcome. I used 223 aircraft to help you. The fuel for each comes to a sum of around 78,000. With the wages for the drivers and the damage, Bauer fiddled with a calculator and whipped out another contract. "Hellspawn. You Hellspawn." The aircraft echoed with Lu Xiaomei's screams. Hansen planned to practice in the mountains. He didn't need to practice teeth knife, but there were too many spies occupying the base. If Hansen stayed there without practicing, people might grow suspicious. So, Hansen headed into the mountains to train. But instead of practicing teeth knife as he had told everyone, he began to work on the Dongxian Sutra. His mutant blood and jade skin had reached Viscount class, but the Dongxian Sutra and the story of genes hadn't. The story of genes couldn't be leveled up through mere practice, so he could only focus on the Dongxian Sutra for now. Hansen didn't take anyone with him this time. He planned to push himself hard in order to break through, which would make it dangerous to have others around him. Fortunately, there were many resources on planet Eclipse. Xieqing King and others could venture out and hunt xenogeneics on their own. The people he had brought over from the sanctuaries could eat xenogeneic genes and use beast souls, so they leveled up faster than the people in the Geno universe. Xenogeneic gene eaten, Iron Wolf, Viscount gene, +1. Hansen gobbled up some xenogeneic meat, and his Viscount xenogeneic gene tally increased. When one of his bodies became Viscount, he could increase that gene tally. Baron xenogeneic genes were currently useless for him. He had to eat Viscount materials exclusively now. Killing Viscount xenogeneics was an easy task for Hansen, and his Viscount genes were increasing quickly. After 6 days of travel, Hansen found himself more than 1,000 miles deep into the mountains. He met strong Marquise creatures, but he was able to run away with the rabbit shoes. Overall, the venture wasn't too dangerous. What is this? As Hansen treaded along a path, he spied the presence of a strange mountain. The weather on planet Eclipse wasn't great. There was no grass growing, and so all the mountains were barren and rocky. The mountain in front of him was very green, though. Trees were growing all over it. There were flowers, and some of the plants even possessed fruit. There were birds and insects on this mountain. They were far away, but Hansen could feel their life force. Planet Eclipse has a mountain like this? Hansen thought it was weird. He examined the surrounding area and realized that it was the only mountain like this in the region. Hansen carefully approached it. There had to be a reason why it was so luscious. Perhaps there was a treasure or something. That thought prompted Hansen to have a look around. Hansen trekked to the mountain. While he noticed that there were a large collection of life forces coming from the mountain, he could tell that the birds and the trees were completely normal. There didn't seem to be any xenogeneics either. Weird. Xenogeneic plants are difficult to grow on this planet, and even xenogeneic creatures often have trouble surviving. And yet, how are these all alive? Especially since they seem so ordinary. Hansen was quite curious about this anomaly. Hansen kept walking up the mountain, and the foliage was just as lovely as it had appeared from a distance. Normal plants and creatures were spread out all across the mountain, as if the entire mountain had been transplanted to planet Eclipse. After an hour, Hansen was able to reach the peak. He was quite shocked by the view he now saw, though. Atop the mountain, amidst a small grove of trees, there was an emerald field. A wooden house stood there, and it looked very old. "Is anyone there?" Hansen called out to the occupied house. He thought it was a strange thing to find, and so he thought to himself, who could build a house in a place like this? Hansen shouted again, but he received no response. So, he walked to the house, because the windows were open. He wanted to take a look at what was inside from there. The decorations of the interior were simple and rustic. They were all comprised of wood, and the primary features were a table and bed. Even the teapot and the plates were made of wood. It looked as if the people there used wood to build everything. The wood was not big, though. You could see it all in one eye. There was a room at the back of the house, too, but you could not see it from outside. "Is anyone in here?" Hansen asked. He received no response. So, he pushed open the door and it swung forward. A lock hadn't been fixed on it. Hansen walked inside and poked around. There didn't seem to be anything worth examining, so he decided to check out the back room. Hansen opened the door and froze. All of a sudden, he found a person standing next to the bed. They were facing Hansen with their eyes open. "I am sorry. I called from the outside, and I believed this place was empty." Hansen explained, but his words were met with awkward silence. Something was giving him pause. That was because the person next to the bed was a man, a human. The man stood where he was and did not move. He didn't even look at Hansen. "Excuse me," Hansen looked at the man and spoke carefully. He wanted to know what he was, and why there might be a human there. But Hansen did not know for sure that the man was a human. He could have been a crystallizer, forgotten long ago. Hansen asked him a few questions, and each time he received no response. Hansen would have thought the man was dead if not for his life force. "My name is Hans Senator, what is yours?" When Hansen said that, the man suddenly moved. He put a finger in front of his lips, like a gesture to indicate he should be quiet. The man did not appear hostile, and that brought Hansen much relief. He stopped talking and just watched the man. The man continued standing there for a whole hour, without saying as much as a single word. He looked more like a statue than a living being. Is he practicing, maybe? But it doesn't look like it. Hansen felt very confused, but also very curious. He sat on a chair to watch the man and see what he'd do. But 10 hours went by, and still, the man did not budge. "Friend, can we talk?" Hansen could not wait any longer. "SSH." The man gestured for silence again. Hansen's heart sank. He hadn't a clue what he was doing. He couldn't ask anything, as the man kept hushing him. Hansen looked around the room and noticed that it was all rustic, just like the rest of the house. Hansen looked at a table and found something that was actually not made of wood. There was paper, alongside a stack of books. "Friend, can I check this out?" Hansen walked before the table and glanced over the books. There was a diary with many words scrawled on it. But Hansen didn't begin reading immediately. He still wanted to ask the man for permission. The man looked very nervous, and he performed the SSH gesture again. "If you don't object, then I'll assume you are agreeing." Hansen went ahead to read the contents of the diary. Quickly, Hansen noticed he was able to read the text contained within the diary. It was written in the ancient language of humans, a text often used by the crystallizers. There were, however, a variety of symbols not even he could understand. All in all, he didn't understand everything together. There were some formulas jotted down. Hansen wasn't very good at science. He had learned a bit in school, but he had forgotten most of that by now. But Hansen was still able to tell he had never seen these formulas before. They were extremely complicated. Judging from the content of the book, the man had been trying to calculate something. Hansen flicked through the pages of the book, and the man showed no reaction. As long as Hansen made no noise, the man didn't mind his presence there. That's how it seemed, leastways. When the man didn't object to Hansen's behavior, it made Hansen feel safe enough to relax a little. So, he continued reading the diary. It must have been a draft of sorts. There were many random things jotted down. However, there were enough words and symbols that Hansen did not understand to make the book unintelligible. Hansen put the diary down and took a gander at the other books. They all seemed to concern themselves with science. There were ones based on quantum theory. Hansen knew he would not understand those books. Since the books were in messy disarray, Hansen decided to tidy them up. By doing that, he also hoped to find a book he might enjoy. And soon after, his breath caught. He saw a book titled The Story of Genes. This was what Hansen had retrieved from the main control room of the crystallizers. Ever since that time, he hadn't found a single thing associated with the book. Not even Stay Up Late knew where the Story of Genes came from. He read it, shook his head, and thought it must be a prank. No one could use the Story of Genes, or even practice it. It was not something any creature could learn. Hansen had never expected that he would find another copy in a place like this. Perhaps it is just a coincidence. Maybe the title is the same, but it's not actually the same book. Hansen tried to regather the composure of his thoughts, and then flipped the book open. When he read the first line, he knew he had not been mistaken. This was indeed another copy of the Story of Genes. It was exactly the same. Hansen kept reading the content, and word for word, it was the same. Aside from the standard content, there were actually many notes explaining things. But they weren't related to how you'd actually practice with the text. The notes were of a scientific nature. Hansen read it all seriously, right up until he reached the end. The content, from back to front, was the same as his own The Story of Genes. There was, however, an additional page. That page had nothing to do with how to practice the work, though. It was a summary. The summary used an extensive vocabulary. Hansen did not understand what was written until he reached the final line. It said the test had failed. There was something else he understood, too. Cannot figure out the requirements for practice. The Story of Genes theory does not make sense. Can I not create a god? Is this guy the creator of the Story of Genes? Hansen looked back at the man, strangely. The man was dressed in ordinary garments, but they were in tatters. He stood motionless, like a mannequin. He was focused, as if he was trying to hear something. Hansen had something he wished to ask, but he knew that if he tried to ask anything, the man would simply tell him to be quiet. Hansen kept sorting through the books on the table. There were books on many different subjects, from genes to quantum theory. Overall, Hansen could not understand much. After Hansen tidied up the books, he decided to sit and observe the man. The man really wasn't moving, and he was unsure how long the man could do this. Hansen had almost fallen asleep when the man finally moved. He walked gently towards the table, looked down at Hansen, and said, "Who are you? Why have you come here?" "I am Han Senator, what's your name?" Hansen asked happily. "Run, or it will be too late for you to escape." The man looked annoyed. "What does that mean?" Hansen felt a chill, and he thought the man might try to fight him. "You don't know that you are on a spirit's body. If it moves, it will travel through space," the man explained. "You mean the mountain is a creature?" Hansen asked with shock. "What is so weird about that?" There is plenty of life in this world, the man said. It's a mountain. How can a mountain have life? There are other creatures like birds and worms on this mountain, Hansen said. The man looked at him with disdain. You have so many bacteria and parasites on you. Does the fact that they have life mean that you do not? But I am a living thing. The mountain is just a rock, Hansen said. Who said rocks cannot possess life? It's like a piece of meat. You wouldn't say it is living, but it is a part of life, the man said. It's not like that. If the rock is like flesh, then why are we able to create minds? And why does the life of rock not resist? Like us, if someone was digging into our flesh, we'd want to kill whoever was assaulting us, Hansen asked. The man laughed. It's because we are too fast. Too fast? Hansen froze, unsure of what he meant. The man explained. The rock lives longer than we do. 1 billion years might only be a moment for them. Even if we do dig into its body, the rock might not even have the time to notice our presence. It cannot see what we do. Hansen was frozen. He had never thought of things this way before. The man looked at Hans Sr. You said we would kill anyone who harms, yes? But things aren't like that. What if we grow a sickness, like cancer? It destroys our bodies, but often, we can't root out the thing that is killing us. When these things harm your body, you cannot do anything. Just like the rock is unable to do things about us. This is just a simple way for me to explain these things. The truth of such matters is far more complicated. If you are interested in learning more, read this. You will understand far better. The man gave Hansen a book. My scientific background is pretty bad. I might not understand. Hansen felt awful saying this. The man said, scientific research is all about simplifying the complicated things. You can let those other fools worry about science itself. This is a geno-art I created, through the theory of rock creatures. Ordinary crystallizers can practice it. Hansen wished to say something, but the man looked outside and spoke again. He said, you should leave now. The spirit is going to move. Unless you want to travel far away with me, that is. Hansen started running out of the lodge. The man might be lying, but it was better to run than risking everything by remaining. If Hansen was transported to another star system, that'd be pretty bad. When he made it some distance away, Hansen turned around to face the man and ask, what is your name? Left crazy, the man answered. Hansen wished to ask something more, but he felt the mountain begin to shake. Without hesitation, he said goodbye and hastily departed the mountain. Boom! With the speed of his rabbit shoes aiding his flight, Hansen was able to just about get off the mountain before hearing that deafening sound. The mountains all around were vibrating like mad, and when Hansen turned back around to face where the mountain had been, he saw nothing. It was as if the mountain did not exist. How did that mountain move so quickly? I thought the man said that rocks were slow. Cold sweat dripped off Hansen's forehead. It was fortunate he had moved as fast as he had. If he hadn't, he'd have been long gone. Hansen took a gander at the book he had been given by Left Crazy. There was no name, and it had all been written by hand. Petrify? That sounds so lame. It sounds like a skill that can make your skin as hard as stone, Hansen thought, as he started to read the text. But as he read, his expression turned to surprise. The skill was called Petrify, and while the name was lame, the contents were impressive. It was a complete geno-art. From commoner to baron, from viscount to king, all could practice and become proficient with it. It had its own power. Practicing Petrify did not make your body harder, though. It would just make your body closer to that of the rocky creatures. Crystallizers were like herms, so they could become like rocks, completely. The higher your petrification was, the closer to the life of a rock you'd attune. You wouldn't become completely the same as a rock, you'd only adopt some of their attributes. Petrify made humans and crystallizers petrified. It gave them the life of a rock. Petrify couldn't make someone impervious to death, but time had more difficulty leaving its marks on petrified bodies. Thousands of years result in many humans and crystallizers dying, but to a rock, it was only a moment. It did not affect them. Hansen examined the requirements for bringing Petrify up to king class, if that was what he chose to do. At that point, he would have a life that was very similar to a rock's. And with a body like that, many millions of years could come and go without affecting him. There was one significant flaw to Petrify, though. When you used it, your body really would turn to stone. You'd be unable to move because of it. And your mind would still be there, active, too. The more you practiced the skill, the closer to the life of a rock you would get. It sounds really cool, but it seems fairly useless. You'd only turn into a rock, and rocks aren't hard enough to provide great protection. And you can't move either. Why would that guy bother creating this skill? Hansen thought to himself. After a while, Hansen was able to come up with a useful application for it. If I can practice while petrified, then time would be of no issue for me. I could just keep practicing without eating or drinking. In that case, Petrify might be really useful. He planned to learn it, thinking it might come in handy. Petrify was a geno art that allowed for the swapping of genes. It did not make your body better. You still needed a strength like the story of gene as a basis. Hansen thought it was a crystallizer geno art, so he used the story of genes to practice with it. Hansen found a safe cave to take refuge in, where he could practice Petrify. It was easier to learn than he expected. After casting it once, his skin started to feel rocky. Already, Hansen could tell that he had learned the first tier of Petrify. That was much easier than I thought it'd be. Hansen then moved on to try the second tier. It was a Baron class Petrify. Hansen finished Baron Petrify easily, too. He kept on going, and he realized that Petrify really was exceptionally easy to learn. He only spent 2 days practicing with it to get it all the way up to King class. After reaching King class, he noticed Left Crazy had not written anything more. That was likely due to the fact he had yet to reach that level. He guessed that after the King level, you could actually become petrified. Without a skill that would teach him how to proceed, Hansen decided to try other things. If he became a rock and was unable to return to a human form, then his life would be over. Why is it like that? According to Left Crazy, you had to reach a certain level before practicing such a skill. So, why did nothing stop him from reaching King class? Is it because of the story of genes? Hansen guessed a number of things, but he wasn't sure enough to put stock in anything. Hansen tried using his Petrify, and he learned other geno arts could not be practiced as long as it was in use. That was because Petrify made a big change to the body. Geno arts for the human body were useless. Only the story of genes could run while he was in a petrified state. This geno art is so weird. Although it can take you to a very high level, its usefulness is practically non-existent. Losing interest in Petrify, Hansen decided to return to practicing with the Dongxian Sutra. Hansen remained in the mountains for an entire month. He fought and practiced with his Dongxian Sutra a great amount. Dongxian Sutra was on the precipice of breaking through, but it had yet to do so. There were 10 days left before the red mist spring erupted. After realizing this, Hansen decided it was time to leave the mountains and head to the spring. His spell Geno armament required this spring so it could become a Viscount. He couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Before long, Hansen was right outside Red Mist Valley. There were hordes of xenogeneics wandering around, and it was clear they had all come there for the Red Mist Spring, as well. They all hung outside the valley. None of them had entered the mist yet. They were waiting for the spring to erupt. Hansen looked around. The xenogeneics there were Baron or Viscount. There were no higher-level sorts. Isha told Hansen that the Red Mist Spring only worked for Viscounts. It would be ineffective on those of a higher level, so there was no point in high-class xenogeneics coming. Hansen found a hidden place in Red Mist Valley. He was going to wait for the spring to burst. He also hunted down many of the Viscount creatures that were around, in order to collect their materials and genes. There were 3 or 4 days left now, according to the schedule Isha had proposed. And over the course of those next few days, more and more creatures gathered. Hansen guessed that there had to be around 10,000 in total, with most of them being Viscount. It was fortunate that no creature of a higher tier had come. If they had, Hansen could not have guaranteed that he would be the one to benefit from the spring. Perhaps because they were all too greedy in their desire for the spring, many of the creatures fought against each other. He had never seen so much conflict before. As Hansen was watching those xenogeneics fighting outside the valley, he eventually caught sight of a few xenogeneics retreating. They abandoned their position. It seemed as if something strong was coming. It can't be a higher-class xenogeneic, can it? Hansen was shocked. He looked that way. But there were too many xenogeneics there. Many were 2 meters tall, and they obscured Hansen's vision. He couldn't see whatever was coming. Hansen looked around and stayed close to the wall. He wanted to scale it and get a better look. There was a dark green centipede. Each part of its body gleamed with jewel-like eyes as it skittered across the earth. Every xenogeneic in its path backed off as soon as they saw it. None dared to stay within 20 meters of the creature. The xenogeneic was 10 meters long, but it wasn't tall. Its body was only half a meter off the ground. That was why Hansen had such difficulty trying to spot it. Hansen watched it for quite some time, and he didn't think it was all that high level. It should have been no better than a Viscount, so it was weird to see the fear with which so many xenogeneics regarded it. Quickly, the centipede xenogeneic reached the entrance of the valley. It was different from the other xenogeneics, and it crawled right into the valley. Hansen was shocked. Isha said that the red mist spring was good for xenogeneics. It could speed up their evolution, but the red mist itself was harmful by comparison. Until the spring was ready, the mist remained there. So, it was most wise to avoid the mist until then. But the centipede climbed straight into the valley, and it did so without getting harmed by the mist. No. I have got to find that centipede. If it is going towards the spring, it might be able to swallow it the moment it opens up. I'll lose my own opportunity. Hansen frowned. He hadn't thought the centipede was going to climb down into the valley. And now that it was in there, it would be extremely difficult to find the creature. You couldn't even see your own hand in front of you, that mist was so thick. Trying to find the centipede would be difficult. I'll have to try. Luckily, it is just a Viscount xenogeneic. It cannot be that large of a threat. Hansen donned his Marquis armor and the rabbit shoes. He flew past the heads of the xenogeneics and headed straight into the valley. Just like before, the mist stifled Hansen's senses. It was as if he was deaf and blind. Hansen searched through the mist, hoping to find the centipede xenogeneic. The valley was massive, and there were still a few days to go before the spring was supposed to erupt. Hansen thought he'd be able to find the centipede. Hansen walked more quickly through the mist, but he did not dare go too fast. If he ran into a rock wall and injured himself, he'd become a joke. Due to him being unable to see, though, he tried hugging the walls as he went. Once he had canvassed the area that way, he maintained a steady distance from the wall and went along them again. After searching the place like a neatly fitted carpet, he hadn't caught sight of the centipede. 8 hours had elapsed by now. That xenogeneic was rather large. It shouldn't be too difficult to find. Why am I so unlucky? Hansen felt depressed. Hansen walked into the deepest recesses of the valley, and when he reached the far wall, he wished to turn back. But that wall felt different from the others. Hansen kept running his hands over it, and eventually, he realized there was a space next to it. It was a cave. Hansen thought he was adequately protected, with the Marquis's armor and the rabbit shoes, so he entered the cave. After entering, Hansen's eyes gleamed brightly. The red mist was gone, and he could see all that resided in the cave. The red mist was like a fire burning behind him. It lit up the cave. The cave did not have any of the mist inside, though. All of Hansen's senses had returned. Hansen looked deeper into the cave, and when he did, something made him quite happy. The giant centipede was inside there. Does the spring reside in this cave? No way. Isha said the spring would have a darker mist. How can there be none at all? Hansen thought. He didn't stop moving, though, and he planned to get rid of the centipede, just in case. It looked like that Xenogeniac was a very sensitive creature, though. It detected Hansen's presence quickly, and so it turned around and used its jewel-like eyes to look at him. Boom! As this occurred, the jewel-like eyes shone with a green light. The green light was too bright, especially for a cave that was so small. It blinded the entire cave with that channel of light, prompting Hansen to run forward. It's lucky I have this Marquis's armor. A light like this looks Viscount level at the lowest, Hansen thought to himself. He drew his ghost teeth knife, and with his ice powers and blood, he cut towards the light. Ghost teeth knife sliced through the green light. The light had a tangible presence, and it filled up the entire area. When it landed on Hansen, he himself turned green. Hansen then realized he could no longer move. It was as if he had been stopped by a strange power. He was stuck in the same position, unable to move. Crap! There is something wrong with that light. Hansen was shocked. He hastily used his power, trying to break through the light that was snaring him. He wanted his freedom back. Hansen fired up Jadeskin, the Bloodpulse Sutra, the Dongxian Sutra, and the Story of Genes, but still, he was unable to escape the green light. The centipede-like Xenogeniac, with its jewel-like eyes focused on Hansen, continued to pound him with green light. Hansen's body could not move, and despite the fact that he still had control over his senses, he couldn't tell what element the green light was. He wasn't in a rush, though. The Xenogeniac's power was amazing, but at the end of the day, it was only a Viscount. Hansen had Marquis's armor on, and that meant he had no reason to be afraid. Plus, he had his Super King spirit body to rely on. All things considered, Hansen was feeling pretty secure. When the centipede approached, Hansen noticed that it was skittering around small orchid-like plants. There were no flowers atop them, but small shapes like gold rats grew from them. No, they weren't rats. After a good look, Hansen noticed it was something quite familiar. The things growing on the plants were very small red mist minks. There were 7 of them, and their eyes all looked so big. They looked very spiritual, but even so, they all vibrated together in fear. Because their tails were grown into the plants, they could not run. They all looked so scared as they stared at the centipede. Now, Hansen knew that the centipede had come for the red mist spring. It had come for the minks. What Hansen didn't know was who the creature was going to attack first. The centipede quickly skittered up to Hansen with its blade-like claws. It attacked Hansen, making repeated ding-dong noises. The claws were unable to break Hansen's armor, but they left marks on its surface. That was very impressive for a Viscount-class pair of claws. The Viscount Xenogeniac should have found it impossible to damage a Marquis's armor. This Xenogeniac is a bit creepy. But even so, Hansen still felt safe. It was creepy, yes, but it could not harm him. The centipede wreathed itself around Hansen, trapping him in the grip of its body. Its feet were also like blades, and they kept scrabbling against him. Fortunately, only a few white scratch marks were left on the armor. The attack still couldn't damage him. The creature did not have a mouth, and its head was very flat. It had 2 long beard strands, too. Aside from the claws and the blade-like legs, there was no other way for it to attack Hansen. It kept slashing Hansen for quite some time, but it was unable to hurt him. The centipede eventually gave up. It climbed over to the plants that were growing minks instead. It circled the minks, but it did not seem to hurt them. But the minks were still frightened. They were shaking in fear. What is it trying to do? Hansen was confused, and so he resumed trying to break through the green light. Jade skin, his mutant blood, and the story of genes were all useless. When he cast his Dongshan Sutra, he could sense something from the light. But it was just barren class, and one level lower than the green light. He could not get it to break through. Hansen kept using his Dongshan Sutra to battle the green light. He also watched the Xenogeneic. He was interested in learning what it was up to. As he fought the green light, Dongshan Sutra's power flowed through him like it always did. But Hansen felt as if the power was changing slightly. He felt as if he was on the precipice of breaking through. Hansen was so happy about this, seeing as he had used the Dongshan Sutra to fight against the green light. He wanted the green light to sharpen the Dongshan Sutra, and perhaps prompt a level up. Right now, the most effective thing about the Dongshan Sutra was the Dongshan Aura. Hansen did not have the power to unleash Dongshan Sutra-fueled skills. If he made it reach Viscount, he could cast attacks with the Dongshan Sutra. Hansen had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Hansen kept using his Dongshan Sutra to fight the green light, but it was one level lower. The power was being used up very quickly. Hansen could only take very minor breaks. Whenever he regained some of his power, he'd get right back into fighting. After 2 hours of this, the cave was shining with red light. Some of the mist had drifted into the cave like a river. The entire cave was full of this red mist now. As Hansen wondered why the red mist was coming in, he realized that the red mist in the cave had begun reducing. The red mist was flowing as if it was being blown away by a fan. It didn't exit the cave, though. So, Hansen had a peep at where the red mist was going. It was seeping into the plants with the red minks. After half an hour, the red mist had become very thin. It no longer hindered Hansen's senses. The plants that absorbed the mist were releasing a light. Especially the 7 small minks. They looked so shiny, like little treasures. They looked very golden. After the mist was absorbed by the plants, no more mist entered the cave. The shiny look on the plants and the minks began to dull. Hansen took a closer look, and he noticed that the fur of the minks was much fuller. Their eyes were brighter, too, and their life force had grown stronger. That centipede must be waiting for the minks to grow. I wonder how much longer this might take. Now Hansen knew just what that Xenogeneic wanted. Hansen kept using the Dongshan Sutra to battle the green light. Every time Hansen used up all his power in combat with the green light, his powers grew stronger as they recovered. It was a process that delighted him. After a while, the mist entered the cave again. Just like last time, the plants absorbed it. And then, the minks grew bigger. The third time the mist was absorbed by the red mist minks themselves. Hansen's body then moved. He lowered his ghost teeth knife, which he had been holding in the air. Hansen could not break through the binding of the green light, but the Dongshan Sutra's power was starting to work. And he knew this, because he could now move his body a minute amount. The centipede sensed his movement, though. It turned around and shone many of its eyes at Hansen. It increased the power of the chains it had locked around Hansen, prohibiting him from moving any more. The Xenogeneic had not been able to hurt Hansen, and he didn't consider it much of a threat. So, Hansen kept using the green light to practice with the Dongshan Sutra. And over time, he developed a resistance to the green light. On the 23rd time the mist started pouring into the cave, the plant's light was growing again. They were becoming brighter than the red mist. Amidst that heavy fog, the outlines of the plants were visible, shining brightly. The 7 plants each had a red mist mink growing on them. On a planet of narrow moon, a rebate mother was praying sincerely. God of the rebate, please allow my child to evolve a second time, despite having already generated armor. I will give everything I have for this. The mother's face looked so sad. She was Jade Duke's wife. She had a son with Jade Duke. Both of their genes were exceptional, and their child should have absolutely become a noble. But when her son generated a geno armor a few days ago, he did not evolve a second time. He became a commoner. Even for a duke, it was difficult to gather items to allow a second chance to evolve. Jade Duke didn't have what was required. So, the son's mother prayed to God, hoping for a miracle. They wanted him to evolve a second time, so they would not be laughed at. Your sincerity has touched God. I can satisfy your wishes. A god with gold clothing appeared before the lady. It smiled strangely at her. The news of planet eclipse possessing a red mist spring had spread, and the reports sounded true. But without Knife Queen's permission, no one was allowed to go to planet eclipse to find that spring. Despite that, the Narrow Moon factions kept pushing. Moonwill King gathered a few kings together for a meeting in full moon. Knife Queen was present there, too. Knife, does planet eclipse have a red mist spring? Night River King asked. He had a child that had not evolved a second time as well. Yes, Knife Queen said. Why did you not tell us sooner? We cannot allow Hansen to lay claim to that treasure. Night River King looked very angry. It wasn't just Night River King feeling this way either. The other kings were all peeved, too. Their children, and the people who followed them, needed the spring, too. The kings were here to represent all those who needed it. Isha coldly looked at Night River King and said, Hansen is my student. And don't forget that you were the one to give him planet eclipse as a slight. Do you think you can just break the Narrow Moon laws to suit yourself? Night River King coughed and kept going. We cannot break our laws, no. But Hansen is still a suspicious individual. If we provide him this treasure and then discover he is a spy, we will suffer a grand loss. Don't you all agree? Yes. We shouldn't allow an outsider to receive such a treasure, Flower King said. Aside from Black Moon King, all the other kings shared the same opinion. Knife, we don't know how much is stored in that spring. If it isn't much, then it is fine. If it is a lot, we cannot allow a suspicious outsider to lay claim to it. Why don't we send someone to inspect how much is stored there? Then, we can fairly share the contents of the spring. We can save some for Han Senator. Does that suggestion not satisfy all our desires? Moonwill King said. This time, many of the other kings agreed. They weren't greedy about the spring. The pressure was merely coming from their family members and other bad relationships. Hansen is my student, and Planet Eclipse is bound to him legally. Isha spoke with an absence of emotion. Knife, why are you being so stubborn? He is just an outsider. And he is suspicious. Night River King looked glum. He went on to say, if you absolutely insist on this stance, then we'll take it to a vote. You know what will happen after that. Isha looked at all of them and said, fine. You want the Red Mist Spring so badly? You can bring 10 members. No one above this count is allowed. How much they can claim will depend entirely on them. That is my bottom line on this matter. Okay, deal. Night River King agreed, and the other kings did not have an opinion. After Night River King returned to his planet, he rounded up the 10 best Viscounts he could. He ordered them to collect as much of the Red Mist Spring as they could. Sword, no, you can stay, I wish to talk with you, Night River King said to a Viscount with a bird head and a human body. Yes, my king? Sword No's beady hawk eyes looked right at him when he spoke. Night River King gave Sword No a box and said, you only need half a step to become Earl. This is a spirit orb that I have saved. With this orb, you should be able to become an Earl. Take it to Planet Eclipse and make yourself an Earl there. And of course, try to grab as much of the spring water as you can. Yes, my king. I will not disappoint you. Sword No accepted the spirit orb and looked pleased. He thanked Night River King. With his skill, he only needed a spirit orb to become an earl. There was no chance of him failing this. This saved him years of practicing. All the factions sent their viscounts to Planet Eclipse. A big battleship was headed straight for Mirror Lake. Narrow Moon is still not my narrow moon. Inside the palace, Aisha watched the monitor with a gloomy look. She looked totally cold. Han Sen was her student, and these people were going to steal and split up his spring. It made her incredibly angry. She had done everything she could to prevent this, but if she had stubbornly forced them to take a vote, the end result would have been far worse. No one would take her corner. Deified. I need to be deified to be the absolute queen of the rebate. Isha closed her eyes. The power inside her rumbled like thunder, it could have swallowed the skies. Even as strong as Isha was, she couldn't do anything right now. She wanted more power. Inside the cave in the Red Mist Valley, the red mist was sucked into a vortex. Then, it disappeared. It went into the plants. The three little minks were like treasures. Their bodies were glowing so much, it was difficult to look at them directly. The centipede was moving quickly towards the plants. It extended its head, cracked open its mouth, and tried to swallow one of the minks. The glowing mink tried to run away in terror, but its tail was attached to the plant and it could not run. The centipede opened its mouth to eat the little mink. It suddenly stopped, though, and it turned to look behind itself. Tap. 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 Han Sen's body was jerking like a poorly built robot as he slowly approached. The centipede released a weird shriek. And then, the eyes on its back started shooting out more green light. Its body maneuvered into a semicircle as it did this. The green light landed on Han Sen like a spotlight. But Han Sen's body still moved. He wasn't frozen in place this time. A second later, he was walking forward once again. The centipede let out another strange scream. The green light burst forth from its eyes, shining powerfully across Han Sen, doing its best to hold him back. Despite all that green light, however, Han Sen was still approaching the centipede. He didn't get stuck in place, and his pace was gradually increasing. As he drew closer, it became apparent that the green light wasn't actually hitting him. There was an invisible barrier around him that kept the green light 3 inches away from him. That barrier, and the safety it provided, were expanding. It was like an invisible wall, blocking the green light and red mist from reaching him. The centipede shrieked and continued firing rays of green light. They struck the barrier and immediately disappeared. It was useless now. And no matter how much green light the creature fired, nothing could change the tide. Han Sen calmly watched the centipede as he walked forward. The barrier grew bigger and bigger, until the centipede was inside it. The centipede felt the danger it was in, and so it twirled its body into a tighter defensive ball. The green, gem-like eyes were shining brightly. Inside the invisible barrier, it could still use its powers, but the green light was twisted. The light would flash randomly around the inside of the barrier, but none could strike Han Sen. Han Sen lifted Ghost Teeth Knife and cut the xenogenic centipede in half. Discount xenogenic hunted, Evil Eye Dragon. Xenogenic gene found. Han Sen thought that was a bit of a shame. He hadn't gotten a beast soul that wielded that wicked power. But even so, leveling up his Dongxian Sutra through this battle was more than enough. Psi! Psi! The 7 red mist minks squealed. They were shining. Their tails disconnected from the plants, setting them free. When the 7 minks matured and fell off the plants, their anchors wilted and disintegrated into dust. The creatures looked incredibly scared. And it was clear that they wished to escape. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to muffle their senses. Under his blinding powers, the 7 red mist minks ran around like headless chickens, unable to discern where the exit might be. Weird. It looks like these guys are really low level. They look barren at best. Han Sen found this to be quite strange. After being born in such an important place and absorbing so much red mist, how could they only be barons? Hansen raised his hand, and the 7 of them flew right before Hans Senator. They couldn't escape. Hansen grabbed one of them to examine. They had gold hair and bodies that were the size of a fist. Their eyes were big and took up 30% of their faces. Their cheeks were plump balls, and their tails weren't too different from a squirrel's tail. They were big and fluffy things. It is a baron. Weird. Continuing to stifle the senses of the 7 minks with his Dongxian aura, Hansen then walked over to the centipede. He broke its body and took out the emerald eyes. The evil Xenogeneic's evil eyes looked rather pretty. They were only the size of pigeon eggs, but they gleamed green like one of his grandmother's emeralds. Hansen dug out each of the eyes and readied himself to leave. The 7 minks were eating the body of the centipede. They were too small, and after eating a little, their stomachs were rounded and full. Their claws could barely even touch the ground. Hansen made them fly towards him, to tuck them into his satchel. After leaving the cave, Hansen expanded the effect of his Dongxian aura. And as Hansen walked through the mist, it couldn't penetrate his barrier. It was 10 meters wide by now, and Hansen had no issue with stifled senses. He could see all things clearly. With his Dongxian aura, Hansen could search through the red mist with great ease. He searched the entire area, though, and was unable to find the spring. It looks like I will only be able to find it when the spring actually erupts, Hansen thought to himself, as he headed for the valley entrance. He wanted to see if there were any more annoying enemies out there. When he was beyond the valley's exit, he saw Xie King surrounded by Xenogeneics. He was fighting them like mad. "Brother Qing, what are you doing here?" Hansen walked straight out of the valley and asked him with shock. "The rebate have sent many viscounts here, saying a decision has been made. The spring is to be shared between everyone." Gu Qingqing reviewed their documents and confirmed their legitimacy. "Wang Yuhang is taking them around the mountains. I am here to inform you." Xie King spoke all of this while he was still engaged in combat. "How did they learn there is a red mist spring here?" Hansen frowned. Only Xie King, Isha, and the others knew about the spring. He trusted Xie King and the others. If Isha, of all people, had told him he should be the one to absorb the spring, then she certainly wouldn't have shared the information with anyone. "Stop fighting. Let's take a look at what's going on." Hansen and Xie King left the area. The greedy Xenogeneics wouldn't want to leave the valley, so they did not get chased. Xie King gave Hansen a document. After glancing over it, Hansen said, "This has come from the elders, so it has to be legit." Hansen knew it was the truth, though. Otherwise, without Isha's permission, the viscounts would not have come. "Where are they now?" Hansen asked. "They are yelling at him about needing to be led to the spring. There are too many of them, and Gu Qingqing is worried they might attack the base if their demands aren't met. She is worried the place will be messed up, and the women and the children could be hurt. So, Wang Yuhang is taking them around and around." Xie King went on to say, "Should we let Wang Yuhang get rid of them? Take them to an area with powerful Xenogeneics to ensure they won't return? This is an order from the elders. It is a decree that has been signed by 7 kings and Isha herself. If I don't take them to the Red Mist Spring, I will be in trouble. I can't tell Isha that I got them all killed." Hansen looked over the document, smiled, and said, "If they want to come, let them." "What is wrong with you? Where are you taking us?" One of the viscounts looked at Wang Yuhang very angrily. They'd been waylaid by many Xenogeneics on the road, and they had yet to see any hint of the Red Mist Spring. The many injuries they had suffered were taking a toll. Except for Wang Yuhang, of course. He was leading them, and he could run from his enemies extremely quickly. Whenever he saw movement up ahead, he'd take cover in the crowd. He was the only one not to sustain injuries. "Kid, I'm warning you. You better not be playing tricks on us." Even if Hansen himself was here, he couldn't save you. We can kill you with the greatest of ease, the Tago Viscount shouted angrily at Wang Yuhang, grabbing him by the collar. You have misunderstood me. Why would I play tricks? You know how dangerous this place is, and there is an abundance of xenogeneics. We don't have many people in the base either, so the mountains remain uncleared. I am taking a huge risk, leading you guys to the Red Mist Spring. The fear of death is not lost upon me, either. I have picked the safest route for us to take, and even so, there really are just too many xenogeneics. Wang Yuhang gave them the look of someone who had been wronged. Keep going. The Tago Viscount grunted in dissatisfaction and threw Wang Yuhang forward. Yes. And we have to be careful, because this place is dangerous. Wang Yuhang smiled and got up. He wasn't mad, and he just swept the dust off and kept moving. As they walked, they went across a mountain, at which point Wang Yuhang suddenly started retreating. He also shouted, "Everyone! There is a bunch of xenogeneics ahead." Before any of them could react, they saw a bunch of xenogeneics crossing the distance. There were so many of them, it was like a sea of foes. One of them was wielding some sort of barrier, which marked it as an Earl xenogeneic. The team quickly fell into chaos as the group of Viscounts engaged the xenogeneics. Wang Yuhang ran to the back of them, saying, "Trying to be bossy to me, huh? Now you are going to die." "Not bad, little uncle." Hansen suddenly appeared next to Wang Yuhang and smiled. "What are you doing here?" "I told Brother Qing you could stay and absorb the spring while I handle these guys. Later, I was planning on taking them to Marquis Xenogeneics." Wang Yuhang smiled. "Don't kill them. They need to reach the spring. Otherwise, we cannot explain the reasons why they all died. But yes, before they go, we can use them to kill a horde of xenogeneics for us." Hansen smiled. "By getting them to kill the xenogeneics, aren't they the ones benefiting?" Wang Yuhang asked. "Of course not. This is Planet Eclipse, and this is all ours. They can kill the xenogeneics, but the materials left behind are all ours for the taking. It's free labor, man. We should take advantage of it," Hansen said. Wang Yuhang understood and said, "Okay, I'll keep leading them as I have been." The people there were Viscounts, and there was just under 100 of them. But there were 300 to 400 xenogeneics, and one of them was an Earl. It was difficult to determine who would be victorious. "Crap. These guys are so strong." "They trapped the Earl xenogeneic," Wang Yuhang said, with much shock. "The people here are the best of the best from Narrow Moon. They are very strong, but the Red Mist Spring has yet to erupt. It would be best if you lead them elsewhere for a bit, and perhaps nab a few more Earls." Hansen smiled. "No problem. I have a handle on things." Wang Yuhang puffed up and patted his chest. "Wear this, too." Hansen gave the Marquis' armor to Wang Yuhang. After Hansen brought up his Dongxian Sutra to Viscount, he didn't really need the armor anymore. He only needed his rabbit shoes. Wang Yuhang put on the armor immediately. The Viscounts were fighting hard, and it took them half an hour to slay only half of the crowd. Many of them then turned to focus on killing the Earl. The Earl was very strong, but it could only use physical methods to fight, and it wasn't very smart. It was surrounded by elite Viscounts. It was powerful, but it was killed before long. The Viscounts all sustained their own injuries, too, but none of them were killed. No one was hurt too grievously, either. "Hansen, you are here. I thought you were going to disobey the orders of the elders." A few of the Viscounts, seeing Hansen there, walked over to him. The Tago Viscount laughed coldly. "I am a rebate, too. I wouldn't disobey orders," Hansen said impassively. "Good, then take us there," the Tago Viscount said. Other Viscounts then echoed him. "Of course. I will take you there immediately, but before that, I hope you give us back what we own." Hansen smiled. "What are you talking about? Since when have we given you what we've earned?" The Viscount sounded angry. This is Planet Eclipse. I own all the resources harvested here. You killed my poor xenogeneics. I'm not asking for money, and there you are, going to steal my xenogeneic materials? Hansen calmly said. Hansen, you must be dreaming. We killed the xenogeneics. If you want xenogeneic materials, you should go and hunt the creatures yourself, one of them growled at Hansen. Well, if you don't give me back these xenogeneic genes, I can't take you to the Red Mist Spring, Hansen said. This is an order from the elders and the kings. Do you dare disobey it? The Tago Viscount shouted. Hansen looked at him expressionlessly and said, Planet Eclipse is mine. That is also a decree issued by the elders and kings. You can disobey these laws, but I cannot? I am sure the kings and the queen will support me on this matter. The Viscounts looked pensive. Hansen's reasoning was solid. And if they failed to take the spring, how would they explain that to their elders upon returning home? The Red Mist Spring is going to erupt any second now. If you'd rather waste time here instead of going there right now, that's your decision, Hansen said. UB****M1 Viscount threw the xenogeneic materials he had gathered upon the ground. The Viscounts weren't willing to lose the Red Mist Spring, so they had to swallow their displeasure and drop the xenogeneic materials. The Viscount that took the Earl-class xenogeneic materials hesitated a great deal, but still ultimately had to discard the items. Can we go now? Swordno stared icily at Hansen. Yes. Brother Qing, send a few people over to collect the materials. Hansen smiled. Swordno and the other Viscounts were angry. They followed Hansen and Wang Yuhang for half the day, and wherever they went, they encountered a great many xenogeneics. And after every fight, the Viscounts were a little more injured. While many xenogeneics were slain, there was no sign of the Red Mist Spring anywhere. In addition, Hansen took all the materials from the xenogeneics they slew. It upset them quite a bit. When they were almost ready to unleash their rage, they saw something flashing red up ahead of them. It was obvious what that place was. The Viscounts then ignored Hansen and took off racing towards that place. Hansen, are they going to be okay? Wang Yuhang asked Hansen. They'll be fine. Go and fetch some more people to collect all these xenogeneic genes. When you've returned to base, stay there and do not come out, Hansen said. Wang Yuhang and Xie King went to fetch others to collect the xenogeneic materials and take them back to base. Then, Hansen approached the Red Mist Valley. When he drew close, he saw the Viscounts establishing camp just outside it. They hadn't run into the mist yet. They knew they would not be able to see the spring before it erupted, so there was no point getting lost in the fog yet. Seeing Hansen draw near the valley, no one paid attention to him. As this happened, a shadow appeared. It came through one of the magnetic storms and landed atop a mountain. It peered down at Red Mist Valley. Night River King, you are so early. Were you worried about your subordinates not being able to collect any of the spring? Right after that, another shadow appeared. That was Black Moon King. Night River King looked at Black Moon King and said, You didn't send anyone here, so why have you come? Can't I have the pleasure of watching? Black Moon King smiled. Humph. Night River King hummed and did not say anything. From every direction across Planet Eclipse, many shadows descended. They were landing in various spots, but they all had their attention fixed on Red Mist Valley. Planet Eclipse's magnetic storms were strong, so it would be impossible to observe the valley from off-planet. So, the kings had to come in person if they wanted to watch. Most springs would release a dozen drops of spring water. Springs had been known to release over 100, but such an occurrence was very rare. They'd be quite lucky if the spring spawned a few dozen drops. Hansen was resting just outside Red Mist Valley, waiting for it to erupt. He felt the little red mist minks moving around quite a bit in his pack. He took one out and put it in the palm of his hand. Perhaps it was because Hansen had been carrying them for a while, but they seemed to have realized that Hansen was not planning on eating them. The mink did not look afraid. It used its claws to point into the red mist valley. You want to go in there? Hansen asked the mink with surprise. The little mink nodded. It sat down like a squirrel, continuing to point into the valley with a look of gleeful energy. Then, Hansen looked at the mink and asked, "Why do you want to go in? Do you know where the spring is?" The little mink looked at Hansen with confusion, unsure of what he was asking. It's quite smart, but it has just been born. It doesn't understand what I'm saying. Hansen frowned. The little mink, seeing Hansen not move into the valley, continued pointing into the mist with its claws. It was trying to hurry Hansen into going in there. Hansen brought out the other 6 little minks. They were all behaving the same way, and they really wanted to go in. Hansen put them inside his pocket and did as he was instructed. He walked into the valley. The Viscounts were watching Hansen as he went. Sword no, Hansen went into the valley. Do you think we should follow him? One of the Viscounts informed Sword no, bowing gracefully. After Sword no arrived on planet Eclipse, he used the spirit orb to make himself an earl. He hadn't broken the law, though. He was a Viscount when he arrived on the planet, so he was merely being tricky. Sword no laughed darkly and said, "No. The red mist is still here, so the spring won't yet erupt. It is pointless for him to go inside. There are many xenogeneics around, too. I think he is going inside for something else." In another tent, Dulisha said, "Sister, Hansen went into the valley. Do you think we should follow him? The red mist is still there, so there's no point. Keep waiting." Rebecca saw the xenogeneics approach Hansen, and continued by saying, "He is just a baron. Even with ghost teeth knife, it'll be difficult for him." The other people felt like this, too. They were all in their tents, and no one was willing to stop Hansen or follow him. Night River King, however, frowned and thought to himself, what is he doing? Hansen's performances had never failed to surprise him, and Night River King was no longer willing to take Hansen's behavior for granted. The few kings watching the valley had all seen Hansen enter it, too. None of them had a clue what he might be hoping to accomplish. They thought the mist would disperse in about 3 hours, anyway. By going in now, you wouldn't be able to see the spring. Quickly, Hansen approached the group of xenogeneics surrounding the mist. He moved his body swiftly and nimbly, needling his way past them all. He was too fast for the xenogeneics to respond properly. Hansen even stepped atop a xenogeneic. Within a few seconds, he was inside the valley. All before the xenogeneics could make a move. I forgot he had those shoes. Rebecca frowned. What are those shoes, anyway? How can they give him such a grand speed boost? I worry that they might be Marquis class or something, Dulisha asked, with much shock. It wasn't just Dulisha feeling this way, either. The Viscounts outside the valley were all mulling over the origin of those shoes. But the Viscounts did not freak out just yet. They were still going to wait for the mist to disappear. After Hansen went into the valley, he pulled out one little mink. The little mink rapidly ran through the valley. No way this little guy knows where to find the spring, Hansen thought, as he followed the mink through the valley. Because the red mist was strange, the kings who were watching could only detect vague movement within the mist. They could not see what Hansen was doing, though, and so they frowned. Hansen followed the mink deep into the valley. The deeper they went, the more excited the minks became. They went back to the cave where they were born. Is the spring inside this cave? Hansen was confused, as he didn't think this was quite right. The place wasn't as Isha had described. Without the plants, the red mist had smothered the entire cave. Fortunately, Hansen had his Dongxian aura to help him see things clearly. After they entered the cave, the minks returned to where they were born. Then, they started digging with their little paws. They wanted to burrow through the stone. The little minks had just been born, however, and they were only Baron class. They were still very weak, so they could only leave small scratches across the rock. Hansen commanded them to fly back inside his pocket. Then, he pulled out his ghost teeth knife and activated his jade skin light. Then, he got to digging the ground in their stead. All 7 of the minks popped their heads out of his pocket. Their fluffy heads all lined up to watch Hansen dig through the stone. Hansen, after a little while of digging, had created a pit that was 2 meters deep. Suddenly, there was a dong noise. He wasn't sure what the knife had hit, but it sounded like it had struck metal. And furthermore, whatever it was did not sound broken. Hansen examined the bottom of the pit and saw something of a gray and white color. Hansen dug up the stones around it, and he realized it was a bone. Only 1 inch of the bone was showing, but it was obviously much larger than that. What the bone might have belonged to, he wasn't sure. So, Hansen swung his ghost teeth knife and resumed digging. When he unearthed not 1 but multiple bones, he was given a shock. It appeared to be a complete skeleton that was more than 4 meters long. It was that of a creature with 4 legs. It looked like the skeleton of a red mist mink. It was dead, of course. And there it was, with only the bones remaining. The ghost teeth knife was incapable of breaking the bones, and only faint marks were left on them. You could tell that its level must have been quite high before its passing. Hansen examined the bones for quite a long, but he found no source of xenogeneic genes. This was surprising. Weird. Did someone kill the xenogeneic and take its xenogeneic materials? Hansen thought that was incorrect, though. If it had been killed, why would the bones show 0 signs of damage? Hansen did not know what to do, so he allowed the 7 little minks to hop out of his pocket. Hansen thought their purpose here was to check out these bones, but when they entered the pit Hansen had dug, they went into a specific corner and kept on digging. Hansen was not a patient fellow, and he had no interest in waiting for them to complete the task of digging. So, with ghost teeth knife, he took over the spot they were digging. He dug out 2 feet of stone before he came across something else. A red mist started to ascend from it. Before Hansen could see what it was, the 7 little minks jumped inside. They all ran into the red mist and disappeared. Hansen looked closer, and there, he noticed an orb that was around the size of a grapefruit. It looked very clear, as if it had been made of crystal. But the red mist there made Hansen believe it wasn't real. And now the minks had vanished. Hansen dug out the orb and took a look. He was given another shock. Inside the orb, amidst the mist, there was a red palace. It looked like a suitable habitation for a god. For some reason, the 7 minks had gone inside the crystal orb. They appeared before the red palace, and then resumed trying to scratch their way in. They were trying to dig into the palace. There were no gaps in the walls, though. They were too weak, and they could not push open the doors to the place. Hansen looked at the nameplate of the palace. There were 3 words on it, but Hansen could not read them. They weren't of a language belonging to the humans or the crystallizers, and neither were they from a language that existed in the Geno universe. How did they get inside there? Hansen was playing with the crystal orb, trying to activate it. Nothing he did seemed to work. If this was a treasure of some kind, it might require a very special element to activate it. If those 7 little minks could enter the orb, that must mean that their power is the same as the orb's power. I can cast powers with my Dongxian aura. Perhaps I can simulate the life force of the little mink and get it to work, Hansen thought. Hansen was wondering how to get the 7 minks out first, though. It was then that he realized the mist inside the cave was starting to fade. The spring was on the precipice of erupting. Hansen quit his stalling, put the crystal orb in his pocket, and ran out of the cave. The valley's mist was starting to fade. Something was sucking it all away. Hansen followed the subsiding flow of the red mist until he reached a place where the red mist was going into the ground. There was a big hole there now, and the red mist was drifting down into it. The mist around him was getting thinner and thinner, and it was then that Hansen heard the sound of fighting. It must have been the Viscounts rushing into the valley. Nothing was coming out of the spring, though, so Hansen stood there as if he was guarding it. He waited for a flow to begin. Not long after, Sword No made it deep into the valley. The red mist in the valley was almost all gone, and that was when he saw Han Senator. He coldly laughed. Hansen, it is useless, even if you did come early. You still have to wait for the spring. Many viscounts were approaching behind Sword No. Many Xenogeniacs were on their way, as well. They were all fighting hard. Hansen couldn't be bothered to talk to him, so he just sat down to wait. Sword No was next to the eye of the spring. He found a decent spot, and he got to killing the Xenogeniacs around him. Whenever the Xenogeniacs came within 10 meters, he'd kill them quick. Earl. Hansen frowned. Sword No had not used spirit power, but his sword-light power was better than that of a viscount. Hansen reviewed the documents and read that only viscounts could come. Why are you here if you are an earl? Hansen shouted over to Sword No. Sword No hummed and said, I was a viscount when I came. Am I not allowed to level up? After that, Sword No looked at the other viscounts sent by the other kings. Then, he coldly laughed. I'm not the only one who became an earl here. Hansen looked around. He saw a few viscounts that were stronger than what viscounts should have been capable of. He also saw Moon Will King's daughter Rebecca. You guys have really worked hard for this, Hansen coldly said. Stay away from me, in case I hurt you by mistake. You know I have only just leveled up to Earl, so I can't really control my newfound powers all that well, Sword No said threateningly. Hansen quietly drew out his ghost teeth knife. He stood near the spring and waited for it to erupt. Sword No frowned, but he didn't attack Han Senator. He knew the kings were watching him. If they fought Hansen now, Isha wouldn't be very forgiving. Don't think Knife Queen's protection grants you the ability to do anything you want. When the spring erupts, you better not stop me. I will fight you for it, Sword No said grimly. Hansen continued to ignore him, and he just focused his attention on the spring's eye. Sword No, seeing Hansen being so arrogant, was enraged. He was an earl, and Hansen was just a baron. That made him very upset. He wished to say something, but someone came closer to the spring's eye. It was Moon Will King's eldest daughter, Rebecca. The person directly behind Rebecca was the Viscount of the Tago. He had also become an earl now. The change happened after he fought the Xenogeniacs. Not long after, 7 or 8 earls arrived. They had all just become earls as well. They didn't make it obvious like Sword No had by making themselves earls as soon as they arrived. But they knew what they were each trying to do, and so no one raised a fuss to blame one another. The people that the kings had sent were the earls that needed to take the spring water. The viscounts did not come. They took a path through the mountains to prohibit the Xenogeniacs from coming in. They were killing all that dared to try. Suddenly, near the spring's eye, the red mist vanished, revealing a black tunnel. It was only around the size of a man's fist, and it was difficult to determine how deep it went. After the mist faded, a red light shot out of the cave. It fired straight up into the sky like a red beam. The beam was around an arm's thickness. It rose into the sky, but it did not spread out. It looked rather weird. The viscounts and the earls knew the red mist spring was now erupting. The earls quickly positioned themselves so they could steal the water. Get away! The Tago Earl came at Hansen, holding a big knife. The spring eye was too small, and the surrounding area was fairly limited. 7 to 8 people were already there. Hansen had taken the best spot, and the Tago wanted to push him away. Hansen stared at the man, because he was not going to budge for anyone. The Tago Earl's eyes looked cold. He swung his ghost head knife at Han Senator. The black knife looked like the gaping maw of a tiger, ready to swallow him up. Rebecca and the others were shocked. They weren't expecting Tago to go all in. He really wanted to kill Hansen. Genuine fights often made the avoidance of death a difficulty, but Hansen was Knife Queen's student. Even if Rebecca was the one who wanted to kill him, she'd have to think twice about doing such a thing. It was rare for the Tego to do something like this so recklessly. But the Tego Earl had been sent here by Shadow King. The others now thought that this might have made sense. Shadow King was a very cruel individual. He controlled the Rebate's Dark Moon Hall, and often committed to acts that destroyed families. He wasn't like any of the other kings. His men were fearless, unlike ordinary nobles. Hansen merely moved his legs and evaded the Tego Earl's attack. He quickly leaped above the Tego's head. Good. The Tego had expected Hansen to move away with that speed. His left hand punched upwards, though, with a lion's roar, to accelerate it. It was something that was even scarier than the blade he wielded. Now everyone realized his proficiency actually lay in fist skills and not knives. The attack was just to trick Hansen. Scary guy. He must be a part of Dark Moon Hall, Rebecca thought to herself. Hansen is either going to die or be heavily injured, Sword no, and the others guessed. Hansen was fast, but the Tego Earl could anticipate and match his speed. They were so close to each other, and the latter was a far stronger fighter. If he wasn't going to be merciful, Hansen was a dead man. Seeing the Tego's facial expression, though, it seemed unlikely that he'd be handing out mercy. As the fist-like tiger came up to Hansen, Hansen accelerated. In the air, he flew around like a hawk and avoided the Tego Earl's fist attack. Then, he used his ghost teeth knife to slash the felon's neck. The Tego Earl's neck had a small slice. It wasn't a deep cut, but it was bleeding. And what's more, it emitted a purple mist. What are those shoes Hansen has? They're so fast. That speed is equal to the best even a marquise can achieve. Rebecca and the other earls were all in shock. They looked at Hansen's rabbit shoes with ravenous greed. The Tego Earl had been struck with teeth power. The wound was small, though, and he was an earl, so the power spread slowly. It'd be a little while before much damage was inflicted. The Tego Earl roared with anger, and he wished to strike Hansen again. But then, the spring eye flashed red. A red ball shot into the sky. It was so fast, not even Hansen could react to it in time. But as it went higher, it slowed down. When it reached 100 meters in the sky, the red ball exploded. It was like a firework, and the spring water came out with it. There was a scatter of 7 to 8 drops. The Tego Earl did not have time to fight Senator Rebecca, and the others were rushing up into the sky to collect the red water drops. But after rising a mere dozen meters, something suddenly flashed and sent them back down. They couldn't even eat dust. Rebecca and the others were shocked. Hansen was far too fast, and he was going to take 2 to 4 drops of the spring water. They had clearly underestimated Hansen's speed. Hansen was flying like a phoenix, with the speed of shooting shadow. He managed to take every single water drop, and not leave a single one for the others. Everyone was so mad, they wished to fight Senator, but then, another orb came shooting into the sky. Everyone was shocked, and they all tried to get the spring water that would be inside the second ball. Before they could do anything, Hansen had already flown over towards the ball of light and grabbed it before it could explode. The red thing looked like a glob of jelly in Hansen's hand. Without a single mote of hesitation, Hansen shoved it into his mouth and swallowed it. Rebecca and the other earls were infuriated, but another red orb was coming. That is the 3rd drop of spring water, so there must be much to earn here. Rebecca and the other earls wished to grab the coming ball. But the same thing happened again, with Hansen moving too quickly. Before the ball of light could even explode, Hansen had grabbed it and gobbled it down. The red, jelly-like liquid surged with power inside Hansen's belly, and such overbearing strength felt as if it could tear Hansen apart. So, Hansen quickly used his yin-yang change. He turned that power into energy he could use, and then he let the story of genes absorb it. Transforming that energy was difficult. The spring water's incredible power was swelling inside his veins, and it coursed throughout his entire body with a ceaseless cycle. Every time it did, a certain amount of it would be converted into energy that was suitable for Han Sen. As this occurred, Han Sen's blood vessels endured stress that was akin to being repeatedly cut by knives. It was very painful. Han Sen kept quiet as he suffered the pain of this exchange, though. He looked at the spring's eye, and he hoped to see more spring water coming out. The spring water had been surprisingly quick in the beginning, and it was now coming at the speed of light. No one could react when the water first appeared. But whenever the water drops finally began to slow down, Han Sen was still the first to react. Han Sen was far faster than the Earls, and they had no hope of competing against him. Pang! Another red flash came out of the spring's eye. Another red orb of spring water shot skyward out. Rebecca shouted, "You guys go and stop Han Sen. I will take the spring water, and then split it up. Otherwise, with Han Sen's speed, he'll keep us from getting anything." Those that had been chosen to come to the spring were not stupid. The other elites were Earls, and it was why they had been selected by the kings. After hearing Rebecca, the Earls immediately moved to prevent Han Sen from obtaining any more of the water. Suddenly, a great deal of scary power turned to target Han Senator. The Earls summoned their strength, and although they did not expect to kill Han Sen outright, they at least thought they could stall him for a time. In the meantime, Rebecca sprinted after the red ball. If another Earl had volunteered to go after the red ball, the others might not be so trusting, but Rebecca was Moonwheel King's eldest daughter. She wouldn't break her promise to share the spring water, as that would cost not only her own reputation but her father's as well. Suddenly, dragons roared. Scary lights, smokes, and shadows were pursuing Han Sen. Han Sen's movement changed again, as if he was dancing. His body accelerated and flickered right past the attacks of the Earls. As he passed Rebecca, he snagged the drop of spring water that had almost been within Rebecca's grasp. His speed is like that of a duke. Rebecca and the other Earls were flabbergasted, in addition to being furious. He was just a baron, and even so, he had those scary shoes that granted him such unbelievable speed. Against it, the Earls did not stand a chance. It made them incredibly angry. It was worse to know that as soon as Han Sen grabbed a droplet of water, he would swallow it whole without leaving behind even a single scrap. Even more confusing was the fact that when Han Sen swallowed the spring water, his body should have been impacted by the overwhelming power. It should have been ravaging his insides and making him feel like he was dying. Yet Han Sen had swallowed so many without showing any reaction. He wasn't exhibiting any emotion, so it was like he wasn't enduring any pain. Ordinary people, after swallowing one droplet, could become barons. A baron that swallowed a dozen could become a viscount. Han Sen had swallowed 4 or 5 of the red orbs. Each of those contained 7 or 8 drops. He must have consumed at least 30 of the drops by now, and yet, nothing seemed to have changed. They had no clue what was going on inside Han Sen's body, though. Secretly, it really did feel as if he was getting cut up. But Han Sen had endured a lot of pain over the years, and he could handle and hide it far better than most people could. That was how he could refine the spring water and still fight Rebecca. Rebecca and the others could not detect this, but the kings could. Knife Queen has a brilliant eye. He can endure so much pain, and yet he remains so calm. He hasn't made a single mistake. I don't think I could have performed so well when I was in my youth, Black Moon King said in admiration. Night River King, on the other hand, looked awful. He said, "So? There have been 4 or 5 of the red mist orbs. He must have claimed around 30 drops without leveling up. With that talent, do you honestly believe he can become a king? Who knows? It is hard to tell." Black Moon King smiled. Flower King and Moonwheel King were watching the happenings of the valley, too. Flower King frowned. This red mist spring offers a lot. It might even erupt a few more times. Han Sen's shoes are too weird. They give him the speed of a duke. Rebecca and the others aren't able to collect any of the spring water. Moonwheel King smiled and said, maybe not. Flower King looked at Moonwheel King with shock. Moonwheel King didn't elaborate, but Flower King could guess what he was hinting at. Pang! Another red orb came out of the spring water. Hansen fired his power to get over towards it. 7 or 8 earls roared together and unleashed their powers, but they still couldn't match Hansen's speed. He moved directly in front of the orb. Rebecca wore a complex expression. She was holding a spell card that was in the shape of a turtle. Light glowed from the symbols on the card. It looked as if she didn't want to use it, but she gritted her teeth and threw it at Hansen. It traveled through the air and landed on Hansen. Hansen couldn't dodge, and the spell card attached itself to his body. When the turtle spell card landed on Hansen, he felt his body become heavy. He began to slow down, and gravity dragged so heavily on his body that he almost fell from the sky. Hansen's blood was boiling. So, he reached out a hand and grabbed the red mist glob before he fell. The Jade Turtle spell? You already had a plan for slowing Hansen down? Flower King asked, looking at the spell that had been cast on Hansen. Moonwheel King said coldly, the speed of those shoes may not mean much to us, and they wouldn't work if there were dukes on the field. Against lower-level opponents, however, they make the boy undefeatable. So, I had a plan to mitigate that. Flower King was shocked, and he said, the Jade Turtle spell comes from the remains of a deified turtle. There are only 1365 of them in existence. They can only be used once to suppress creatures and slow them down. Not even kings can withstand them. After all these years, very few remain. It is a waste to use one on a baron. Moonwheel King looked tired, and he said, that is why Rebecca did not use it at first. She did not expect this spring could provide so much. But since the spring was so abundant, and the shoes were proving too much of a challenge, she had no choice but to use the spell. She made a good decision. From how the spring has performed thus far, I'm guessing that it will erupt another 3 or 4 times. It was worth using it. If we failed to bring back a single droplet, I doubt our wives would soon forgive us. Flower King and Moonwheel King both looked at each other. Hansen's body was near the spring's eye now. His legs felt as if they were made of lead. He used all the power he could to fuel his rabbit shoes, but he was still as slow as he would have been if he wasn't wearing the shoes at all. Hansen wished to detach the spell card, but it stuck to him tightly. It was like it was magnetized to him and he couldn't remove it. In addition to his decreased speed, his jumping and flying abilities were restricted. But those aside, Hansen could still use his power. Seeing Hansen get hit by the turtle spell and fall next to the spring eye, Sword No and the others were delighted. The Tago Earl ran forward with his tiger fist to strike Hansen. When Hansen had been able to use his rabbit shoes to full effect, he had not been afraid of the attack. But now that he was so slow, he could not dodge the fist and its hammering light. Hansen was next to the spring's eye, yes, but he was not worried. Hansen summoned something from his sea of soul. A red mist suddenly wrapped up his right hand. It was like a glove made of silk. This glove was obtained from the red mist mink that Hansen had killed before. It was a glove beast soul that increased the speed and power of Hansen's hand. Perhaps it was because he had yet to match the Earl class of the item itself, but it only wrapped up one hand. But to Hansen, that would be enough. The nobles he contended with were earls at best, and what's more, they had only just become earls. They'd only be slightly stronger than the glove at best, and it was likely they were weaker. Hansen donned the glove and clutched his ghost teeth knife. Seeing the incoming strike headed for him, he did not try to evade it. Instead, he threw his own attack directly towards it. Because spell was not a viscount yet, Hansen could not use Jade Skin, Mutant Blood, nor the Dongxian Sutra. He could only use the Story of Genes to fight the Tago Earl. Everyone there, seeing Hansen fighting the Tago Earl, frowned. There was no way a baron could hope to defeat the Tago Earl. Hansen was not wearing his Marquis armor either. He could be killed with a single punch. The Tego Earl saw Hansen slashing towards his fist, and he looked cold. He increased his speed, hoping to finish Hansen for good. A black tiger punch of light came roaring towards Hansenator. It was probably going to turn him into dust. Ghost Teeth Knife's blade was purple-black. Without any godlight or godly presence, the attack that came forward to meet with the fist looked ordinary. Catcha! That scary attack looked incredible in the eyes of others. But it was cut open by the Ghost Teeth Knife. From top to bottom, it was sliced in two. Ghost Teeth Knife and the Tego's fist came against each other, and a dong noise sounded. Hansen stood where he was, unmoving. The Tego, on the other hand, went stumbling back 4 steps. The fist had an obvious knife mark, and blood leaked between the Earl's fingers. Impossible. The Tego Earl was shocked. The other Earls were stunned, too. That glove. There is something amiss with his glove. It is a powerful treasure that increases his strength and speed. Rebecca was the heir of a half-deity. She knew far more than an ordinary Earl, and she could immediately identify the problem. Pang! Before anyone's days had been broken, the spring's eye unleashed another red light. More springwater was up for grabs. His movement speed is being suppressed by the Jade Turtle spell. He cannot steal any more from us, so ignore him, an Earl shouted. But Rebecca and the other Earls had already realized this. Silently, they rushed after the springwater. Rebecca and the others could tell that Hansen's hand speed and power had increased, but he was still slow to move. He could not fly or pose a significant threat in battle for them. But this belief made the Earl that made the call too comfortable. It's what prompted his shout. The others were moving already. A red light shot out of the spring's eye, as quick as lightning. Rebecca and the others were prepared to steal the water this time, but just as the light came firing out, a hand snatched it a mere 2 meters above the ground. Then, many more red balls came out from the red mist spring's red beam. Everyone was shocked as they stared at Hansen's hand. He was standing near the spring's eye, and they stared at him in a daze. The spring water was random. When a droplet rose from the spring, it was initially moving at the speed of light. Not even a Marquis could capture one of those droplets at the moment it spawned. But Hansen had managed to grab it with his bare hands. That was shocking. Coincidence? Rebecca wondered, not able to believe what she was seeing. It's not a coincidence, Night River King said, as his eyes froze on Hansen. Moonwell King and the others had realized this, too. It wasn't by chance, and it shocked them all. We cannot let him stay near the red mist spring. Swordno was furious now. He slashed towards Hansenator. The Tego came at Hansen from the other side. Swordno's swordlight became a star in the sky. It descended like a meteor shower, drenching Hansen's entire body in the starry swordlight. From the other side, the Tego Earl was like a tiger. His punch leaped forward like a beast, with Hansen as its prey. Hansen was under fire from both sides. He couldn't speed up, and neither could he hope to evade. He didn't want to leave the spring's eye either. With his immobility, he had to stop the spring water the moment it appeared. If the droplets made it past him, he wouldn't stand any chance of retrieving them. But there was a chance that the red beam was harmful, so he couldn't stand directly over the spout. Even if he could, he knew Swordno and the others wouldn't let him stay there. Rebecca and the other Earls did not fight alongside Swordno and Tego Earl. They believed Hansen's power might have been the equivalent of an Earl, but his skill most certainly wasn't. Furthermore, his movement had been restricted until he was slower than a Baron. He'd be lucky not to get killed by those 2 Earls. Hansen wasn't disheartened by those odds, though. He put the spring water into his mouth, while his other hand wielded Ghost Teeth Knife. He spun it in a circle. Swordno's starry swordlight impacted the twirling knife and vanished into the blurring circle. On the other side, the Taego Earl's fist was falling towards Han. Senator Han Sen moved his hand and pulled the knife circle closer. The starry swordlight emerged from the knife circle, prepped to strike the fist. Boom! The swordlight and the fistlight shattered, creating a large shockwave. Sword no, and the Taego stumbled back. Han Sen, on the other hand, was unharmed. He remained standing exactly where he had been. Everyone was frozen. No one had expected this result. Empty mouth, white teeth. That is the hardest technique of teeth knife. It can exchange black and white, yin and yang. Even the few dukes that have practiced teeth knife would not dare risk using this. No one dares to use it because success is not guaranteed. Han Sen has just used it, though, and he did succeed. Rebecca stared at the scene in disbelief. Rebecca wasn't the only one thinking this way either. Flower King and Moonwell King were in just as much shock. Empty mouth, white teeth was not difficult to practice, but it was extremely difficult to use in combat. The user had to have true understanding of their own power and their enemy's power as well. They had to know a lot, too. If they didn't, they'd only end up bringing harm upon themselves. Out of all the rebate, the only one who could use this ability in combat was Knife Queen. A few of the dukes that had practiced teeth knife had given it a try in the past, but they all failed. And since a miss in combat could result in death, few others were keen on trying it. Amidst everyone's shock, the spring sight gleamed with another red light. Another orb of spring water was shooting out. Han Sen reached out his hand and grabbed the droplet. It was really pleasing to see him do this, like watching someone catch a fly with chopsticks. I have to get him away from the spring's eye. Rebecca turned into a light, and she shot towards Han Sen. Sword no, and the Taego Earl were running towards Han Sen, too. They wanted to get him away from the spring, they'd kill him if they had to. Du Lisha and the other viscounts were still dealing with the Xenogeneics. Du Lisha was still a little weak, though, and Moonwell King had not permitted her to become an earl there. So, she did not go to the Red Mist, Spring's Eye. Still, she was able to keep an eye on the situation unfolding there. Han Sen had taken all the spring water alone, and he had managed to do it while beating back the Taego Earl and Sword No. Needless to say, she was surprised. But when Rebecca decided to join the two attacking Han Sen, what happened next made Du Lisha believe she was dreaming. The purple-black ghost teeth knife moved in the same way Han Sen did. It was difficult to predict. He was fighting back the Earls, and despite Rebecca joining in to help, they could still not remove him from the spring's eye. The scariest thing about all this was that when Han Sen and Rebecca were fighting, Han Sen wasn't looking at the spring's eye. But when a red orb flew out, Han Sen would lean in and grab it really quick. He was faster than lightning, and in a flash, he'd have put it in his mouth. Not only Du Lisha was shocked by this. Rebecca, the other earls, and all the kings that were observing the events were in shock. Han Sen's teeth knife was like a raging beast. His skills were very serious, and he looked like a champion. The teeth knife skill was helping Han Sen a lot right now. He was surrounded, but even so, he never slipped up once. He wasn't even rushed or panicked, and his performance was flawless. Despite the difficulty of performing empty mouth, white teeth in combat, Han Sen used it 20 times without fail. Now they knew that Han Sen was really like Knife Queen. He could use the ability in combat, to a degree that exceeded the chance of being a lucky fluke. Boom! As the observers watched the fight, Han Sen and his knife seemed to merge. Han Sen was Han Sen, and Ghost Teeth Knife was Ghost Teeth Knife, but now they were combined. They were one, like an evil-looking beast with a grin. It gave people the willies. Teeth Knife Knife Mind. Suddenly, Night River King let out a scream. Yes, it was a Teeth Knife Knife Mind, the purest example of one, actually. And it was coming from a baron. Moonwell King and the others were speechless. Even with their years of experience, they had no idea how Han Sen could practice Teeth Knife Knife Mind in such a small amount of time. But this was the Rebate's teeth knife. It was something most rebate could not practice. Han Sen was just an outsider, and he had learned it all within a month. Moon Will King and the rest wouldn't have believed it if they weren't there to see it themselves. Is he a knife-skill genius? The kings looked at him with complicated expressions. Rebecca was shocked, too. The scariest thing was that Han Sen's knife mind was gradually increasing. Han Sen lifted his knife. There was no shiny knife light, no spiritual glow, but the knife mind was so scary. It felt like a beast that had come to swallow the sky. It could not be avoided, and even space above would find itself fractured. Although it was a wrong feeling, it shocked everyone with awe. It was a feeling they couldn't escape. Catcha! Han Sen slashed towards the Taego Earl. He cut through his foe's armor and drew a deep cut across his chest. His teeth power was buffed by his knife mind, and a purple mist began to envelop the wound, tearing it wider. Sword Nose meteor-like swordlight and another Earl's spear came striking at the same time. Han Sen did not move, though. His ghost teeth knife began whirling up another spiral. He caught the swordlight inside the circle, and then he threw it towards Rebecca to slow her down. At the same time, Han Sen's left hand grabbed the red mist spring water. He put it in his mouth and swallowed it. All these actions were performed in one uninterrupted sequence. It looked simple and smooth. So many earls were attacking Han Sen, but he made it look like he was shooing off a bunch of kids. What the hell? Flower King's eyes were open wide as he stared at Han Sen. Han Sen didn't just generate a normal teeth knife mind. His knife mind was growing quickly, becoming something greater than usual. Even Flower King, who had lived for 1,000 years, had not seen anything like this before. Moon Will King and Night River King looked at Han Sen, but remained speechless. 3 months of a major gambit had been reduced to a joke. Han Sen had only taken 1.5 months to develop a terrifying knife mind. The most talented dukes had taken several years to make a remotely similar amount of progress. Isha's eyes looked bright as she watched. What she was thinking, though, you could not tell. Catcha! Han Sen cut Sword Nose's arm off as he grabbed another glob of spring water and shoved it into his mouth. Everything was so seamless. If Sword No and the others weren't the ones being subjected to this treatment, they'd undoubtedly have praised the marvelous performance. All they could feel now, though, was shock. It was unbelievable for a baron to use sword skills like that, even if he was being slightly buffed by the treasures he used. Han Sen kept on fighting, swallowing the orbs of spring water as he went. He had consumed at least 10 of them, and he used Yin Yang change to convert them into power. His energy and spell armor began to turn red and give off a strange mist. He looked so very weird. Rebecca and the others did not want to retreat in such a state. They used all the power they could muster to fight Han Sen, but it meant naught. They still couldn't keep up, and they hadn't been able to claim a single drop of water for themselves. Han Sen had taken them all. The storage capacity of that particular red mist spring was beyond anyone's wildest expectations. It was still releasing spring water. So what? Even if he does have tremendous skill, he has swallowed at least 100 red mist spring water drops. Even if he was a bug, he should have been able to become a viscount a few times over by now, but he hasn't yet leveled up. How does he expect to level up? I don't even think this guy will even be able to become a duke, Night River King said, as he coldly looked upon Han Sen. Black Moon King sighed. He greatly favored Han Sen, but what Night River King said was true. Even a minuscule insect should have become a viscount by now, but Han Sen had not. His ascendance required far too many resources. If it was that difficult for him to become a viscount, it would be even harder for him to level up and hit loftier tiers. Even if Isha was willing to keep growing him, the chances of Han Sen ever becoming a king were super low. It is a shame. To have such talent and yet be shackled with a genoard and body such as that. Moon Will King sighed. He felt very sorry for the lad. Flower King looked at Han Sen with admiration. He sighed and said, "It does not matter how good his skills are, if he cannot attain a higher level, it is all for naught. 13 spring water drops could create 10 viscounts. And yet, he has not leveled up. I don't think he will ever be a king." The red mist inside Han Sen's body was getting thicker, and it was as if it was getting hacked at by blades. But his spell armor remained quiet, and it wasn't releasing any energy at all. Han Sen kept fighting and drinking all the water he could grab. The spring continued to erupt and supply him with drops. Everyone thought each glob of water would be the last, but their expectations were shattered by the emergence of another, each and every time. When Han Sen had swallowed 17 or 18 globs, the spring's eye began throwing out even more water. How many xenogeneics were killed here in ancient times to produce such a large quantity of water beneath the surface? Black Moon King said in wonder. Night River King's eyebrows kept on twitching. Han Sen had swallowed so much spring water, and he found himself having difficulty holding back. He had thought the spring water would have emptied by now, so he had held himself back each time. But every time he thought of that, more water came out. Right now, the 20th glob of spring water was emerging. Night River King was now full of regret. He regretted not making a move of his own any sooner. He could have grabbed at least 10 water drops. Now, all of the spring water was inside Han Sen's belly, and he could not even produce a fart. It was a waste of a rare material. When the spring erupted again, Night River King finally couldn't keep himself restrained. He did not care if there was any more spring water coming or not, he was going to make a move. If he didn't, he believed his heart would be buried by dust, and that would affect his training. Moonwheel King and the others were shocked. If a red mist spring produced 100 water drops, it was considered very large. This spring had produced almost 200, and it was still going. The scariest thing was that Han Sen had swallowed so much of that water, and yet he had not become a viscount. Swordnose's eyebrows jumped, as if he had just heard something. His face changed, but he decided to spit out some blood and jump towards Han Sen like a bloody arrow. Han Sen slashed towards the blood arrow and cut it open. But inside the blood arrow was a red bug which continued flying towards Han Senator. It was so small and so fast that it hit Han Sen's forehead, even with his spell helmet on. As this occurred, the spring's eye was shining bright. A red light came out of the red spring, but this time it was not water. It was a red soul. The red mist soul. All the kings screamed. But before they could do anything, Han Sen grabbed the soul and swallowed it. Han Sen kept fighting and consuming the spring water he could get. His mind was thinking about the little bug on his forehead, so he wasn't paying attention to anything else. Han Sen thought what he had taken was just a larger water drop. It sure tasted like ordinary spring water, but after swallowing it, he acknowledged that something might have been wrong. It was as if he swallowed a vat of lava, and his entire body flared up with pain. He was burning on the inside with a sensation that was worse than any cut. But Han Sen kept on casting his yin-yang change, trying to convert the horrible substance. His other hand was reaching for his forehead to try to remove the red bug. The bug looked like blood. It was only the size of a needle head, and when it touched Han Sen's forehead, it tried to drill through the helmet. Quickly, a hole had been punctured through the spell armor. The fiend was going to go right through. Han Sen used his other hand to cover the hole, but the bug was already inside the armor. He couldn't get a hold of it. Han Sen frowned. Before he could think about how to deal with the bug, Sword No and the Taiko Earl were coming for him once again. They were just like Han Sen right now, in that they did not know about the red mist soul. They didn't know that after the red mist soul, there would not be any more spring water. The red mist soul was extremely rare. It was an angry spirit that the spring itself had generated. The red mist spring worked on viscounts. It was not effective when you reached Earl, but the red mist soul was. It could trigger an evolution for an Earl. The chances weren't very high, but the mere prospect of it being a possibility was quite scary. If normal Viscounts used a red mist soul, they could easily become an earl. It was a guarantee. The kings watched Hansen swallow the red mist soul, and they thought it to be an even grander waste. None felt this more than Night River King. He wished he had allowed Sword No to use the bloodbrain bug sooner. Bloodbrain bugs were a harmful xenogenic. As a parasite, they could latch themselves onto the brains of others. One of them would look like a normal bug, but when activated, it could ravage the brain of its victim. Its behavior could be controlled remotely, too. Seeing the bloodbrain bug pierce the helmet, Hansen's body shone. The spell armor was glowing white. The red mist soul in Hansen's body, and the spring water, were converted into energy inside his armor. Spell's energy was finally released. It was going to reach Viscount class. Catcha! The spell armor was bathed in light, and in its radiance, the bloodbrain bug melted. Nothing of it remained. Hansen's ghost teeth knife glowed white as it was imbued with spell's light. It was a knife light. Hansen's knife mind was also increasing. It was scary before, but now it was becoming something even greater. It was way past the level of a duke. Boom! The person and the knife combined into one. The knife light was like the light of dawn. It banished the dark and signaled the coming of a new day. And now, it was going after the Tego Earl. The Tego Earl was shocked. That knife light was scarier than any monster. It took over his entire world. The Tego Earl swung his fist like a tiger, but he himself wished to retreat. The knife light acted as if it had a life of its own. It smashed into his back and sent fractures all the way through his chest. He started to bleed profusely. When the blood spilled out, the purple mist began to spread across the wounds. The Tego Earl looked scared, and his wounds expanded quickly. His chest was torn wide open, and then, his organs fell out. Arg! The Tego Earl screamed. He had been ripped apart by the teeth power. Rebecca and the others stopped attacking. They looked at Hansen, holding ghost teeth knife like a demon. He didn't look like he was going to stop. And he turned his murderous attention onto Sword No. In that fight, all that the other earls had wanted was a bit of that spring water. It was only the Tego Earl and Sword No that wanted to kill Han Senator, but he didn't look willing to stop. The knife he wielded was like a demon striker. The knife light was like a maw of toxic teeth, wanting to crush Sword No. Sword No knew he was injured, and far worse than the Tego Earl had been just before Hansen killed him. He couldn't take Hansen's strike, and he looked so scared. He flailed his sword to spawn another meteoric slash that could hopefully break Hansen's sword light. Enough. The fight for the Red Mist Spring has ended. Night River King's scary power and aura landed. It covered the entirety of the Red Mist Valley. He spoke in a cold voice. Hansen acted as if he had not heard him. He didn't care about the king's presence, and he still continued swinging his knife. The knife light cut through from the top of Sword No's head, down through his body until he flopped in two. Everyone was in shock. They never expected Hansen could be so cruel. Even with Night River King there, he had mercilessly slain Sword No. Night River King was furious, and he said, "I told you to stop. And you are still killing?" Night River King swung his palm, and his scary power came towards Hansen to crush him. The mere presence that the hand possessed was terrifying. As rocks were broken, it felt like the end of the world. Hansen was holding his ghost teeth knife. He stared at that hand that towered towards the sky like a mountain. He wasn't scared, though. His knife mind roared like a beast, but the king's power did not relent. Boom! Before the hand could land, a purple gust of knife wind came from Planet Blade. It traveled through space like a beam that crossed the universe. It broke through Planet Eclipse's atmosphere and cut through the hand. Arg! A scream sounded, and the big hand was sliced into dust by that fearsome knife light. Night River King's body disappeared, right from where he was on planet Eclipse. Please don't be mad, Knife. Night River King was just angry, and he did not mean to hurt Hansen, Moonwheel King said, looking up towards Planet Blade. I will decide the fate of my student. Others should learn not to interfere. Queen's voice sounded empty, but it was all over Narrow Moon. Moonwheel King shook his head and then vanished from Planet Eclipse. The other kings left, too. There was no point in them staying any longer. If they tried anything, they'd be humiliated like Night River King had. Now Hansen had his teeth knife mind, Isha could protect him properly. They weren't Moonwheel King, and they were not deified. They wouldn't want to incite Isha's fury. Hansen was believed to have obtained his teeth knife mind in 1.5 months. What's more, his knife mind was very close to the proficiency that only a king could demonstrate. It dazed the Narrow Moon elites into a state of disbelief. They had seen this with their own eyes, though. And so they couldn't actually doubt it. They couldn't claim that Hansen was cheating, either. Isha was the only other that could practice teeth knife in such a fashion. Even if Isha was helping Hansen cheat somehow, there was no way Hansen should have been able to earn such a knife mind in such a short time. People were worried, though. And no one could doubt Hansen's talent. Hansen's performance with the Red Mist Spring was shocking. Many members of Moon Garden, such as Rebecca and Dulisha, now greatly feared Hansen. The day after the events of the Red Mist Spring, Isha gave Hansen a call. She didn't say much, but she provided him with a Geno art to practice with. You performed well. This Geno art is your reward. But you cannot be cocky about it. You need to remember that if you do not obtain deified status, it will be useless. Your strength won't matter. She gave him some Viscount Geno fluid, too, so he could practice. Hansen did not understand what Isha meant by this. But he was relieved that Isha had protected him, indicating that things were okay between them. Not long after, Moon Garden invited Hansen to become a member, but Isha rejected it on his behalf. Isha had wanted Hansen to join Moon Garden to gain support from the tribe, but she changed her mind after all that had happened. She didn't want him joining them. Because of this, the kings at Narrow Moon held another meeting. They tried to convince Isha to allow Hansen to become a member of Moon Garden. Her response was cold. My student is not any boy you can push around however you wish. After that, she left. She didn't save face for Moonwheel King either. Moonwheel King and the others wanted Hansen to join simply because Hansen's talents were too shocking. His mind far exceeded the capabilities of others at the same level. If he could join Moon Garden and practice with the members there, the others should also benefit and become stronger. Isha was no longer interested in this arrangement, though. And it wasn't as if they could force Hansen to take part in Moon Garden. Hansen was in his room, playing with the Jade Turtle spell. Normally, it was a one-time use item. It wouldn't come off after being used. Instead, its power would be exhausted after a day and the entire thing would shatter. When Hansen returned to base, his body felt awful under the weight of the Jade Turtle spell. He tried to pull it off, but alas, he was unable to. Since he couldn't use Super King Spirit Mode, he ended up trying the Dongxian Sutra. He spread its influence into the Jade Turtle spell, then simulated its powers and removed it from himself. The power of the Jade Turtle spell was very deep. Hansen only simulated a tiny part of it, but he was able to learn a lot. It also made him wonder where it had come from. Due to the power being too deep and profound, Hansen was unable to learn it all. So, he began fiddling with the thing using the Dongxian aura to slowly learn more about it. The Geno art Isha had given Hansen was a light-based art called Moon. As he practiced it, he found that it fit him quite well. Moon was fairly amazing, as well. It could use the powers of light to generate a moon of his own. The power was something like the ability of an earl to generate a spirit that wasn't actually a real spirit. Hansen was quite interested in this Geno art. And since it was Isha who had allowed him to practice it, he didn't dare be lazy with the gift. He practiced with it whenever he was able to. The biggest reward he had received from the events at the Red Mist Spring was his spell evolving. Quite surprisingly, the Viscount class spell was able to unleash light powers of its own. Furthermore, it possessed a third form. Geno armaments had two forms, traditionally. One was the plain armor set form that was always there for him to equip. The second form came from reaching the second stage of evolution. In Hansen's case, it was a lady form, the gunner called spell. Xieqing King's book and Wang Yuhang's bike were the second forms, too. Very few, if any, had heard of there being a third possible form. Hansen knew very little about Geno armaments, though, so he wasn't sure if it was how uncommon it truly was. Regardless, this was the first time he had seen or heard of such a thing. Spell's third form was that of a sniper rifle. Hansen tried out the rifle and found it surprisingly easy to get headshots from a distance of 100 miles. The biggest advantage of having a sniper rifle was that Hansen's power was concentrated into bullets. Future engagements wouldn't be so costly, either, with the range of the weapon. The normal power of a Viscount came from sword lights or knife lights. It was very lucky if you could cast such strikes over a distance of a few hundred meters. But with that sniper rifle, Hansen could guarantee headshots without his targets being aware of his presence. It was a perfect weapon for assassinations. The only limitation was that the bullet velocity depended on spell's power and Hansen's own power. But that still meant that the stronger they grew, the stronger the bullets would become. He just couldn't use other sources of power to fuel it. All in all, Hansen loved it. He could level up quite easily with the rifle, and headshots would not be difficult to get. Psi. Psi. Hansen was playing with the Jade Turtle spell, and as he did, something moved in his pocket. It made a sound. Hansen opened his pocket and saw the red mist orb inside. The 7 minks were re-emerging from the orb. When they saw Hansen, they opened their eyes and began crooning at him. "Are you guys hungry?" Hansen thought he understood what they were implying. The little minks in Hansen's pocket nodded. So, Hansen fed them some xenogenic meat. During the Red Mist Valley incident, the Viscounts had killed many creatures for him. He moved the flesh back to the base, and there was a lot. Because of this, he didn't mind feeding the little creatures. The 7 minks munched on the flesh, and while they were eating, Hansen used his Dongxian aura to scan their bodies and observe their energy flow. After watching them for a while, something gave him a shock. The minks really were just Baron class, but their energy flows were complex. They were unlike any other Baron he had seen before. Hansen tried to simulate the energy flow of the little minks. He could do this by transforming the Dongxian Sutra's power into the power the little minks possessed. Hansen didn't think it'd be difficult to do, as the little minks had only just been born. But it actually took Hansen 7 or 8 days to simulate their energy. Around this time, the little minks got hungry. They came out to eat again. After every meal, they returned to the Red Mist Orb. They always tried to enter the Red Copper Palace, but they failed each time. Seeing the little minks going back into the Red Mist Orb, Hansen finally finished simulating their powers. He then tried to put the new energy into the Red Mist Orb. When the power hit the Red Mist Orb, Hansen felt the Red Mist Orb respond, as if it had a weird power of its own. It sucked Hansen right inside. Dong. The Red Mist Orb fell on the floor, and Hansen had entered it. He could see a lot of red mist, in addition to the big red copper palace. Hansen walked through the mist and headed straight for that elusive palace. The 7 minks kept on looping around the palace, unable to find an access point that would grant them entry. Seeing Hansen, the 7 little minks looked surprised. They surrounded Hansen, jumping and screaming. They then ran for the main door. They lined up. Some of them used their claws to push, some of them used their bellies to push, and some of them used their backs to push. They tried their hardest to push against the door, but it wouldn't budge. Psee. Psee. The little guys pushed so hard to no avail, then turned their attention to Hansen to ask for his help. Hansen had seen things like this many times before. If the 7 minks wanted to enter that place so badly, there must be something valuable inside. He didn't hesitate. He placed his hand against the door and pushed with the minks, trying to force it open. But the door was like stone. Hansen tried his best to get it to move, but it wouldn't budge an inch. Hansen looked at the door and found no indication of a lock. He frowned. Psee. 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 The little minks kept pointing at something, trying to tell him something. What are you saying? Hansen looked at them, but he could not speak their language. He couldn't understand them. Luckily, the Dongxian aura could allow him to read minds, at least a little. The minks kept on running and pointing, and eventually, he heard a sound. It was a simple sound, but Hansen could guess what they meant. Hansen tried pushing the door again, but this time, he used the little mink's power to do so. He was simulating them, yes, but he could still use the energy flow far better than the minks themselves could. When he pushed, the red copper door slowly opened. The little minks were delighted. They lined up and helped Hansen push. The door was opening slowly, and when the opening reached 1 foot wide, the 7 minks could not wait any longer. They hurriedly shuffled themselves inside. Hansen couldn't wait either, and so he squeezed in through the gap. And on the inside, the palace really shocked Hansen. Hansen immediately noted how elegant the place had looked from the outside. It had led him to believe that it was some sort of ancient relic, but now that he was looking at the interior, the palace was shining with lights. It looked very scientific. It was different from what he was expecting. The 7 minks ran inside the palace as Hansen followed. There were many strange tools and gizmos, and he felt as if he was entering the research quarters of some alien base. Hansen saw there was a large throne inside the palace, though. There was a 10-meter-tall machine sitting on it, curiously enough. It looked like an old model of Alliance warframe. It was so old that it looked like a medieval knight. It was clad in heavy armor and everything. Upon further inspection, Hansen realized that the knight did not have any electrical devices attached to it. It was built from what he assumed to be red copper. It sat on the throne, and it gave no indication of possessing a life force. Even so, it gave the threatening feeling that it could get up and fight whenever it wished to. The 7 little minks raced under its feet, then they climbed its copper body until they reached the heart. They pushed and squealed. What they were doing was anyone's guess. Boom! Amidst Hansen's confusion and wonder, the knight did indeed stand up off the throne. It lurched to its feet with a jerking movement and shook the minks off of its body. In the knight's empty eyes, a red light started to gleam. The light looked like some sort of warning beacon. Near the knight's heart, the red light grew stronger. It fired a red light towards the red minks, and all 7 of them disappeared. And then, Hansen saw the knight start to move. It was approaching him quickly. Its red copper body gave off a sense of foreboding. And shortly after, it was right next to Hans Senator. It reached out its big hand and tried to pick Hansen up. Hansen frowned, and so he quickly retreated and evaded the hand's grip. But the armored knight bent its legs and unleashed a horrible power. It suddenly accelerated forward and ran before Hansen. Hansen was shocked. He used the Jadeskin's godlight to punch against the knight's hand. A metal noise rang out following the collision, but the knight was not hurt. Hansen's hand, however, was left feeling numb. Hansen summoned his rabbit shoes and evaded the knight's hand that was coming for him again. He thought the armored knight could not catch up with him. But the knight's speed increased again, and it actually revealed itself to be faster than the rabbit shoes. It caught up with Hansen way too quickly, and Hansen was unable to dodge. It simply grabbed Hansen's body as easily as one would a doll. Hansen was shocked, but it was then that he realized the knight's hand was not exerting force. It put Hansen in its palm and did not hurt him. The knight's hand moved near its heart. That was where the little minx had been sucked into. Hansen simulated the power of the little minx and then placed his hand against the knight's heart. Quickly, the knight's heart lit up again. The light shone on Hansen, drawing him in. Hansen felt as if his body was taken through the red mist. He felt as if he was sinking. When his body came to a stop, he saw the 7 minks wrapped up in the same plume of red mist, right next to him. The red mist then cocooned itself around him, too. As the mist was attaching itself to him, a strange message penetrated his brain. Hansen found that he could read the little mink's thoughts, primarily because they were so small and so simple. Their emotions were easy to discern due to their simplicity, unlike humans that have a complex variety of feelings. It was something he couldn't have explained in words. The stranger thing was when Hansen noticed that the armored knight was trying to communicate with him. It spoke about how one would gain control of it. That knight was called Red Mist King. Hansen read its description and learned that it was like a wartime machine like the ones he had used in the Alliance. But Red Mist King wasn't built from circuits and electricity, it was actually comprised of xenogeneic material and little else. He didn't need buttons to control it, either. All he had to do was use his mind, in addition to the red mist power. It did not take much red mist power for a Viscount to control the machine. Red Mist King generated its own power, too. It had been built from a swathe of xenogeneic materials, and it possessed incredible strength. But every time it was used, some of the energy inside it would be consumed. So, it would have to be imbued with more xenogeneic materials to replenish its energy. Hansen sensed that most of its energy had already been spent, and that it only had around 9% of its energy left. Hansen did not understand how it worked, though. The 7 minks were getting very excited. Their thoughts could control the Red Mist King, too. The Red Mist King returned to the throne and sat down in its previous place. Hansen thought the minks were merely taking a break, but the equipment in the palace started up. With a whir, the lights of the equipment began to gleam. Even the throne itself started to shine. And then the dimension near the throne began to twist. Before Hansen could react, he saw the space of the place begin to twist. Red Mist King was sent out, and it appeared near a teleporter on a planet. The little minks merrily guided Red Mist King out of that teleporter, and what Hansen saw surprised him. Machines that looked like Red Mist King were everywhere. They each had a different shape and size. There were some like beasts or bugs, and there were even a few resembling livestock. The buildings were built from a similar material, too. It looked like a mechanical planet straight out of a sci-fi movie. Hansen had seen all sorts of different xenogeneic materials. He knew that inside them, there had to be something like the little minks controlling them. Are there other minks inside these machines, too? Is it an entire race of them? Hansen was shocked at the mere thought. But when Red Mist King walked out of the teleporter, alarm noises started to sound. Then, a language blared, one which Hansen could not understand. At that moment, all the xenogeneic material machines turned to look at the Red Mist King. Hansen thought things had gone pretty awry. The next second, many xenogeneic machines were coming for Hansenator. Furthermore, they were aiming at Red Mist King. Their weapons were like lasers, and they started to fire at Red Mist King. Hansen could see that most of the lasers had Viscount class strength, but there were a few that were Earl class. Boom! After the chaos started to unfold, Red Mist King was sent soaring into a building with a crash. Hansen felt every movement, but Red Mist King hadn't sustained any injuries. The little minks were rolling around in the mist. They looked rather annoyed. And then, Hansen saw the joints of the armor begin to shine red. The minks controlled the Red Mist King's fists, which were now blazing with fire. It moved forward and punched an opponent. Boom! A giant beam of light came out of the fist. It destroyed the streets, buildings, and xenogeneic machines all around. Everything was broken or melted under the force. A building that was a few hundred meters tall was vaporized, and a 10-meter-deep crater was all that remained. The path of destruction kept extending out, though, as if it was the end of the world. It felt as if everything there would be wiped out. The red mist didn't seem bound to the planet's surface, though. It reached out into the atmosphere, as if it was going out to space. *T. That's strong. Hansen was frozen. That punch was the equivalent of a king-class elite. That's scary. After the initial shock, a flurry of surprises continued to come. The Red Mist King was very strong, and furthermore, Hansen could control it. That meant Hansen could be that strong and not have anything to be afraid of. If Night River King came to provoke him again, Hansen could punch him into the sky, regardless of whether or not he was *King. But Hansen's dream quickly came to a halt. The red mist had given him a lot of information, but one of the alerts was now warning him that the energy reserves were very low. It was lower than 1% now, at a figure of 0.75%. *CK. One punch took away 9% of its energy? Hansen was shocked. He didn't dare hesitate now. He pulled the 7 little minks closer, to prevent them from piloting the Red Mist King any further. Hansen decided to take control of it, and he raced it back to the teleporter. The dimension twisted once again, and they vanished from the area. When the vortex untwisted and deposited them back in normal space, they found themselves back inside the Red Copper Palace. Hansen was greatly relieved. The 7 little minks, however, were looking rather angry. Hansen quickly scanned their minds, and it allowed him to understand why they were as angry as they were. They had merely gone in there because, from what Hansen could discern, they wanted to go home. But as soon as they teleported, they were treated like enemies. That was the source of their frustration. But then Hansen thought about the punch. Hansen thought that the creatures of that planet might have every right to be as furious as they were. Hansen grabbed the 7 little minks, in case they decided to drive the Red Mist King back. Red Mist King had next to no energy, so Hansen wasn't sure if it could return from another trip through the teleporter. Hansen brought them all the way out of the Red Mist Orb so he could keep an eye on them. He went on the internet to find out what he could about the Red Mist Orb, Red Mist King, and the little minks. Fortunately, now that he was a student of someone who was half deified, Hansen had some level of authority across Narrow Moon. It gave him access to information that the ordinary rebates were not permitted to know. Hansen could not find out anything about the origin of the Red Mist Orb, but he was able to learn about the Red Mist Minks and the Red Mist King. In the Geno universe, there was a race called Mecha. In truth, it wasn't one fixed race, but a title that included a number of subspecies and different blood lineages. So, because of their extreme diversity, the Mecha couldn't be considered a higher race like the Feathers were. Even if their strength exceeded that of some higher races. Even if one of the Mecha managed to light a Geno lantern, it wouldn't be enough to enable all Mecha to be considered a higher race. There were too many differences in the blood between them all. The Mecha xenogeneic space included everything from pigs to snakes. There were still so many different types of creatures that were considered Mecha that it was difficult to keep track of them all. But there was one connecting thread, and that was a talent shared by all the Mecha. They could consume xenogeneic genes and create a new material inside their own bodies. The Mecha used these materials to create xenogeneic battle bodies, creations that were similar to the Red Mist King. But in order to be used, xenogeneic battle bodies required a power that belonged solely to the Mecha. So, if you were not one of the Mecha, and you had a xenogeneic battle body, you would not be able to operate it. Without a doubt, those little minks belonged to the Mecha. They're related in some way, leastways. But if that's the case, then why were they born here? And why was the Red Mist King here? The Mecha need a lot of xenogeneic genes to create xenogeneic battle bodies, and the Red Mist Spring had a lot of spring water. That means many xenogenics died here. These two have to be related in some way, Hansen thought. But this was all he could conjecture. He couldn't make any further guesses, as the information he had discovered did not talk about the Red Mist Minx and the Red Mist King specifically. Hansen tried to use xenogenic gene ingredients to fill up the Red Mist King's energy, but he soon realized that it wasn't working. This was because xenogenic genes had to be eaten by the Red Mist Minx, who would then release the energy they had gained. That was the top-up process for the Red Mist King. The Red Mist Minx were too small right now, however, so they couldn't eat much. And they were also slow to generate energy. Hansen let them eat as many barren xenogenic genes as they were capable. But by doing so, they were only able to generate 0.01% of the needed energy each day. And that was with all 7 of them working together. God only knew how long it would take for the batteries to fill up. Hansen discovered that Red Mist King's planet, the one they had gone to, belonged to the Mecha xenogenic space. Red Mist King's arrival had been a big event for the Mecha, and there was a lot of news coverage on it. Hansen was happy he had managed to get out of there quickly. If the Mecha King class sorts found him, he didn't know if he could have made it out alive. Planet Eclipse had been quiet for a while. After a few days, Black Steel sent him a message inviting him to planet Black Moon to observe a ceremony. The ceremony was about forging a knife. The knife was forged already, so this was more of an opening ceremony for the weapon. The Black family wouldn't invite others if it was an ordinary knife, but this was different. Black Moon King had spent 100 years to forge a king-class knife. And that was why he wished to arrange a ceremony that others could attend. Not just anyone was qualified to watch either. Most of the invites were sent to king-class elites. A few lower-level subordinates could follow after their kings, but they weren't allowed to be there when the ceremony was taking place. No other viscounts like Hansen received a direct invitation, and only 3 or 4 dukes received a direct invite. They were Black Moon King's friends. Although Hansen was not particularly interested in attending a ceremony, Isha told him that Black Moon King was going out of his way to include Han. Senator Black Moon King had always spoken positively about Hansen, so he had no qualms in agreeing to the invite and going. On the day of the ceremony, Black Moon King called for a spacecraft to collect Han. Senator Isha also received an invitation, but she wasn't going, so Hansen had to go alone. When he reached planet Black Moon, Black Steel invited Hansen to join him in watching the ceremony. Hansen realized he was sitting in the same spot Isha was supposed to. That also meant he was sitting next to Moonwheel King and a few of the other kings. Rebecca and Qingli could only stand someplace in the back, as they hadn't been honored with seats. Hansen wasn't very concerned about the situation, though. He had seen too much in his lifetime, so paltry things like social awkwardness no longer bothered him. He simply acted cool while he drank his tea. He wasn't unnerved by the proximity of Moonwheel King and the others. But the kings took tears seriously. To them, Hansen was a small fry, so there was no need to converse with him. That meant no one talked to Hansen. Half an hour later, no one had yet seen Black Moon King or the king-class weapon he was supposed to present. Just as Hansen was wondering when the event was going to begin, Black Moon King appeared atop the peak of a stone mountain. Hansen was surprised, and he thought, I thought this was a ceremony. What is he doing up a mountain? Moonwheel King smiled and said, that stony mountain is a whetstone. It is a xenogenic gene from a king-class rocky giant. A long time ago, a king of the Black family slew it. And ever since, they have used it as a whetstone. When a king-class weapon is forged, it is revealed here. This is the 3rd time I have seen this. Are king-class weapons that hard to forge? Hansen was shocked. The Black family had a long history, but after all that time, they had only managed to forge 3? Moonwheel King smiled. Not exactly. The Black family has forged more than 3 king-class weapons, but those were mostly created from creatures. They don't show them off. Only king-class weapons that are created entirely by the Black family's hands will have a ceremony. After a while, Moonwell King said, "This ceremony is special. Black Moon King is taking this very seriously. The weapon is named after Narrow Moon." Hansen was curious about this. He wondered what sort of knife would be granted the title of Narrow Moon. Narrow Moon was as big as the rebate themselves were. The blade had to be special to be named after it. Black Moon King stood quietly on top of the mountain. He drew out a knife. Hansen thought a king-class knife would radiate, but the knife in his hands did not. This was a knife that was narrow like a crescent moon, but it was black, and it did not reflect a speck of light. It was as dark as the night. Hansen looked at the knife and figured that it was probably only about 3 feet long. He wondered why it would have to be ground and sharpened on a mountain-sized whetstone. Black Moon King had not added the finishing touches yet, so he put his hand on the mountain. And then, the yellowish mountain produced waves of water. The waves rose at the bottom of the mountain and surged up towards the top, headed for the peak. They gathered atop the peak, and atop a rock there. That rock had a deep groove, and when the water waves reached it, they poured down into it. Black Moon King stood in front of the watery stone. He held 2 knives and looked very serious. It looked as if he wasn't holding 2 knives, but instead 2 sacrifices. The black blade was planted on the rock by Black Moon King. The knife was 15 degrees away from the rock, and at that angle, he began to grind it. When Hansen was in the Alliance, he became interested in blacksmithing. He wasn't, however, interested in forging knives. Z-Steel products had to be refined to make them sharp, although Beast Soul weapons needed nothing of the sort. But creating a knife and refining it in the Geno universe was different. A weapon that had been created from xenogeneic materials could fix itself. That was, assuming it hadn't been too badly damaged. But overall, there was no need for maintenance and refinement. They looked after themselves. This was the first time Hansen had seen a xenogeneic weapon being created. While he wondered what the point of the refinement was, a light sparked between the knife and the whetstone. That light was as warm as the sunrise. When you looked closely, the black blade had teeth marks on it. Black Moon King continued refining the knife, his movements slow and methodical. The grinding was like the moaning of a newborn baby. Hansen was shocked. This was obviously not as simple as refining a Z-Steel blade, so Hansen was glad he had come to watch the event. Everyone watched intently as Black Moon King continued grinding the knife. No one spoke, as they were worried they might interrupt his focus. On its 3rd pass over the whetstone, the black knife began to glow with a strange light. It looked like a jagged moon rising. The warm and clear light was coming down, and it gave the onlookers a chill. Everyone felt like they were naked under the glare of that light, and they imagined it had shaved off all their hair. After the 4th pass, another tooth appeared on the moon-like knife. Every time Black Moon King ground the knife against the whetstone, a moon tooth rose. They were small to begin with, but a full moon soon started to take shape. And then, a broken moon. And then, it disappeared. The moon above the mountain kept changing. A lot of cold moonlight came down. It was like Narrow Moon and the moonlight were interacting with each other. It was hard to see when the moon and the shadows combined. It was like the whole world only had the knife and the moon left. It made people feel as if they were intoxicated. The grinding sounds reverberated in the audience's ears. Every time the knife scraped across the stone, moonlight came down from the sky to imbue the knife with a greater brightness. From dark to bright, from bright to dark. The strange scene began to fade, and the knife was sharpened. There was no more knife light to observe. It was black, like absolute darkness. At this time, Black Moon King pulled the knife away from the whetstone. It seemed to have been finished. The water waves on the mountain got smaller and disappeared. The mountain returned to its yellow color. Hansen felt strange about this, and he thought, has he finished grinding it? As Han Sen was thinking about this, Black Moon King began walking down the mountain with the knife. He walked in front of the pavilions that Han Sen was watching from. Han Sen could feel nervousness rising from the kings around him. Maybe there was some excitement, either way, it all seemed so strange. Moonwheel, can you open the spirit of this knife? Black Moon King held the knife in both hands as he bowed sincerely before Moonwheel King. Moonwheel King stood up and said, "If I can open the spirit of this knife, I would consider it an absolute honor." After that, Moonwheel King exited the pavilion and walked with Black Moon King. He accepted the knife from him carefully. Rebecca and Dulisha watched their father go to open the spirit of the narrow moon blade. They looked excited, as the other kings looked disappointed. Black Moon King handed the knife to Moonwheel King. With great seriousness, he said, "Please use your Moonwheel powers to open this." Everyone was in shock, and Han Sen had no idea what was going on, so he just watched intently. Moonwheel King nodded and took the blade in his hands. His body began to glow with moonlight. Black Moon King fell back to the pavilion. Han Sen looked at Moonwheel King. He had heard Moonwheel King was as strong as Isha, but Han Sen didn't really know much about him. And when Han Sen spoke with him, he didn't seem remarkable at all. He was like your average, middle-aged man. But he was now holding that prestigious knife, tasked with unearthing the knife's power. He was basking in the elegance of radiant moonlight. He was like an angel that had just come from the sky, and not a single speck of dust could ever fathom touching him. The moonlight floated into the black weapon. Its body soon lit up. It was not quite shining, as it was just moonlight. There was no sign of fire, but it felt gentle. It was quiet and warm. Bzzzt. Everyone's knife began to buzz. They all wanted to hop out of their scabbards. Han Sen looked at Ghost Teeth Knife. It did not make any noise, but it looked hostile. It didn't seem to be fond of its same kind. The moonlight started to get colder, and all the knives in Narrow Moon were crying. It was as if they were really welcoming the birth of a new king. But Han Sen's biggest point of interest did not rest with the king-class weapon. It was all about the power Moonwheel King had inserted into it. Moonwheel King's power was pure, unlike Isha's. Moonwheel King's power was soft. It did not feel intimidating, and it would be easy to ignore. Han Sen didn't dare underestimate that power, though. In fact, he felt more alert than usual. But the reason Han Sen focused on Moonwheel's power was not because he was strong, it was because the power reminded him of Moon, the Geno art Isha had given him. Moon was a softer Geno art. To create light, you could not use pure power. When Isha gave Moon to Han Sen, she hadn't shown him how to perform it. Han Sen believed this was because she herself was not well versed with Moon, and even if she knew how to perform it, she couldn't do it spectacularly well. That was because Isha's power was too brutal. It lacked a softer finesse that was required. A Geno art like Moon needed a gentler touch, and therefore, Isha could not learn it. Han Sen had wondered why she wanted him to learn it. He hadn't shown her his gentle power, and Isha didn't excel at it herself. But even so, she had given him Moon to learn. After much deliberation, Han Sen was able to understand the reason. Isha was still suspicious of him. It hadn't gone away after Han Sen displayed his talents in the battle for Red Mist Valley. Moon might very well be another test for him. Han Sen tried to think of things through her perspective, and by doing so, it was not too difficult to understand. If he performed very well with Teeth Knife, but not well enough on another brand new Geno art, there was plenty of space for suspicion. Of course, Han Sen could not confirm this was truly Isha's line of thought. But even so, he kept on practicing with Moon to avoid being exposed. Now, seeing Moonwheel King's power allowed Han Sen to understand a lot more about gentle powers. He could not directly feel the power that Moonwheel King was using, however. If he had, he'd have been able to learn a whole lot more. Boom! As Han Sen mulled over all this, he suddenly saw a moon appear in the sky. The moonlight gathered across the weapon Moon Will King was holding. Moon Will King slashed up towards the sky. The curve looked like that of an actual moon, slicing through the air. And the moon appeared up there in the sky, unmoving. Everyone's knives jumped out of their sheaths, no longer able to control themselves. This surely gets things done. Moon Will King put away his light and passed the narrow moon knife back to Black Moon King. Black Moon King looked happy. He accepted the knife and said, "Thank you for your help. Without the assistance of your moon will power in unlocking the blade spirit, it would not be perfect." Hansen was looking at the knife light that was hanging in the sky like a moon. Instead of fading away in time, it just remained where it was, hovering like a genuine moon. That is powerful. The knife light has yet to fade away. If Moon Will King does not forcibly remove it, I am unsure as to how long it will last. Would it stay there forever? Hansen thought to himself. A gentle power such as that surprised him. Teeth knife powers could break stuff, but that was an example of raw strength. It consumed its opponents through sheer force. Moon Will King's knife light wasn't like that, though. The power gathered up, and it wouldn't be affected by external forces. It didn't fade away, and that was scary to comprehend. In a fight, if a strike did not hit its target, the power would extinguish. But Moon Will King's knife light did not go away at all. It remained where it was, like a time bomb. If Moon Will King could still control it, that would be even scarier. This was similar to Hansen saving money, but without the time limitation. Regardless, Hansen thought it was quite meaningful. He wanted to take the time to research Moon Will King's knife light some more. But alas, he could not do that. The knife light was still in the sky, yes, but he did not have an aircraft to get close to it. He still watched and stared at the knife light, and as he did, Black Moon King handed the knife to Flower King so the kings could each inspect it. Hansen was so happy about this. If he could see it up close, he could research it. And if he did that, he might be able to learn a thing or two. Narrow Moon Knife had a soft moon power in it. That was likely because it had been finished through moon will powers. The end result was that the power the blade wielded would likely be similar to that which Moon Will King possessed. He couldn't research Moon Will King himself, but he might be able to research Narrow Moon Knife. I don't know if they will let me see Narrow Moon Knife, Hansen thought to himself. Now, only a few kings were looking at it. The lower-tier folk were unable to get more than a glimpse. They most certainly weren't allowed to hold it like the kings were. There were a lot of kings there, too. And if Hansen didn't get the opportunity to hold it for a brief time, he'd be unable to use his Dongxian aura to quickly scan it. He'd end up walking away without learning anything. Ordinarily, Hansen would not have been allowed to hold it. He was so very young, and he was not qualified. But on this day, he had been invited to attend alone. In a way, he was there to represent Isha. So, there was a chance he'd be allowed. Hansen started to pray. Please let me hold it. I don't know if I'll get another chance at this. Flower King and the others were all looking at it. Each and every one saying praises about it. There are many king-class weapons here, but only this one can truly represent us, Moon Will King complimented the blade. Black Moon King was so happy, he smiled and said, "Actually, I am thinking about giving this to Moon God's palace. It could be used as a sacrifice for the Moon God." Every king was shocked to hear this. Moon Will King said, "You are so generous. The rebate are fortunate to have you." All the kings praised him. They never expected Black Moon King would be willing to sacrifice such a powerful knife. He was extremely generous, and this was not something the average king would ever think about doing. "You are welcome. This knife was forged with the purpose of becoming a sacrifice, anyway. Until I succeeded in crafting it, I kept my work under wraps. I didn't want to say something prematurely, and then disappoint you." Hansen felt bored hearing such talk. If Narrow Moon Knife was always in the Black Moon family, he could have inspected it through the friendship he shared with Black Steel. If it became a sacrifice, that would suck. Aside from the major priests, no one would be able to touch it. The kings that were looking at Narrow Moon Knife all complimented it highly. Han Sen, on the other hand, looked as if he was suffering. The kings, when they finished looking, handed the knife back over to Black Moon King. Han Sen's heart was thumping in his chest. There were only a few dukes, and Han Sen was unable to get a look. He didn't know if Black Moon King would be so kind as to let him make a proper inspection of the weapon. If Black Moon King allowed the other dukes to see it, he'd have no chance. Black Moon King's eyes soon came to rest on Han Senator. He smiled and said, Han Sen is here to represent Knife. You will have to come take a proper look, so you can sing its praises to her and have her regret passing on the opportunity to come to the unveiling. After that, Black Moon King passed the Narrow Moon Knife over to Han Sen. Han Sen was delighted, and so he quickly accepted the knife. He switched on his Dongxian aura to scan and observe it as soon as it touched his hands. The knife had been activated by Moonwheel King, and its activity was still vibrant. It was gleaming with that Moonwheel power, and the lunar power was still humming. Good knife. That is a good knife. Han Sen deliberately touched the body of the blade, feigning admiration for it. The kings there could feel Han Sen's power shroud the blade, though. People believed Han Sen was using some power to examine the knife. Everyone watched Han Sen closely, the dukes in particular. They were waiting for him to finish, so they might get their own turn at examining the blade. People like Rebecca looked on Han Sen with jealousy. They had seen king-class weapons before, like the ones possessed by their elders. But Narrow Moon Knife was an entirely different thing. It was a sacrifice, given in honor of the rebate at large. Aside from the most important priests, no one would be able to see it after it was given as a sacrifice. Holding it would be even more unlikely. Everyone was looking at Han Senator. Han Sen was holding it very carefully, and he kept saying over and over, "Good knife. Such a good knife." Han Sen kept saying those few phrases repeatedly. While he might have liked to say something more, he could not muster the words to speak. And at any other time, he would have spoken fairer praises about the blade. But right now, he was focused on the knife itself. The fanciness of his compliments took a back seat to his keen examination of the knife. Many people were watching him, though. It'd be pretty bad if he was just to stand there without speaking. So, Han Sen kept standing where he was, looking at the knife. He continued to repeat how good the knife was. His repetition of the phrases was into the dozens. The kings believed he wasn't an educated person, and so his lexicon was limited. He had been there for 10 minutes, saying such basic things over and over, after all. It made them feel rather disheartened, all in all. The other kings had only spent a minute each, observing the blade before handing it back over to Black Moon King. None of them had taken longer than a minute. Han Sen had spoken 2 sentences and stared at the blade for 10 minutes by now. The kings were not reacting well to the time that Han Sen was taking. Fortunately, Rebecca and the others were educated in decorum. No one was willing to speak out during circumstances like that. Ordinary nobles of elsewhere would be yelling at Han Sen by now. Han Sen did not care what the others were thinking right now, though. So, he kept saying, "Good knife. That is a good knife," for another few minutes. The dukes did look as if they were ready to murder someone, but their grimaces went uncared for by Han Senator. He kept looking at the blade, repeating his compliments. Half an hour went by. The faces of the kings had become livid. Black Moon King eventually said, "Han Sen, why don't you take a break? Black Steel has something he wishes to speak with you about." Han Sen knew he could not delay things any longer. So, he acquiesced and gave the knife back to Black Moon King. He didn't want to let go of it, though. Black Moon King had to pull it out of Han Sen's tight grip. Sitting on his chair, Han Sen looked depressed. He was reviewing all that he had learned from the knife. The knife had Moonwheel King's power and moon power in it. After using the Dongxian Sutra, he had been able to learn a lot. It is no wonder Black Moon King allowed Moon Will King to be the one that opened the knife. Moon Will King's power is like that of a gentle moon. He was most suitable for its use, Hansen thought. Hansen had heard Moon Will King's story. Moon Will King was one of the rebate that was half deified, and he had not hailed from Moon Garden. The story went that Moon Will King was not talented in his younger years, and that he came from a commoner family. When he generated a Geno armor, he wasn't even able to evolve a second time. But then, he came into possession of a treasure that accelerated his second evolution, and also turned him into a xenogeneic. Moon Will King was a xenogeneic and not a noble. That was a rare status amongst the rebate. Because Moon Will King did not have much talent, the first Geno art he practiced with was Moonlight. It was one of the most common Geno arts the rebate could learn. But Moon Will King used Moonlight with a fusion of his own power, and he had become a king over time. Now, he was a half-deified legend. To the entire rebate society, Moon Will King was a mythical figure. He was practically an idol for everyone. He was different from someone like Isha, who was born with talent. The nobles admired Moon Will King more. They wished for themselves to be like Moon Will King, and because of this, his reputation was favored over Isha's. Moonlight had not changed over time, and he had used that Geno art to reach the status of being half-deified. Even Hansen thought Moon Will King was nothing short of awesome. Moonlight should have stopped getting any better when he reached Earl class, but after Moon Will King modified it, he had managed to create a higher tier for it. The rebate showed him great respect, and so in honor of his abilities and reputation, the rebate granted the higher tiers of Moonlight the title of Moonwheel. Moonlight was still kept as the name for the common version. Basically, Moonwheel was the use of a moon's power. Moon Will King's gentleness made people always wonder how he did what he did. Fortunately, Hansen had Dongxian aura to see Moonwheel and the knife's moon power. It greatly enthralled him. Most people, when pushed far enough, would concede. But Moon Will King's mind, while it was gentle, it was not soft. It was pure, but it wasn't dumb. He was like a cloud going by without leaving a trace. Very few could do what he could. Everyone wanted a smooth life like Isha's, but normal people would find themselves rolling around in the mud. But very few could emerge from the pit with a pure heart intact. Moon Will King had done this, though. His life's journey had led him through many different environments. His life could have forced him to compromise. His heart, however, was like the moon itself. It would never change. Seeing Narrow Moon's feelings and moon will power, Hansen saw a clear moon emerge. It was the moon coming out from behind the clouds. The dukes didn't look at the blade in the same way Hansen had. They all looked at it for less than a minute before handing it back over to Black Moon King. The entire thing was done in a few minutes. The young ones were not allowed to look at it by themselves. After they had all seen it, the ceremony came to a close. Black Moon King invited a few kings and dukes over for tea. Some accepted and stayed, others declined and left. Black Steel invited Rebecca and a few of the other young ones to the garden for a chat, Hansen included. So, Hansen followed Black Steel to the garden. There, he sat down. Aside from Hansen, everyone seemed to be acquainted with one another. So, there was no formal etiquette to follow. Without Black Moon King around, they were prone to speaking far more openly than they ordinarily would. As they began chatting, not a single person was left out. But with that being said, Hansen did not say a word. Hansen did not know anyone there except for Black Steel, and so he retreated into his mind to mull over what he had learned with the knife. He didn't care for their topics of conversation. Dulisha, noticing that Hansen wasn't speaking with them, hummed and said, "Genius Han, you looked at Narrow Moon Knife for so long. And you kept saying it was so good, you could obviously detect something we could not. Why don't you tell us what you saw, so that we too can learn it?" After Dulisha said that, everyone turned to look at Han Senator. They were curious whether Hansen really had learned something, or if it was all some sort of act. Han Sen's eyes were closed, still reviewing what he had learned. He hadn't noticed Du Lisha was talking to him. His eyes were shut tight, and it appeared as if he was ignoring her. Du Lisha, noticing him ignoring her, looked mad and did not say anything more. Du Lisha's silence did not mean others wouldn't say anything, though. She was Moon Will King's second daughter. She was pretty, and she was talented. She had many admirers. The young ones that sat there with them were admirers of Rebecca and Du Lisha. Now that Han Sen had apparently ignored her, someone could not help but stand up for her. "Didn't he tell you what he saw?" a viscount called Kryman asked dubiously. "What did he say?" Du Lisha asked. Everyone looked at Kryman, but everyone knew he wasn't going to say anything nice. Kryman laughed. "Didn't you grow ears?" Genius Han said it was a good knife. He said it many times. Kryman spoke it in the tone Han Sen had, and Du Lisha laughed. "Huh." Kryman over-enunciated his words, laughing at Han Sen and pretending to understand, which made many people there laugh. The elegant one smiled. Han Sen sat where he was without emotion. He was deep in thought. He was afraid that occupying his mind with something else for a while would make him forget important details. So, he still did not hear them. Han Sen continued to ignore the group. Black Steel frowned and said, "Han Sen has his reasons for viewing the knife the way he did." Black Steel did not know how to participate in that particular debate, so this was what he said. Kryman did not respect Black Steel. He only wanted to stand up for Du Lisha in the hopes of getting closer to her, and so he said, "Black Steel, you know knives. Similar actions from you might make sense, but I can't feel the same for other people." He looked at it for half an hour, repeating the same two sentences over and over. "If he is not educated, don't pretend he is. This is the first time I've ever seen someone so dumb." Kryman, mind your tongue. Black Steel's face looked grim. Kryman smiled and said, "I don't beat around the bush. If I have said something that is incorrect, then you can have him point out the mistake. If he can convince everyone, I will earnestly apologize." Sad Knight and Night Giant King, who had a grudge with Han Sen, looked over angrily and said, "Yes. If he saw something, let us hear what it is that he saw. If it makes sense, then we will apologize, too. What is the point in just saying that the knife was good, over and over?" Black Steel could see Han Sen still sitting where he was, not saying a word. He touched him and said, "If you are willing to, you can tell people." Black Steel understood Han Senator. He knew Han Sen had seen something the others hadn't, and that was why he stared at it for so long. What Han Sen saw wasn't anyone else's business, of course. Black Steel would not push Han Sen to explain if he wasn't willing to. But now that the people were saying things like this, Black Steel could not stand by and watch. He was worried for Han Senator. If Han Sen did not say something, his reputation would suffer. No one ever let a person's reputation go. Outsiders had a tough life in Narrow Moon. Han Sen had built himself a good reputation. Black Steel thought it would be a shame if it was destroyed now. After being touched by Black Steel, Han Sen woke up from his daze. Han Sen looked confused, hearing what he said. "And so," he asked, "tell people what?" He hadn't heard anything else that had been spoken. All he had heard was what Black Steel had spoken to him. But when that went into the ears of Kryman and the others, they misunderstood. They thought Han Sen was admitting he didn't know or see anything. Hence why he had nothing to say. Kryman laughed and said, "Black Steel, you heard him. I didn't misplace my blame. I admire Genius Han for one thing only, his shamelessness. He didn't learn anything, despite staring at it for half an hour. I couldn't bring myself to do such a thing." Sad Knight coldly laughed and said, "Because he is a genius, isn't that right? He isn't like us. He is already so smart, he was able to tell us the shocking fact that it was a good knife. What more can we expect?" Han Sen heard that and quickly understood what was going on without even needing to ask Black Steel. Seeing Kryman and Sad Night speak, Hansen coldly said, I won't tell you, but my teacher did teach me something. Instead of using words, I can perform, and what I perform will make you smile. We would like to see what shocking performance you could do for us. You are not going to perform the astounding speech of good again, are you? Kryman spoke strangely. He thought Hansen was changing the topic, hence why he was repeating the same insults. He didn't want Hansen to escape this. Hansen smiled. He casually said, I learned a Geno art called Moon. Hansen's desire to perform Moon had little to do with satisfying Kryman. Hansen thought learning Moon was a challenge from Isha, so he wanted to prove to Isha that he was a genius. He didn't want her suspicions taking root. Hansen wouldn't have dared to perform Moon before today, though. After all, he wasn't smart enough to learn something from a brief look. He had practiced Moon for quite some time, and he knew that if he had done it prior to seeing Narrow Moon Knife, the quality of his performance would not have befitted a genius. Examining Narrow Moon Knife changed this. That was why Hansen was now confident to perform Moon there. He was confident he could quell Isha's fears now. Moon? Rebecca and Dulisha were shocked. It was Moon Will King's Geno art, and they knew it, too. They had learned it from Moon Will King himself when they were young, and it was something they were still practicing with. Kryman coldly laughed and said, You are daring to practice Moon in front of Rebecca and Dulisha? That is hardly appropriate. Everyone knew Rebecca and Dulisha were excellent with the art. They were surprised that Hansen had expressed his desire to perform it. Hansen smiled and ignored Kryman. Then he said, My teacher taught me Moon. I have been trying to learn it for some time, but my understanding of it has failed. I suddenly learned it when I looked at the knife. I don't know if this is correct, so please correct me. When everyone heard him say this, they all went quiet. Kryman swallowed the words he was going to speak, and coldly said, Okay. Let's see how Moon correlates with Narrow Moon Knife. Hansen looked around and stopped his gaze on the teacup. He filled the cup up with water, then placed it back down on the table. Rebecca and the others were watching him, keenly wondering how he was going to do in his performance of Moon. Hansen gave them a swift answer. He pointed to the middle of the teacup and fired an arrow of light at it. When the light entered the water, there was no impact. It was like a reflection of the moon, hovering on the surface of the water. What do you guys think of my moon? Hansen lowered his hands and smiled. Kryman laughed mockingly and said, I thought you learned something amazing from the knife. The reflection of the moon is something only a beginner might have learned. You are much worse than Rebecca and Dulisha. Then can I take a look at the moon of the two ladies? Hansen looked at Rebecca and Dulisha with great interest. Rebecca felt worried. Dulisha didn't hesitate, though, and she simply said, Why not? After that, Dulisha filled up her teacup with water. Then, she looked at Han Sr., This is just a beginner move on Moon. I was able to do it by the time I became Viscount. I can generate 3 moons, so I am worse than my big sister. Please do not laugh at my moon if it is bad. 3 lunar reflections? That is much better than 1. Sad Night looked at Hansen. Dulisha smiled and did not say anything. She used her right fingers. 3 fingers created 3 moons upon the surface of the teacup's contents. When the moons entered, no ripples were formed. But those 3 moons almost filled up the entire teacup. It looked strange. Sorry, I did that poorly. Dulisha was actually satisfied with her performance. She was being cocky, and a little provocative to Han Senator. Her eyebrows were raised slyly. Good. These 3 moon reflections are great. It is no wonder you are the heir of Moon Will King. Kryman loudly complimented her. Sad Night followed his example, too. He wasn't bluffing, though. Dulisha really had performed exceptionally well. The people there had all learned Moon, but like Hansen, they could only cast 1 moon. They couldn't do 2. Dulisha was able to do 3 because she had learned the skill directly from Moon Will King. Sad Knight looked at Hansen strangely. Genius Han, is that what you learned from the knife? Perhaps it is best not to compare it to Dulisha. Even the rest of us, who didn't learn from Moonwheel King or stare at the knife for half an hour, can still do a reflection like yours. We didn't need half an hour. 3 moon reflections? This is great. I have learned a lot, Hansen said emotionlessly. Then, he stood up and told Black Steel, I have something to do. I will talk to you later. Hansen said that and left. He didn't want to interact with those people. He'd rather practice what he had learned while the memory was still fresh in his mind. I will walk you out, Black Steel said. Hansen shook his head. He didn't have a good relationship with the other heirs of kings, and he didn't want Black Steel to end up isolated like he was. Running off like that? He sucks. Kryman smiled. Of course. Did you expect him to just let you insult him? Someone laughed. He deserved it. I don't like people who keep pretending, Kryman said darkly. Hansen was not in their circle, so it did not affect them too much. Now, they returned to being happier and more friendly with each other. Dulisha felt really good, too. She had finally shown off in front of Hansen with success. She was smiling, and she just couldn't stop. Rebecca didn't look so happy, though. She felt as if something was amiss, but she couldn't put her fingers on exactly what was wrong. As everyone talked, a Viscount accidentally knocked over a Geno fluid and dirted a seat, so he moved to Hansen's seat. Hansen's cup was still there. The Viscount reached for the cup, wanting to swap it for a new one, but when he just touched the teacup, his face changed and he screamed, "What the F***ck?" As everyone was talking merrily, hearing him scream made everyone turn to look at him. Kryman laughed and said, "What are you screaming about? Look. Look at this cup." The Viscount pointed at the cup and looked at it strangely. "What about the cup?" Kryman asked. "This is Hansen's cup. Look closer." The Viscount did not know how to explain, so he picked it up and moved it over. Everyone looked towards the cup that the Viscount was holding. They heard a cracking sound, then the cup shattered. The pieces and the water splashed down to the table. Rebecca and the others saw it shatter, and then their eyes widened. Amidst the broken shards of ceramic, there was a moon-like thing. It was still floating where the cup had been. Dulisha was simply frozen, and could not speak. Rebecca's face changed, and she asked the Viscount, "Did Hansen really use that teacup?" The Viscount said, "Yes, I was sitting next to him. I saw everything he did, and that cup has not been touched since. But he has been gone for half an hour. How can the moon still be there, and how could it have broken the cup? That surely isn't moon." Kryman looked at the sisters with confusion. The reflection in the water was the beginning of moon. Putting light in the water wasn't something that was supposed to last, as it didn't physically exist. It would fade away quickly without a source of power to keep pumping into it. Hansen had been gone for half an hour, and the shape in the water still remained. That meant it wasn't just an illusion. The light was something solid. It had broken the cup, which no illusion could do. Rebecca stood up and walked over to Hansen's seat. She looked at the light, examining it with a strange expression. The others came over to surround it, too. Kryman said, "Rebecca, is this moon? That guy isn't playing a trick on us, is he?" Rebecca looked down at the bright moon and said, "It is. And it is much better than what Dulisha and I can do. It has the secrets of Moonwheel in it." The secrets of Moonwheel? Everyone was shocked. When Rebecca mentioned Moonwheel, it got everyone's attention. Rebecca pointed at the light and said, "Do you see? This is a solid light. This isn't just a mere shadow. This is not a reflection. It is a real moon. But it should be impossible for a solid moon to enter the water without at least causing ripples. Everything that touches water should deform it, unless you had the extremely gentle touch of something like Moonwheel. Rebecca, you and Dulisha can do something like this, yes? Sad Knight asked Rebecca. Rebecca shook her head. My father practiced moon wheel to a half-deified status. This skill stems from moonlight, so it is easy to learn, but difficult to practice. Not everyone can bring it up to its highest tier. Dulisha hasn't practiced moon wheel at all. I have practiced it, but I am far from gentle enough to do this. You would have to be a duke or a king to avoid disturbing the water. Everyone's faces changed. Kryman's face looked particularly bad, and he asked, is it really that hard? Hansen did not practice moon wheel, and he is just a viscount that practiced moon. How could he do such a thing? Look closer. He might have tried to trick us or something. Rebecca peered into the light for a while, before giving up with a wry smile. This is moon, yes. I don't know how he managed to do this. I have only seen a casting of such quality from my father. Maybe he really did lean something from the narrow moon knife. When everyone heard that, they were struck with speechlessness. Kryman's face was twitching, and it burned. Dulisha blushed. She had been so cocky about her generation of 3 moons, but now, she realized her performance wasn't anywhere near the same level. How can such a genius exist here in this universe? By just looking at a knife and hoping to learn a Geno art? This is something most people might never accomplish if they spent their entire lifetime on such an endeavor, Sad Knight said in a frustrated tone. Rebecca responded simply, it is easy to discern the truth. The moon has been here for half an hour. The power is still here. That tells us he has a very strong, but gentle, power. If this moon can remain here for a few days, he must have learned the secrets of moon wheel. The light I can cast only lasts a day at the most. And on top of that, the water would be disturbed. We can't wait here for a few days, said the Viscount that moved the cup. I don't believe he could have learned the secrets of purity and gentleness from that knife. My father should still be around. We should seek him out and have him take a look. Then we will know the truth. Dulisha stood up and looked for Moonwheel King. Everyone wanted to know whether or not Hansen possessed the talent to be so pure and gentle. They did not stop her. Rebecca and Black Steel also went out in search of Moonwheel King. Moonwheel King was talking with a few other kings. He felt something, and Black Moon King said, let them in. Dulisha and the others entered and bowed before the kings. Don't you guys think we old farts are boring? What are you doing here? Black Moon King smiled. Dulisha hastily explained what had occurred to the kings. She grabbed Moonwheel King's arm and said, Father, come take a look and help us understand what Hansen did. Really? Let me come and take a look. Moonwheel King and the others looked shocked. They followed Dulisha to the garden. When they returned to the garden, Dulisha pointed to the light and said, this is it. Do you think this is moon, father? Moonwheel King had seen the light from all the way across the garden. He sighed and said, Hansen's skills are the best. He examined the leftover power I used to activate the knife, and from it, he was able to learn that much. This is very rare. Hearing Moonwheel King say that shocked Dulisha and the others. They no longer harbored any doubt. Father, how gentle is Hansen? Rebecca asked. I will say 30%. I would be glad if you possessed that level of skill when you reach a duke. It is acceptable to only achieve it upon reaching king class, Moonwheel King said. Everyone was so shocked, they could not speak. It is a shame he has such good talents, but even so, he wasn't able to become a viscount without consuming 200 to 300 water drops. He had to swallow a red mist soul to get this Geno art and strength. If Isha gave him everything, he'd be lucky to reach duke. There is no way he can reach king at this rate, Night River King growled. After hearing that, the young ones felt better. Hansen's talent was so scary, it was hard not to be disturbed by it. Moonwheel King was right. Hansen's moon only had 30% of his own gentle power, and that was because Hansen's Dongxian Sutra had only been able to simulate 30%. Hansen's Dongxian Sutra was still at a low level, though, so he was still pleased that he had managed to simulate 30%. If his Dongxian Sutra ascended, it would not be difficult to increase that percentage. Hansen, you are good for causing people trouble. Isha sighed. She had already learned about the incident in which he performed Moon. Just as Hansen had believed, Isha had given him Moon as another test. He had only practiced it for a short time and he had only seen the narrow moon knife once. The fact that he had still managed such a breakthrough was astounding, and it allayed her fears. She no longer had trouble believing Hansen, and she was sure he really was just that talented. It did give Isha conflicted feelings, though. Anyone would love to have a student that talented, but every time she thought about how hard it was to level up Hansen, it gave her a headache. Isha sighed and spoke to herself, I need to make a plan to see where he can go in order to level up. I can't wholly rely on my finite supply of resources. It won't take him very far. Hansen was back on planet Eclipse, and while the feeling and memory were still with him, he continued his practice of Moon. That gentle skill was quite useful, and it suited Hansen well. When Hansen had a chance at night, he'd return to the sanctuary to be with his family. Today, Hansen went home. Luolan and Han Yufei looked happy. They spoke to Hansen and said, "A baby's coming. A baby's coming." Hansen's body shivered. His eyes opened wide, staring at his parents. He complimented them, saying, "Dad, you are still very manly." "Are you saying I have another little brother or little sister on the way?" "What are you talking about?" Luolan hit Hansen across the head. She blushed, and happily said, "It's Yanran. She's having a girl." "Ah." Hansen was so happy, he almost jumped. "Go and see her." Han Yufei patted Hansen on the shoulder. The family was happy that Ji Yanran was pregnant. It helped to reduce the trauma of Little Flower having been taken, and Ji Yanran particularly felt better because of it. She had only been pregnant for 3 months, though. So, it would be a while before the birth. Hansen had told people he was off to kill xenogeneics as an excuse. That way, he could spend a lot more time with Ji Yanran at home. People worked at the base, and he didn't really need xenogeneic genes. His Viscount gene tally was already maxed out, anyway. Until he became an Earl, there was no point in eating xenogeneic genes. Hansen wanted to stay with Ji Yanran until she delivered, but the base soon had news. Isha was going to the Buddha, and she wanted Hansen to go with her. Hansen couldn't decline, so he packed his stuff and went to Planet Blade. There, he got on a ship alongside Isha. "My queen, why are you going to see the Buddha?" Since Hansen was here, he wanted this to be over as soon as possible. Isha was flying the ship. She didn't look at Hansen, and she wasn't using her ordinary battleship. She was driving a smaller ship, where only she and Hansen could occupy it. Burning Lamp Alpha gives a speech every century. "We are going to listen to him speak, with the Buddha," Isha said. "Is he the leader of the Buddha?" Hansen asked. Isha nodded and said, "Burning Lamp Alpha is the one that lit the Geno Lantern. There aren't many of these alphas still alive amongst the higher races. Deified elites? We really should listen to his words carefully," Hansen said. Surprisingly, Isha said, "You don't need to listen to the speech. But you do have to go to the Buddha's heaven." "Heaven?" Hansen looked at Isha with confusion. Isha smiled and said, "After the Alpha has made his speech, he will open up heaven. People are only allowed to go there once in their entire lifetime. I have already been. I am taking you there so you can walk through their heaven. It might help you level up." "What are the benefits of walking there?" Hansen asked, blinking. "It is difficult to say. If you walk well, it might help you greatly. If you walk poorly, you might not gain anything at all. You will find out when you're there, so there's no point in me explaining it to you right now," Isha said shortly. Hansen was curious about the Buddha, particularly because of Ancient Devil. He really wanted to know more about them. If what Ancient Devil said was true, Azura was somehow connected to the Buddha. And even the Shura of the Alliance and the demons of the Geno universe had some link to the Buddha. The Buddha were friends of the Rebate, and they weren't too far away from each other. Isha drove the ship fairly lackadaisically. She wasn't in much of a rush. This planet is called Planet Magic. It is one of the planets of the Buddha. The planet is controlled by the magic. They are an interesting race. It's good that you will get a look at them. Isha parked her ship in the spaceport and took him to disembark with her. Hansen wanted to get all this done as soon as he could, so he could get back to spending time with Ji Yenran. But he couldn't change Isha's mind, so he followed her around. When he stepped off the ship, he saw a creature that was reminiscent of a basketball. It wasn't exactly like one, but they were circular. They were around the same size as one, and they came in a variety of colors. Their textures were jelly-like, and they hopped to move around. They had big eyes, and they looked really cute. These jellies are the magic? Hansen asked, curiously. Isha nodded. They are a special race. They are not hostile, but their attack power is more surprising than you would think. When Hansen wished to ask why, a pink glob of jelly hopped in front of them. It looked right at Isha. And then, suddenly, it made a pop noise. The pink jelly took on Isha's shape. Hansen's eyes opened wide in shock. Aside from the weaker energy, the pink jelly became Isha and looked exactly like her. Isha did not seem to mind the mimic, and she even stroked the magic's head. It enjoyed the touch, and it rubbed her hands. Hansen reached out to touch it, too, but Isha gave him a stem look. It was then that Hansen realized that if he fondled the magic, it would practically be the same as him touching Isha. It was a shame, but he withdrew his hand. Welcome. Our magic baby was born not too long ago. Are you guys interested in it? The magic that looked like Isha spoke. *T. What is this? Are they selling kids? They have a planet protected by the Buddha, so they can't be doing anything that bad. Hansen thought. The magic that turned into Isha knew what Hansen was thinking, and so it said, our lives are weak, and our lifespan is only 100 magic days. That accounts for one cosmic year, in the Geno universe. If we get adopted, our lifespan increases to that of our hosts. We live as long as they do. So, upon birth, most of us opt for adoption. Hansen now understood. While it was technically adoption, it was similar to a parasitic relationship. He didn't know if they'd actually benefit the host, and if they did, what benefit they would give. The magic anticipated this worry. Seeing Hansen's facial expression, it proceeded to explain, an adopted magic won't affect the life of its host. They only take a small part of the host's energy. And even so, it is down to the host to decide how much we absorb. If you just wanted to keep us alive how we are, a bottle of C4 Geno fluid will keep us going for a whole cosmic year. If you want us to evolve, you have to provide more energy than that. And providing and accepting energy is the cornerstone of our relationships. We'd never take anything without permission. A C4 Geno fluid is just a meal. It isn't much, at all, Hansen said, as he looked at Isha. Isha smiled and said, the magic are a peaceful race. If you didn't want to give them energy, and they were deprived of nutrition, they would die. But even so, they wouldn't try to steal the resources from you. But overall, they are low maintenance and only require a small amount of energy. If you want a high-class one, though, then of course they require greater amounts of energy. And they are harder to level up than the average noble. In that case, why don't I adopt a few? Hansen thought the magic were cute. They were not annoying, and Hansen didn't want them all to die. Hansen could also take a few home to Bauer to be her companions. And he had plenty of energy to spare. Dear customer, we are sorry. Only one magic per person is the custom. It's a precaution, the magic said. Okay, then I'll adopt one, Hansen said. Thank you. Please come this way. The magic led the way. Hansen and Isha followed it away from the port. While their port might have looked modern, the other portions of the planet all looked rather primitive. You could see big, grassy fields occupied by globs of jelly that were all hopping around. It was like something out of a fairy tale. On one of the grassy fields, the magic that looked like Isha pointed at Hansen and shouted. Kids! These customers would like to adopt one of you. Who would like to go with them? Quickly, many smaller globs of jelly came hopping over. They were all jumping and bopping around Hansen, saying, Pick me. Pick me. How do I decide? Hansen, seeing this group of magic, did not know what to do. There is not much difference between them. How they grow is down to the host and the energy they receive. You should just pick whichever you like, Isha said. Pick me. Pick me. The magic had their eyes wide open. As they hopped around Hansen, they earnestly wished to be the one selected. Hansen chose a small one. It was a yellow blob of jelly, around the size of a fist. He laid it out in the palm of his hand and said, I'll choose this one. The other magic looked disappointed and left. They returned to playing around on the fields, waiting for the next chance of adoption. Please drip a droplet of blood onto its head. Then you can live with it, the magic said. Hansen touched a drop of blood onto the yellow jelly ball. He watched as the blood was absorbed, then disappeared entirely. When it was absorbed, Hansen felt a sudden connection form between him and the magic. It was like he could read the glob's mind. The magic was very happy, jumping around Hansen's hand. What is its name? Hansen asked. They don't have names. You can provide it a name if you so choose, said the magic that looked like Isha. I will call it Bubble, Hansen said. He wasn't very good at naming things, and he went for whatever rolled off the tongue comfortably. After he adopted Bubble, Isha took Hansen away from Planet Magic. They continued on their way, headed for the biggest xenogenic space of the Buddha. On the way, Isha told Hansen that having a magic would help him pass through the heaven there. That was why they stopped there on their way. Hansen wanted to ask how the magic would be helpful, but Isha seemed to be lost in thought and not very talkative. The Buddha were richer than the rebate, and they owned many systems. The biggest base they had, however, was Buddha Kingdom. It was a xenogenic space that was akin to Narrow Moon, but not many planets were there. There was just a chunk of land in the sky. That land could still be bigger than a system, though. Its size was almost unimaginable. Hansen and Isha didn't have to announce themselves. They entered the xenogenic space without being challenged. The Buddha Kingdom was very open, and there were many different races occupying the city. There weren't even that many of the Buddha there, actually. Hansen was surprised to see that many of the Buddha and others had their own magic. It seemed to be a surprisingly common thing. Isha said, I have to do something before we listen to the speech. You should walk around this Buddha place for a bit, so you might learn a thing or two. I'll catch up with you later. After that, Isha was gone. She disappeared, leaving Hansen alone on the streets. Hansen did not know what to do, so he just decided to mosey around. That place was entirely new to him. There were many things there he had never seen before, so it was quite interesting. On the corner of a city block, there was a man clad in strange garb. He was sitting behind a broken table and holding up a sign that no one there understood. He was smoking, and each puff was done with squinted eyes. Not long after, an old Buddha walked past the broken table looking sad. For some reason, the sign the man was holding fell onto the Buddha's bald head. What is wrong with you? The old Buddha man rubbed his bald head and stared at the man. He didn't say anything more, and he started to walk away. Fellow Buddha, your eyes lack emotion and your forehead is black. You have some black smoke coming out of your head. Something bad must have happened to you recently. The man moved to grab the old man and spoke seriously. Han-sen was wandering aimlessly on the streets. He looked forward and saw a Buddha woman in the midst of a crowd. She was clad in white robes, and her eyebrows were like those of a painting as she smiled at Han-sen. Speechless Buddha lady? Han-sen was shocked. Mr. Han. If you want, I can guide you around the Buddha kingdom. Speechless Buddha lady came before Han-sen and spoke to him. Yes, please, Han-sen said. It was impossible to escape from the Buddha in Buddha kingdom. Han-sen had nothing better to do, and she was freely offering to guide him, so he wasn't going to say no. And that aside, Speechless was pretty to look at. Then please follow me. I won't let you down. Speechless smiled at Han-sen and then started walking. Han-sen felt strange. There were many people in the city, but it didn't seem as if anyone recognized Speechless. He wondered why no one gave him peculiar looks. Speechless knew what Han-sen was thinking, though. She smiled and said, "The Buddha aren't very interested in celebrity. I rarely go out with my rank on display. That's why." Han-sen nodded, and then asked, "Is there anywhere special I can visit? I'm sure you know the most interesting landmarks around here. You can call me Speechless, by the way." Speechless paused and then said, "I don't think ordinary relics would interest you, but there is a Buddha wall that resides 400 miles from here. It is a place that was visited by a half-deified Buddha king. You should take a look, sir." "Call me Han Senator, being called sir is strange." Han-sen smiled. Speechless Buddha lady nodded and spoke about the origin of the Happy Buddha wall. She spoke well, and she was pretty to boot. It wasn't a boring listen. The Happy Buddha wall was not created by Happy Buddha King. It was a student that drew an image of Happy Buddha King across that wall. That was how it came to be known as Happy Buddha Wall. Happy Buddha King was a very famous half-deified person, but he left a long time ago. His name was still commonly heard in the city, though, and he was a figure that was most well known. The student that drew his image was not any ordinary person either. He was a legendary fellow. Out of the higher races, the Buddha society included the most outsiders. In the Buddha kingdom, only 1% of its people were full-blooded Buddha. The rest were outsiders, and many of them were quite famous. Some of the famous outsiders were even kings. The person that drew Happy Buddha King was an outsider duke named Silla. That person admired Happy Buddha King a great deal, so they wished to draw him a portrait. There were many different stories. Silla met with Happy Buddha King 10 times with the offer, and each time Silla was rejected. The 11th time, however, Happy Buddha King allowed Silla to proceed. The Happy Buddha wall was the result. Before finishing the drawing, Silla practiced for 3 years straight in complete isolation. When Silla returned, Silla did so as a king. Silla eventually went on to become half-deified, as well. There was a saying amongst the Buddha, Silla King was a famous king, but just like Happy Buddha King, history forgot them. All people now knew was the remnant of the Happy Buddha wall. Han-sen liked the story, and when it came to a close, they were on Sky Cliff. That was where the wall was. Han-sen thought that the place, due to its sacred importance, would be well protected. But there was not even a railing, and they were able to come right before the wall. The Happy Buddha wall was drawn on the cliffside. It was at least 10 meters high. It looked rather strange. Han-sen looked at the Happy Buddha wall from far away. He wondered, "I thought this was an image of Happy Buddha King. Why are there 2 Buddhas painted on the wall? Which one is he?" The wall portrayed a Buddha sitting upon a lotus flower, smiling. But there was also a Buddha lady next to the Buddha. She was holding his neck, and they were locked in a kiss. Speechless smiled and said, "I thought there were a lot of gods in the beliefs of the rebate. Happy Buddha King is our lover god. Happy Buddha King is called Ming King, and the Buddha lady there is Ming's wife. They were both deified, and forever together. They were both called Happy Buddha King." "I see." Hansen may have said that, but inside, he thought, isn't this like a combination of two? I thought it was just one king, but it was in fact a horny old man and his woman. Nothing is sense, and sense is not nothing. Nothing is not sense. Where the senses are, is where the Buddha are. Speechless spoke to Hansen seriously. I don't understand this. It seems as if I am not suitable enough for the Buddha. Hansen smiled. Speechless smiled and said, I cannot tell you if this is suitable for you, but perhaps by looking at the wall, you may learn a thing or two. When Scylla drew this picture, Scylla King learned of what it meant to be happy. The happiness is inside this very wall. If this is your fate, then you will learn something, also. Hansen examined the happy Buddha wall, but could not learn anything. He gave a wry smile and said, It seems as if I am not suitable for the Buddha, as I am unable to glean anything. I have a way for you to see it, but I will have to help you. Are you willing to try this? Speechless beautiful eyes peered right through Hansen. If you are willing to help, then of course. Hansen smiled. Okay, then look into my eyes. Tell me what it is that you see. Speechless smiled at Hansen, as her eyes began to show some form of movement. Hansen looked at her eyes, but her eyes were too pretty. It was difficult to describe how beautiful they were. They were crystal clear, and looking at them made people want to stare in awe. Hansen felt like his vision was becoming sucked into her own. Within the reflection of her eyes, he clearly saw himself. But the shadow was so strange, and he saw himself naked. He wore nothing in front of speechless Buddha lady. Boom! Hansen felt as if he had just been shot in the head. So many thoughts rushed to his mind all at once, many of which made him blush. Speechless eyes continued looking at Han Senator, they became watery, and she looked at Hansen strangely. Ming's wife used her love to feed that cruel demon Ming King. She seduced him to open his mind and become a Buddha king herself. Even that cruel monster could not block it, so how could you? Speechless felt so very cocky. During the cultural exchange between the Buddha and the rebate, Speechless had been beaten by Gu Qingqing. She was not happy about that. When Speechless heard that Hansen was visiting the Buddha kingdom, she went looking for him. She badly wanted to exact her revenge badly. She planned to bring Hansen to the happy Buddha wall. With the atmosphere in front of the wall being what it was, and with her skills to disturb Hansen's will, she knew she would succeed. Speechless would not stand for Hansen becoming one of the Buddha. So, she made him fall in love with her. She was confident with the seed of love she planted. With Hansen's mind currently shaken, she could take advantage of his dazed state and plant her seed. He would do whatever she bid him to do, and he would listen to her no matter what. The skill was called desire, and there were few people who could practice it with proficiency. Speechless was very talented with it, though, because of her connection to Speechless Buddha King. Speechless Buddha King had practiced happy skills, and she followed his example. Speechless eyes looked very attractive, and she thought to herself, come on. While your will is still a mess, I will nudge you into a situation that will embarrass you horribly when you come to your senses. Thinking about this made her feel so much better. She casually began to check out Hansen. He actually looked a lot like a Buddha. Hansen's face was more attractive than average, but it was too thick to look exactly like a Buddha's, though. It wasn't pretty. But Hansen's talents were shockingly good. They were so defined. Even she was jealous of what he was capable of. What shocked her the most was Hansen's eyes. They weren't pretty, but they were extremely attractive, for a reason she could not pinpoint. Something about them reminded her of a rising phoenix. Those black eyes were an enthralling abyss, and as she stared into them, Speechless suddenly found it difficult to look away. Slowly, Speechless' face started to blush. Her own eyes quivered strangely. She came closer and closer to him. Her eyes were so attractive, and her lips drew near Hansen's. Why do I think he looks different, all of a sudden? Speechless wondered, and her heart was beginning to race. She suddenly needed Hansen like she needed to breathe. He looked like the person of her dreams. Speechless life force was all messed up. A moan passed her lips as her eyes dropped into a soft look. It seemed as if she wanted to pull Hansen closer. Her arms, beneath the white robe, wrapped around Hansen's neck. Her lips were going to connect with Hansen's lips. Suddenly, a finger landed on Speechless' lips. She was hastily thrust out of her daze. "Don't try that too much, you'll become addicted." Hansen smiled as he touched Speechless' lips. Speechless' cheeks burst into fire. With another moan, she stumbled backwards. Her heart was all tangled up, and she couldn't bring herself to even look at Hansen now. She wanted to dig a hole and hide herself. "I'm sorry, I have remembered that there is in fact something I ought to do. I will take my leave now." "Sorry." Speechless was in complete shock, and it was obvious she wanted to run away. Hansen found it funny that Speechless, of all people, would run off in such a manner. His will was like that of a deified being. It was too strong for someone like Speechless to easily manipulate. Speechless' desire skill could not shake Hansen, or her attempt at seduction had backfired, and that was why she ran off. After she left, Hansen sat down on some stairs and observed the Happy Buddha wall. Hansen couldn't discern anything particularly special about it. But now that she was gone, he could scan the wall with his Dongxian aura. "I see." Hansen looked at it, then deactivated his Dongxian aura. It turned out that it wasn't worth checking out. Just as he was getting ready to leave, though, a few people arrived. They had come there to see the wall, too. Hansen looked at them and noticed how similar to humans they looked, aside from the horns on their heads, of course. Furthermore, Hansen knew the leader of the bunch. "Luo Ji? He's not dead?" Hansen was surprised. When he met Luo Ji the demon, he was on planet Kate. Luo Ji had invited Hansen to join him at Demon's grave. When danger befell the pair, Luo Ji abandoned Hansen and fled into the desert. Hansen hadn't seen the man since, and so he presumed him to be dead. Apparently, the man had survived, and to top it off, he had come to the Buddha kingdom at the same time as Hansen. It looked as if he had practiced a lot in the time they had been apart. He was faster than Hansen, and that was because he was an earl. When Luo Ji saw Hansen, he too looked surprised. He asked Hansen, "You are Knife Queen's student, Hansen?" "Yes, I am." "Who are you?" Hansen had used his dollar persona when he first met Luo Ji. The man didn't know Hansen was dollar. "I am Luo Ji of Demon." Luo Ji had brought a few demons with him. He smiled at Hansen. "You must be here to access the Buddha heaven, correct? How about we go there together? I have other business I must conduct." "I am sorry to disappoint you," Hansen said and left. Hansen knew what sort of person Luo Ji was now, and he knew he wouldn't cooperate fully with him. Disrespectful. After Hansen left, a demon behind Luo Ji spoke. Luo Ji waved his hand and said, "That man's genes may not be stable, but his skill is profound. Knife Queen took him as a student, so it is best we do not offend him. This trip to heaven is important to me. We cannot risk failure. Please behave and do not cause me unnecessary trouble." "Yes, sir." The demons with him agreed. Hansen was walking west, but he didn't have time to stop and admire the views. He just wanted to return to the city where Burning Lamp Alpha was to deliver a speech. And after that, he wanted to get this heaven ordeal over with so he could return to his wife. Hansen spent 2 days returning to the Buddha city. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar shadow appear in the crowd. "Why is he here?" Hansen stared in shock. But then, the shadow disappeared. Hansen walked to the alley where he had seen it, but he found no trace of the man. "Are my eyes going funny? God's retribution cannot be here. There is no way he could come out here without my assistance." Hansen retreated into thought, as the entire situation seemed wrong. But the shape of the shadow's body really did look like him. Hansen walked around a bit, but he didn't catch sight of God's retribution again. Maybe my eyes are going funny. Hansen shook his head, then went to find a place in the Buddha city to stay. The city was made of gold, and even the ground was paved with it. It was rather intimidating in its splendor. There were statues of the Buddha everywhere, and their presence made Hansen feel uncomfortable. I wonder when Isha will show up again? Hansen waited for another 2 days, and still didn't see her. He was getting impatient now. People in the city were starting to talk about Burning Lamp Alpha's upcoming speech, quite a bit now. No race was prohibited from hearing the speech, and anyone of any status could go. It is no wonder she said it does not matter if I hear it or not. Since the speech will address everyone, surely nothing unique or valuable will be said. Everyone will know whatever he says, Hansen was thinking as he approached a Buddha statue. He was walking on a famous Buddha path. It was a straight road that led straight to the Burning Lamp Alpha's palace. The way was 10 meters wide, adorned with 3,000 gold Buddhas fencing it. The rumors said that every Buddha represented a world. 3,000 Buddhas meant there were 3,000 worlds. There was a Geno art of the Buddha that was called 3,000 worlds. It was derived from the 3,000 Buddhas of that path. Hansen didn't believe the stories, though. But he had nothing better to do with his time, and so he decided to come and take a look. Perhaps he'd be able to learn a thing or two. Because Burning Lamp Alpha would give a speech, many outsiders were there. Just like Han Senator, they were all accompanied by magic of their own. Bubble began bouncing up and down, wild with excitement. The intelligence of the magic grew slowly, and their personalities were rather simple. They weren't complex beings. Reaching the level of intelligence of the one that mimicked the shape of Isha would take a few decades. It also took a lot of energy for that to happen. The 3,000 Buddha statues were all unique, and not one of them was a copy of another. Hansen came to take a look to kill some time. When he walked past 200 Buddhas, he saw Speechless and a few of the other outsiders there. None of them appeared to be low-ranked. Speechless had probably guided them there so they could take a look at the Buddhas. Hansen took a closer look and was surprised. All those outsiders were of a different race. One of them was a feather. The feathers had been removed from the Hall of Higher Races, and they were hardly ever seen outside of Holy Heaven nowadays. It was nothing small to see a feather here. Hansen did not recognize that feather, though. But amongst them was one person that Hansen knew. And that was Higher of Pirate. She, too, was in the Buddha city. It looks like everyone is taking this heaven business seriously. I wonder what's so good about it, and what resides in their heaven. I don't know what Isha was thinking when she decided not to explain anything. Am I not her student? Or did she just get kicked in the head by a donkey? Hansen felt depressed. Luckily, Higher would only recognize Hansen if he was wearing his Dongxian armor. That would be the face of Dollar. If she knew who he was, she might very well have tried to attack him then and there. Aside from Hansen, there was also a man with a cow's head. He looked like a minotaur. He was not of the cow, but Hansen thought he was the same race as the fellow he had encountered during various rebate events. There were 3 others there, too. One of them had a head that grew like a dragonfly. There was one with 3 faces and 6 arms, and the other was a Ghana man. He had the snake lower body and all. They were all unique. Hansen could not tell how strong they all were, but they all looked very different. Hansen stopped looking at them and returned his gaze to the statues around him. Hansen really didn't want to see Higher, in case she somehow identified him. Buddha lady, on this trip to heaven, how many people can reach the other side? The Ghana man addressed Speechless. There are many geniuses here, so many should be able to reach the other side. You are each an elite of your respective races, with unique talents. If you have a strong will, you will make it, Speechless said. The cowhead man grunted and said, maybe not. This heaven has opened many times, and fewer than 10 finish it each time. I am sure there is some limit to the number of those who can make it. And the more elites there are, the harder it will be. Ba. Speechless spoke the Buddha catchphrase, and then she said, "Sig Earl, you think too much. There are no enforced limitations. If you can walk through heaven, you will." The Ghana man emotionlessly looked at the cowhead man and said, "Sig, if you are so afraid, you do not have to go." "Good, what are you saying?" The cowhead man ran towards the Ghana in rage, breathing fire out of his nose. "Calm down. This is the Buddha's path, you cannot make so much noise here." Speechless stepped between the two. Higher and the guy with 3 faces and 6 arms did not speak. They were merely watching. Sig and Good did not look as if they would continue the feud, and they simply ignored each other after that. Speechless kept guiding them forward, showing off the 3,000 Buddhas. When they came near Hansen turned away from them. He didn't want to get involved. She only saw his back, but Speechless recognized Hansen. Her expression became strange, and she pretended she hadn't noticed him. She continued her tour of the 3,000 Buddhas. Seeing them walk away, Hansen felt much relief. But before he could completely relax, Higher walked back towards Hansen. Hansen was shocked. Did she see something? Hansen was not afraid of her, but he couldn't risk his identity of dollar being exposed. It had caused big trouble with Isha. Higher walked right up to Hansen and looked him over. Hansen kept looking at the Buddha and ignored her. Hansen decided that, if she did notice something, he'd deny whatever she said. He'd deny no matter what. Higher put her hand on Hansen's shoulder and spoke quietly into his ear. She said, "Are you romantically involved with Speechless?" Hansen was shocked. He certainly hadn't expected Higher to say that. So, he just looked at her and pretended he didn't know what she meant. Seeing how shocked Hansen looked, Higher took his reaction for a confirmation. She then murmured, "We shouldn't talk here. We should find someplace else to chat." "I think you have the wrong guy, I have no clue about what you're talking about." Hansen acted through his shock. Higher lifted her lips in a little smile and said, "There is no use in pretending. I am a thief, and nothing escapes my senses. I will tell this to a Buddha king, you know what will happen to you and Speechless if I do, right?" Before Hansen could put another word in, Higher continued. "Oh, but just so you know, I am not being hostile. Actually, I would like to strike a trade with you." After saying that, Higher pulled Hansen away from Buddha's path. They walked out of the city and went to the banks of a nearby river. Hansen wished to hear what she wanted to say, so he didn't resist following her out. "Okay, let's talk here." Higher let Hansen go, then sat down atop a rock. She smiled and said, "Given your relationship with Speechless Buddha lady, I can only assume you know the secrets to heaven." "What secrets?" Hansen asked Higher. "Stop pretending. Heaven has opened many times, and many races have been here. Only 10 of them can reach the end each and every time. I believe there is a secret to this somewhere." Higher was peering right at Hansen when she continued. "With Speechless reputation, she must assuredly know how to reach the other side. I don't want anything from you. All I want is for you to take me with you and help me reach the end. If you do, I'll keep the relationship between you two a secret. I promise. I think you have misunderstood us. I know Speechless, but we are not in a relationship with each other. In fact, we have only ever met twice," Hansen said. Higher looked annoyed by the denial. Her face filled up with frost and she said, "This is bad. I am going to tell Buddha King about it right now." "So what if he knows?" Hansen laughed at Higher. Higher looked back at Hansen with disdain. "Still pretending? You can't hide anything from a pirate. Carrot every trick in the book to get others to join their creed. Marriage is one such method. Many creatures in this universe have been tethered to the Buddha in this way. Like Happy Buddha King, he was the best in the entire universe. Yet even he was suckered into one of those arrangements. Speechless is famous, and she will have a marriage with someone powerful. It's a must for her. If Buddha King leans about you too, do you think he will let you go lightly? You should know about this. Hansen didn't know the Buddha had such a culture, and he found it rather interesting. When Hansen didn't respond, Higher went on to say, others don't know the Buddha are this way, but we do. They are not much smarter than the pirate, you know. I don't really like them, and more than that, I don't want to expose your story. If you help me, it is a win-win situation for all of us. You know who I am? Hansen asked Higher. Higher was surprised and said, how am I supposed to know who you are? You're just a lowly viscount. Even if you are famous, the Buddha won't let you be with her. Hansen smiled and said, I am the student of the rebate, called Knife Queen. This is my first time here, and it marks my third encounter with Speechless. Nothing else is going on, okay? You are wholeheartedly mistaken. Higher frowned at Han Senator. She looked right at him. Seeing him turn to leave, she tugged at him and said, even if the two of you aren't together, how about we cooperate anyway? Let's walk through heaven together. What benefit is there for us to cooperate? Hansen asked Higher. There is a lot. I am the #1 genius of the pirate. Everyone knows the name Higher. She is a rare and very talented person. I will be deified, one day. Higher kept complimenting herself, showing utterly no embarrassment. If you and I cooperate, it would be easier to traverse heaven. Higher patted Hansen on his shoulder. If you're as good as you say, why do you need Speechless to guide you? Hansen laughed at her. Higher's face did not change, and she said, I am certain I can get through it, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime affair. It's good to take extra precautionary measures, don't you think? Hansen turned around and left, ignoring her. Higher followed and pleaded, let's talk about it. State your conditions. I don't know anything about what to expect in heaven, so following me is pointless. Hansen knew Higher was suspicious about the prospect of his relationship with Speechless, so he kept walking resolutely. Higher gritted her teeth and pulled out something. You must know this. If you cooperate with me, then this is yours. Hansen looked at Higher's hands and saw a tablet. It was palm-sized. There were many words, smaller than grains of rice, etched into it. There was nothing particularly special about it, though. What is it? Hansen looked at Higher's tablet dubiously. Higher looked shocked. She stared at Hansen and said, really? You don't know about the virtual tablet? What is a virtual tablet? Hansen looked at it and asked. Higher saw that Hansen was honestly confused, so she shook it in front of him and said, the virtual tablet is a powerful treasure left behind by a mysterious, higher race. It has that mysterious race's geno-art. When the Buddha received the virtual tablet, they absorbed the talents to become as they are. Many geno-arts have come from this virtual tablet. This is one of many. The pirate unearthed it from some old ruins, and no one else knows about this. But it can be yours for the price of a cooperative partnership. How do I know if this is real or not? Hansen was curious. Aren't you Knife Queen's student? If you let her take a look, she'll know the truth. She won't lie either, Higher said. Okay. If this is real, I will cross heaven with you. Hansen took the tablet. Higher had no relationship with Speechless, and she was practically giving him something for free. He wasn't going to reject that. Why are you following me? Hansen asked, looking at Higher. Higher sauntered casually behind him. I gave you my end of the bargain, so of course I'm going to follow you. Heaven is going to open in a few days, and until then, I am attaching myself to you. I am going to listen to Burning Lamp Alpha's speech. We can meet there, Hansen said. There's nowhere else for me to go, anyway. I might as well follow you. It might be nice to meet up with Knife Queen, too. Higher really wanted to follow him. Hansen, seeing that Higher wasn't leaving, allowed her to tag along. There were a few days to go until the speech was to commence, and it felt like forever for Han Senator. On the day of the speech, Isha still hadn't revealed herself. Weird. Where is Isha? Did she go to the speech area straight away? Hansen frowned. Are you really Knife Queen student? Where is she? When the speech was about to begin, Hire cast a suspicious glance at Han Senator. She was starting to think she didn't know who he really was. If you don't believe me, then take your tablet back. Then we can go our separate ways. Hansen held it out to her. Over the past few days, he had researched the text on the tablet. It looked like something very profound, but there was no beginning or end to the text it included. It was just a section of a greater Geno art. You couldn't learn anything from that. Hansen found out the tablet was rather well known, though. The section that Hire had was likely very real. The virtual tablet had quite a lot of storage, and the Geno art filled all of it. If he only had one piece, then he only had one part of the Geno art. It was no wonder why Hire was willing to give it to him. No. You've already read the contents. What's the point of giving it back to me now? Hire shook her head. Hansen ignored her, and he continued to frown. The speech started, and Isha had yet to return. Without Isha, Hansen wouldn't have the Buddha's invitation to enter their heaven. He could not listen to the speech in the palace, so he'd have to stay in the plaza and listen alongside the commoners. Burning lamp Alpha couldn't be seen from the plaza. The audience could only listen to his voice ringing out of yellow speakers. Many creatures listened to the speech through the Buddha sound system. When Hansen heard what was being spoken, he thought it was very meaningful. He felt as if his heart had leveled up. But after thinking about it a little more, he thought it was indeed a little too vague. If you could do what the speech told you to do, you would have to be a saint. You wouldn't have to learn anything. It's your fault. I am from the pirate. I am supposed to listen from the palace. Now I'm stuck in the plaza with these lowlifes and you. Hire sounded upset. Hansen laughed and said, you probably weren't going to listen all that well, anyway. It doesn't matter where you were standing when you heard him speak. It's different. Hearing it from the palace is a recognition of your identity. It's different when you're there, Hire said. Hansen didn't think too much on the speech, though. He was concerned for Isha, who was still a no-show. Far away, in a stone pavilion in the southwest corner of Buddha Kingdom, an old man was sitting in front of a table. It looked as if he was dozing off. There was a game of chess sitting on the table, and it was in the midst of a stalemate. Isha was sitting opposite the man, examining the stalemate in play atop the table. She was holding a piece, trying to decide on her next move. The pavilion was fairly ordinary, but it gave others a feeling of separation from the world outside. It was like a realm that did not exist in full. Time passed, and Isha sat as still as if she had been turned to stone. Hansen couldn't see Burning Lamp Alpha, and the speech lasted the entire day. After that, the creatures all showed their thanks to the Alpha, kowtowing before the palace. The speech ended, and the heavens opened. Countless creatures poured in towards the opening. Hansen and Hire were stuck in the crowd, looking at the way to heaven. There were 8 doors in the Buddha city, and 3 of them were open. 5 of them were always shut. One of the doors led to heaven, and that was the only way to heaven. It was situated in the west. The western door was now open, and when they looked out at it, they could see a Buddha light. It obviously did not lead to the land outside the city, as one might expect. Hansen still hadn't seen Isha, so he decided to move with the crowd towards the western door. When he went through the western door, he was not taken outside the city. He found himself in a desert. Nothing was visible on those desert wastes, not even cacti. It was just yellow sand, sizzling beneath a bright, hot sky. After entering the desert, Hansen heard something, like someone whispering near him. It almost sounded like someone speaking the Buddha catchphrase, but from an indiscernible source. The noise flowed all around him in a constant susurrus. The sound wasn't loud, but he could hear it clearly. It was like it was coming straight from his brain. As he listened to that sound, Hansen's body wanted to move along with it. It made him frown. Do you hear a noise? Hansen asked higher. Of course. Did you not know that heaven has the heavenly sounds? Higher rolled her eyes. If she hadn't asked around, she wouldn't have believed Hansen was the student of Knife Queen. He didn't know anything. What's up with these heavenly sounds? Hansen was trying to pinpoint its source, but he couldn't figure it out. Higher kept walking and explained, the music is everywhere, all across this heaven. At first, it will feel like it's nothing. But the longer you hear it for, the deeper it will touch you. If you can't stay composed and walk through this heaven in time, your body will begin to dance along with it. It won't stop until you're dead. Hansen frowned and said, if it's that dangerous, and only 10 people can make it through, why are so many people coming here? Aren't they afraid of dying? Well, you can turn back before you lose control. You'll be safe if you do that. Higher looked around, but she could not catch sight of Speechless. Then, she asked, when will you and Speechless meet up? I told you. We are not in a relationship. Hansen looked around and asked, how do I know when to keep going or when I should return? It depends on who you are. Everyone has fear in their hearts. You turn back when you've lost all hope. The more confident and stubborn people are, the more danger they are in. Higher rolled her eyes, and continued on to say, but you will be fine. Speechless will protect you, and you will make it to the end. Hansen didn't bother to contradict her again. He followed the big group across the desert. There was a huge crowd around them initially, but many people quickly began to tire and turn back. There was no day and night cycle in heaven, and the sun was always high in the sky. After 10 hours, the sun was still unmoved. It was just as Higher said, too. The heavenly voice was nearly impossible to ignore. It wasn't long until Hansen saw weaker-willed creatures beginning to dance along with the music. A giant danced across the sand. An initial glance might seem amusing, but it ultimately gave onlookers the chills. Many groups of people walked together. If anyone started dancing with the music, others could snap them out of it. Some creatures that were having difficulty withstanding the music, and they decided to turn back. They didn't want to risk dying there. The music did not affect Hansen at all, though. He heard it, but it was just annoying, more than anything. Higher kept on bugging Hansen about when he was going to meet up with Speechless, but he was too lazy to answer her. Higher refused to give it up, though. He eventually couldn't stand it. He frowned and asked, why do you think I'm in a relationship with her? Higher smiled and said, I am a woman, too. The way she looked at you could not fool me. Can you swear to God that there's nothing between you two? Hansen shrugged and did not say another word. He continued walking. There was no nighttime in that desert. No one knew the specific direction they should be moving, which eventually resulted in the large crowd splitting up as people ventured separate ways. Most of them continued going forward, though. And that meant they were headed west. Hansen was going west, as well. But as time went by, there were fewer and fewer people around him. The desert was too large. After 50 hours of this, aside from Higher, there was no one nearby. Higher kept walking and asked, Hansen, I can't see anyone close to us. Speechless should be here. Hansen acted like he didn't hear anything. He merely stroked Bubble, which was perched on his shoulder, and asked, did you bring a magic? What do they do? Higher said, they aren't affected by the music. You can use them for a distraction from the music. It keeps your mind from being so easily lured by the heavenly music. I see. Hansen had guessed that, but he just wanted confirmation. Stop beating around the bush, when is Speechless getting here? Higher asked in irritation. As Hansen started to respond, a shadow appeared over the horizon. They looked in its direction and saw a Buddha with a white robe. The bald head gleamed under the radiance of the sun. You see? There is no way I could have been mistaken. Higher looked cocky. Look closer, it's a man. It's not Speechless, Hansen said after a second. You're still pretending? Speechless must have sent that man to pick you up. You cannot lie to me. Higher gave him a "you cannot lie to me" face. Hansen's face suddenly looked rather pale, and his eyes twitched. He had picked up a very hostile aura coming from that man. Let's go. Hansen turned around and started to leave. Stop playing, Higher said with an eye roll, but then she realized that Hansen was already running off. Higher turned to look at the Buddha and found that he had accelerated. He was coming towards her like an arrow. She felt something was amiss now, too, and so she ran after Hansen. Who is that? Isn't he here to pick you up? Higher asked as she ran. I already told you, I have nothing to do with Speechless, Hansen said again. Higher turned her head to look behind them, and she saw the Buddha getting closer. She was shocked, and said, if you have nothing to do with her, why are they chasing you? They must have unearthed your dirty secret, and that's why that man has been dispatched to get rid of you. Higher looked at the man more closely, then screamed. Seven Spirit Buddha. I was right. You and Speechless have been exposed. This Buddha has been sent to kill you. You recognize him? Hansen asked. He didn't know why one of the Buddha would come after him. And since their pursuer was undoubtedly a hostile, Hansen wanted to know more about him. You haven't heard of Seven Spirit Buddha? He is Speechless Buddha King's seventh son, but the Buddha King did not leave anything to him in his will. He gave everything to Speechless. Seven Spirit Buddha wasn't denied an inheritance because he was a disappointment, but because he was too smart. Speechless Buddha King was afraid that his will might limit and actually impede Seven Spirits' future. So, nothing was left for him. Burning Lamp Alpha himself refused to take students for 1,000 years, but decades ago, he made an exception for Seven Spirit Buddha. He must be a marquis by now. Higher went on to say, the relationship between you and Speechless must have been exposed. That is why he is here to kill you. So, since this has nothing to do with me, I'll take my leave. After that, Higher changed course and ran the other way. She wanted to get as far away from Hansen as she could to avoid getting mixed up in his mess. Hansen suddenly sped up, though, and he grabbed Higher by the clothes. He picked her up and continued running. What are you doing? I thought we were friends. Don't harm me. Higher struggled, trying to escape. I am Knife Queen's student. The Rebate and the Buddha have a good relationship. If they wanted to kill me, do you think they would allow witnesses to know that I was murdered? Hansen coldly said. Higher was shocked, and so she stopped resisting. She said, we should run separate ways, then. He might not come after me. It's better than dying with you, at least. You're just a Viscount. If I was the Seven Spirit Buddha, I'd kill you before coming after me, Hansen said. You say that like you're really strong, but you're a Viscount the same as me. Higher smiled. But after she said that, she felt Hansen tucking her under his armpit. Then he accelerated to a point where she could not even open her eyes for the wind. How is he so fast? Higher was shocked. Hansen carried Higher as he ran, but it wasn't because he had any sympathy for her. He wanted a witness. If he had one, it might prove useful further down the line. Hansen used his rabbit shoes to run, but he still looked gloomy. Seven Spirit Buddha was keeping up with him, and the gap between them was slowly closing. Although there was still some distance between them, Hansen was fleeing over the flat, unobstructed sands. There was no place to hide, and it would only be a matter of time before Seven Spirit Buddha caught up with him. He's just a marquis? Hansen looked back. Seven Spirit Buddha was 1 kilometer behind them. Higher was shocked, and she said, Seven Spirit Buddha is a marquis, but he is a genius amongst the Buddha. And Burning Lamp Alpha taught him personally. I fear not even a duke could rival him. You need to run, because he is coming. Hansen wanted to run faster, but he was still just a viscount. He was already moving as fast as the shoes would allow. 7 Spirit Buddha. Why are you chasing me? Hansen shouted as he ran. 7 Spirit Buddha said grimly, Ba. He didn't say anything more. He merely focused on his pursuit of Hansen, and he slowly reeled in the distance between them. Higher looked grim, and she said, It looks like he really wants to kill you. This is bad, man. If we don't reach our destination, we're going to die. Hansen suddenly slapped Higher's body, sending a surge of energy into her. She found herself unable to move. She couldn't squirm, and neither could she speak. Stop talking. I can lose him, Hansen said to Higher as he hopped up a sand dune. But Hansen didn't jump up there to remain on high ground. He slid down its other side, and he used the height of the dune to obscure 7 Spirit Buddha's vision. The moment Hansen was out of sight, he patted Little Invisible. Then, a strange colorful power wrapped him up. Hansen was able to blend into the desert itself. No eyesight could detect them. After crossing another 1,000 meters, 7 Spirit Buddha reached the dune. Then, he started looking around. Mr. Han, I know you are here. Come and fight me, student of Knife Queen. At least die with dignity, 7 Spirit Buddha rumbled. Nothing responded to him, though. 7 Spirit Buddha did not move from his position as he looked over the desert. He moved his lips, and a sound came out of his mouth. A whirlwind kicked up, quickly swirling into a choking sandstorm. It had a diameter of 1,000 meters, and its thickness painted it like a yellow fog. 7 Spirit Buddha was convinced Hansen was there, and he wished to use the sandstorm to reveal him. But when the sandstorm quelled, he was unable to see anything. It was still and quiet, and he could not see Hansen. Is he good with the element of earth? 7 Spirit Buddha spoke to himself. He looked around and ventured in a specific direction. Then, he disappeared. In the sky, Higher saw 7 Spirit Buddha vanish. She wanted Hansen to free her, but she had no voice to speak with. She was yelling in her mind, *Shoal. Let me go. You are deliberately touching me. She could only think these things, since she still couldn't control her mouth. Hansen was in the air, and he didn't go back down. Neither did he free Higher. He slowly flew higher and higher. He drifted up so gradually, it felt as if he wasn't moving at all. Wimp. 7 Spirit Buddha is gone. Why are you still being so careful? Let me go. Higher was yelling in her heart. Hansen's forehead dripped with sweat. He was just a viscount, and flying slowly cost more energy than flying fast. And on top of that, he was holding Higher. That cost him even more energy. After 10 minutes, he traveled 1 kilometer. Higher was going to go crazy, being unable to move or speak. If she could, she'd have been yelling at Hansen. Suddenly, Higher saw the same dune that 7 Spirit Buddha had been standing atop. 7 Spirit Buddha had appeared there once again. He was wearing a white robe, standing atop the dune. It was as if he hadn't moved at all. Higher was shocked, and she thought to herself, I saw him walk away. Why is he still here? Can he teleport? Amidst Higher's shock, 7 Spirit Buddha mumbled something to himself. A light then came out of his body, glowing strangely from his chest. It looked like another 7 spirits emerged from him and walked their own separate ways. Not long after, another 7 spirits emerged from each of the 7 spirits. They all went off in different directions, but the real 7 Spirit Buddha was still atop the original dune. After a while, he traveled west. Buddha clone? He is powerful. Higher understood that the 7 spirits she was seeing were actually just clones. But producing clones like that was something only a king-class Buddha could do. 7 Spirit Buddha was just a marquise. His ability to produce 7 clones to search for them was terrifying. Higher was so happy right now that Hansen had not freed her. If she had made a noise, 7 Spirit Buddha would immediately have known where they were. this guy is pretty good. He's just a viscount, but he has that speed? I don't know what treasure he collected to make him so fast, Hire thought. Hansen landed, and then he removed their camouflage. He also freed her. Hire was being quite suspicious. She carefully looked around and said, "Is he really gone?" "He is for now, but I am sure he will be back." Hansen moved to rest on the sand. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's run," Hire said. Hansen did not move from his spot, though, and he calmly said, "His clones went off in 8 different directions. Wherever we go, he will see us." "Then what do we do?" Hire was not strong enough to deal with someone like Seven Spirit Buddha. Somehow, she had found herself depending on Hansen. "We need to find a way to exit this heaven. We might have escaped for now, but there's still a chance we might be found by Seven Spirit," Hansen said. "If you do not know how to get out of here, then you should know that I don't either," Hire said. She thought for a moment. "Can't you turn invisible?" "If we stay invisible, then Seven Spirits clones won't be able to find us, will they?" Hansen shook his head. "There are limitations to remaining invisible, as I cannot keep it up for long." Little Invisible could make Hansen invisible, but Hansen was carrying another person. It would be too much for him to handle. The creature was still just a baby. And after the amount of time they had spent invisible earlier, all its energy had been drained. "What do you plan to do, then?" Hire was standing atop a dune. She scanned the desert, afraid their nemesis would return. "Don't stand there," Hansen told her, motioning her down from the top of the dune. Then, he said, "I thought you were of the pirate. You might just be Viscount, but you should be able to stay alive, right?" "Normally, of course. Even if there was a duke on our heels, I could stay alive. But this is Seven Spirit, so I can't be entirely sure." Hire gave a wry smile. "If it was just one clone, do you think you could make it out?" Hansen asked, after some thought. "If there was just one, then I guess I could. But my method can only protect me." Hire looked glum, saying that. "That is enough. I will go to Seven Spirit's true self. His clones will be coming for me, but that will allow you to go back the way you came and leave. If Seven Spirit does not recall his clones, though, then you'll be on your own," Hansen said. Hire looked at Hansen and said, "Why are you helping me?" Hire hailed from the pirate. She found it hard to believe a stranger would help her formulate a plan of escape at his own expense. Hansen smiled and said, "No matter what reason he has for trying to kill me, he waited until only the 2 of us remained. That means he doesn't want others to know what he wants to do. If you make it out, perhaps he'll give up on the idea of killing me. And if he doesn't give up, at least you can spread the news of what actually happened. You could inform Knife Queen. If you can't, I'll die for nothing. Vengeance won't be sought." Hansen paused, then went on to say, "Seven Spirit is coming after me. I cannot escape, and this is the only gambit we have available." Hire looked at Hansen for a while, and then spoke. "If I can make it out, I will inform Knife Queen. It's a deal, then. You walk east, and I'll go west." Hansen looked at the time and then continued. "He should be on his way back by now. Go on, and good luck." Hansen stood up and ran to the west. Although Hire was worried, she knew if she went along with Hansen, she might very well die. So, she went east. Hire did not dare run too quickly, though. She was afraid Hansen might use her as bait, so just in case, she went slowly. If Hansen was going west, Seven Spirit should bump into him first whenever he turned back. When that occurred, she would have her chance to escape. Hansen was not that graceful, though. He walked west, looking around as he went. Because he had been in that place for a while, and the music affected people a lot, it was fortunate Hansen's will was as strong as it was. It didn't affect him as it did the others. After a while, Hansen stopped walking. He looked around and buried himself inside one of the dunes. Once inside the sand, he cast Petrify to turn himself into stone. Not even a deified elite could find him there. Now, all Hansen had to do was wait. He was going to wait until Seven Spirit came past. And when the hound did, he'd emerge. If Seven Spirit was walking slow, then Higher should encounter a clone. If she did, she'd surely attract Seven Spirit in that direction. But Hansen wasn't certain she'd entice the attention of Seven Spirit himself. If Seven Spirit found out that Higher was alone, he'd still want to search for Hansen more than anything. Hansen reviewed every possible way this situation could unfold, and he formulated a method for dealing with each circumstance. Suddenly, though, he felt as if a being had just walked past. He was buried under the sand, though, and he couldn't use Dongxian aura to be certain. He couldn't be sure that it was Seven Spirit. The creature was slowly heading east. He had walked past where Hansen was hiding, headed on an eastbound trajectory. Hansen assumed it had to be Seven Spirit, since who else would walk backwards when they were this late in the game? Hansen waited until the presence went by, hoping to head the opposite direction after Seven Spirit passed. But Seven Spirit only walked east for a bit before turning back. He was searching for something. Hansen, do you want to die down where you are? Or do you want to go out fighting? Seven Spirit Buddha asked. Hansen frowned and thought, weird. How does he know I'm here? Hansen was a little worried, but he didn't move from his position within the sand dune. If the felon knew where Hansen was, it was likely that he'd already have attacked. He wouldn't bother talking. Seven Spirit waited a bit for a response to come, but none came. He didn't actually know where Hansen was. But it seemed as if he knew Hansen was somewhere nearby, as he didn't leave the approximate region. He must have a way to sense my general presence, but he can't find me. This is a tough spot to be in, Hansen was thinking. Seven Spirit stopped. He mumbled something, and then the sand was kicked into turmoil again. The wind whipped into a raging tornado. Wherever it went, the sand flew everywhere. It dug up 1,000 meters of desert. Marquises are stubborn. It must be costing a lot of power for him to keep searching that way, Hansen thought. It also made him feel disappointment. Even if he had turned into stone, Seven Spirit would find him if he dug too deeply into the sand. Hansen was not in a rush to move, however. He waited for the tornado to come. He wasn't going to move until he was found, in the hope that Seven Spirit would exhaust most of his energy. Several tornadoes raged across the desert. They were searching for Hansen almost hungrily. When the tornadoes reached a specific dune, it exploded and a person emerged. He went straight west. Ba. Seven Spirit waved his white robe, and the tornadoes retreated into his sleeves. He looked like a dragon with yellow wings as he came after Hansen. Hansen was running forward, and the shape of a yellow dragon that was a few hundred yards long was giving chase. It looked like a yellow vortex that wanted to suck him in. Hansen's blood was burning. His spell armor glowed with light. Hansen looked like a bird soaring through the sky to avoid the power of that tornado. Seven Spirit emerged from the trailing tornado and threw his palm forward at Hansen. It turned into a golden, roaring lion. Hansen's body responded like a phoenix. He borrowed strength from the air itself to accelerate. His body performed a stunning arc to neatly avoid the lion's attack. Seven Spirit clicked his fingers, and then the gold light turned into the spirits of the Buddha kings. They all rushed forward to attack Hansen. There was a dragon, a lion, a sheep, an elephant, a horse, a bug, and even a fish. They were all different types of animals. The dragon was powerful. The lion was intimidating. The sheep was implacable. The elephant was strong. The horse was fast. The bug was creepy. The fish was spiritual. They all possessed a different power, and they all had an effective synergy with one another. Hansen borrowed the speed of the rabbit shoes to keep up with Seven Spirit, but he didn't dare fight him head-on. A marquise would be too strong. If Hansen got hit, he could die in a moment. 7 Spirit. I have no grudge with you. Why do you want to kill me? Hansen shouted as he tried to hide from the scary attacks being aimed at him by the 7 spirits. 7 Spirits' desire to kill him was a grave issue. Even if Hansen escaped, it could pose trouble in the future if Hansen didn't understand why 7 Spirit wanted him dead. In order to sort this out, he needed to figure out what had inspired 7 Spirits' rage. But 7 Spirit refused to answer. His finger kept making spiritual markings. He kept creating Buddha light marks and infusing them with a desire to kill Hansen. Hansen saw 7 Spirit wasn't going to answer, and so after dodging the next spirit mark attack, he said, I know. You must really love Speechless. But Speechless loves me, and she wants to have sex with me. That is why you're mad, right? Despite what he said, Hansen did not think that was the reason. He just wanted to goad his nemesis into talking. Higher kept saying 7 Spirit wanted to kill him because of Speechless, but that made no sense to Han. Senator Speechless' plan to seduce him had backfired, but no matter how prideful someone was, they could not kill a student of a half-deified elite over something like that. There must have been an important reason why 7 Spirit wanted to kill him. 7 Spirit heard Hansen, though. With a look of fury, he said, Shut up. Speechless is not someone you can be allowed to pollute. After that, 7 Spirits' Buddha light shone. A giant Buddha hand rose from his back, then began approaching Han. Senator. The palm had 7 spirit marks, too. Hansen could see that the sky was now full of creatures, raining down towards him. Seeing it made him feel terrible. The 7 spirits were scary, and he knew he'd be unable to dodge them. Hansen's eyes froze, then he ran in front of the Buddha horse. When he did, he felt an impact shudder through his body and into his own hand. Then he was sent flying. Hansen used Yin Yang Blast, and the impact of the horse's hoof sent Hansen shooting off like a kite. He was flying far away. Hansen began running as soon as his feet touched the ground, coughing blood as he went. His opponent was too strong. He had used most of his power to deal with that force, but somehow, it had still managed to damage his body. If he hadn't been wearing his Marquis armor, he would have been killed. 7 Spirit did not have the power to keep using Buddha hand. The Buddha light dimmed, and he returned to pursuing Hansen. 7 Spirit, it isn't strange for a girl to fall in love. You cannot change someone's heart by force. Speechless thinks I'm hot. She wants to be with me. Killing me is pointless, as I will always be in Speechless' heart. She'll never forget about me, Hansen said, as he made his escape. Hansen could not defeat 7 Spirit, but if he could make his enemy mad enough to lose his cool, perhaps there was a chance of pulling through. 7 Spirit's face turned green, and he said, Shut up. Don't talk about her like that. Seeing that 7 Spirit really did care about Speechless, Hansen was delighted. He had to do what he could to live, so he said, Speechless and I are so in love. She mentioned you to me. She said you were nice, but you are extremely boring. You don't know how to treat a woman. You don't even dare to touch her fingers. You aren't a real man. 7 Spirit did not say anything. He kept casting his 7 Spirits marks like mad. Hansen had managed to gain some distance from 7 Spirit, so they weren't terribly close together. Hansen managed to dodge every attack, too, so there wasn't as much of a threat. 7 Spirit knew this was pointless, so he stopped attacking. He used his power to close the gap, instead. By doing that, he was able to catch up quickly. This guy is annoying. Hansen's chest was rumbling, and he was still coughing up blood. He was thankful he had his mutated blood. He wasn't losing as much blood as he would have otherwise, but he could not heal. 7 Spirit, a man should be more straightforward. I only used a little effort to make her come after me. I touched her body all over, and you didn't even touch her fingers. You are such a sad man. As he provoked 7 Spirit, Hansen kept thinking about how he could survive this. Shut up. 7 Spirit was enraged. His Buddha light brightened considerably, and then he used 1,000 Buddha hands. This time, he did not use his 7 Spirit marks. He merely pulled out a wooden instrument. He struck it, and the sky flashed above him. Hansen felt a rumble of thunder in his heart. Arg! Hansen felt electricity course through him. More blood spilled from his lips, and he almost fell over. 7 Spirit sprinted toward Hansenator. He wanted to slay Hansen as soon as he fell. But Hansen only dipped a little, then immediately sprang back to his feet. His speed did not diminish either, as he kept on running forward. 7 Spirit's brow furrowed. He wielded his wooden gong with 1,000 Buddha hands. Dong! The sound of thunder rumbled in Hansen's heart, like it could annihilate the spirit of any being. But Hansen was not affected, and he continued running. In the times between 7 Spirit's use of his 1,000 Buddha hands, Hansen was able to increase the distance that separated the two. 7 Spirit frowned harder. He channeled all his power into his legs so he could focus on catching back up to Hansen. Due to Hansen's provocation, 7 Spirit had cast the scariest powers he had. It had cost him a lot of energy, and the distance between the two was quite large now. He didn't want to risk exhausting more of his strength. Hansen's speed was a boon of the rabbit shoes. Beast souls had their own power, and they didn't tax Hansen's own energy reserves. As a result, he'd never have to slow down. They both kept running across the desert. 7 Spirit kept trying to attack Hansen, but Hansen was able to evade each and every strike. Hansen's opponent was unable to damage him in the slightest. When Hansen was hit by the Buddha's sonic attack, he had been injured. Fortunately, he had practiced sonic hyper-geno arts in the past. He was no stranger to what they could do. When 7 Spirit attacked the second time, he used Yin-Yang Blast to reverse some of the Buddha's sonic power that was bearing down on his Marquis armor. It made it look as if he was not affected by the Buddha's second sonic attack. His Marquis armor, however, was full of cracks. He had indeed been injured. Still, Hansen was able to hold on. And with his speed not slowing down, 7 Spirit believed Hansen had not been damaged by the Buddha's sonic attack. If 7 Spirit struck the wooden gong more, Hansen wouldn't be able to withstand it. This guy is annoying. It is lucky that I am able to understand a bit of the reach of his strength. Hansen used his rabbit shoes to keep on running. Hansen had nothing else to do right now, and so he had to keep on doing this. 7 Spirit was using all his power to chase Hansen, and Hansen didn't think he could continue doing this indefinitely. I am going to tire you out. I'm not afraid of you, because I have a beast soul. Hansen gritted his teeth and ran. He was going to compete with 7 Spirits with stamina, and nothing else. 7 Spirit was pledged to do the same. He couldn't kill Hansen, and his marks were useless. He didn't attack, and so he preserved his energy for the purpose of running. 7 Spirit did not think Hansen, who was a viscount, could keep up that speed for long. He had a plan. If Hansen kept running like that, the noise of heaven would bear down louder and louder. 7 Spirit had a Buddha Geno art that granted him a strong resistance to the noise. He did not think Hansen could last as long as he would under the power of those sounds. Once Hansen was controlled by the music, 7 Spirit would have Hansen's life under his thumb. When 7 Spirit stopped talking, Hansen decided to provoke him some more. He hoped his nemesis would be angered into attacking again, exhausting more of his energy. 7 Spirit did not say anything. He did not attack, and he just kept chasing. Looking at 7 Spirit's eyes, he seemed like the devil. His entire body carried a bad aura. While Hansen ran, he saw a few shadows ahead. When he drew nearer, he noticed it was Luoji and a few others. Hansen ran to Luoji and shouted, "Mr. G, help! 7 Spirit wants to kill me." When Luoji heard Hansen, his own face changed. He then shouted, "Run!" They all ran without hesitation. In Luoji's heart, he yelled, "Han Sen is an asterisk shoal who's going to get me killed." Luoji's brain responded quickly to this. He knew what was going on here. Seven Spirit wanted to kill Knife Queen's student. If Knife Queen knew about this, the Buddha and the rebate would suffer a big divide. If anyone saw Seven Spirit chasing Han Sen, they might be killed. Luoji ran fast, but when he turned around, he saw Han Sen was next to him. Luoji couldn't outrun him. Luoji shouted, "You asterisk shoal! We have no grudge with you. Why bring us harm?" Han Sen thought to himself, "You did the same to me in Demon's Grave, this is you getting your just desserts." Han Sen had his rabbit shoes, so he was able to run faster than Luoji. When Han Sen was about to pass them by, he leaped over their heads. Luoji knew he could not let him pass. If he did, Seven Spirit would reach him first, and Luoji and his people would be killed. Luoji shouted, "Block him." After that, he drew his knife out and tried to cut Han Senator. The knife came at Han Sen like a demon. The black smoke lurched toward Han Sen, and it made onlookers think there'd be no way for him to block it. The demons around Luoji tried to attack Han Sen, too. They had not practiced Sky Demon Sutra, and neither did they have Sky Demon powers. All they used were Geno arts. But they were all earls. And there was a marquise in their midst. When they attacked, they did so with grand strength. Han Sen did not move, and the Sky Demon powers hit Han Senator, so did the others, with their scary attacks. Han Sen's body exploded like a water balloon. Above their heads, though, Han Sen's body reappeared. He flew right over them like a bolt of light. What they had attacked was one of Han Sen's clones. He produced it from his moon skills. Split up. Luoji could not prevent Han Sen's advance, so he barked the command and ran. Each demon went off in a different direction. Han Sen, seeing Luoji respond so quickly, thought he was something of a genius. But even so, he was as evil as an old fox. Han Sen was hoping the crew could buy him some time, but that looked like it might be unlikely to happen. They all ran their separate ways, and Seven Spirit Buddha was unable to catch up to kill them all. There was no point in killing them, and he appeared to be letting them go. What happened next shocked Han Sen, though. Seven Spirit shone with gold. His body became golden, and he expanded 3 meters in every direction. Each side of his head grew an extra face, and his body sprouted an additional 6 arms. He had 8 arms and 4 faces. He looked like a weird Buddha statue. This guy is a xenogeniac. Han Sen's face changed, and he knew what he was going to do. Seven Spirit had 4 faces. The left one was smiling. The right one was crying. The back one was evil and very scary looking. The 8 arms were raised at a variety of different angles. A spirit spell powered his strange body as he flew forward. Han Sen heard some screaming and explosions coming from behind him. He turned around and saw a few of the demons, who had been running a kilometer behind him, get ripped apart. Their bodies were scattered all over the sands, splattering blood everywhere. Seven Spirit, with his gold Buddha body, chased after Luoji. He was the only one of his party who was still alive. Luoji knew he could not outrun the villain, and so he roared. His demon smoke enshrouded the blade he wielded. He sent a full-powered Sky Demon attack towards Seven Spirit. Sky Demon's shadow swallowed Seven Spirit, but in less than a second, the shadow was torn apart. The 4-faced, 8-armed Buddha that Seven Spirit had become escaped and teleported to Luoji. His arms grabbed Luoji, and Luoji watched with shocked eyes as the monster tore him apart. That is cruel. Han Sen was not in the mood to watch, so he kept running through the desert. After Luoji's body was ripped apart, a black smoke came out of the body and landed on Han Senator. Han Sen felt the black smoke go into his sea of soul. His body could not prevent it from getting inside. Ordinary Geno Universe creatures had a spirit sea. Hansen's spirit sea was his sea of soul, and it was unique to beings that came from the sanctuaries. The black smoke went in, and when it did, Destiny's tower shone. It was like a giant funnel that sucked the black smoke into the tower. What is this place? Let me out. The black smoke was now screaming from the top floor of Destiny's tower. The voice belonged to Luoji. Hansen did not have the time to figure out what the black smoke was right now, though. Seven Spirit had killed all the demons at once, and that hadn't bought Hansen as much time as he had hoped. His nemesis was catching up from behind once again. Luckily, Seven Spirit's xenogenic form had not increased his max speed. He was still unable to catch up with Hansen, and that was why Hansen did not feel the need to transform either. Seven Spirit was not in a rush, though. He released his xenogenic transformation and returned to his normal form to chase Hansenator. Becoming a xenogenic might have increased his strength, but it had 3 times the energy cost. Remaining in his xenogenic form wasn't a good idea. The chase continued, and Hansen hoped to encounter someone else across the sands. He was hoping for a duke, but as he ran, he didn't see hide nor hair of anyone else. I don't know if Hire escaped, Hansen thought to himself. That was because he had not seen Seven Spirits clones return. It made him wonder how Hire might have been faring. Hansen kept running for the next few days. Most of his power came from the rabbit shoes he used, but he still felt tired. Seven Spirit's stamina level was incredible. He was still on Hansen's heels, and he hadn't slowed down. This guy is annoying. Hansen's tired body still chugged along. Heaven was like an infinitely large realm, the ends of which could not be reached. The next horizon was always just desert. I can't just keep running like this forever. I have to reach the other end so Seven Spirit won't attack me. How will I get to the other side, though? Hansen had been thinking this over and over for the past few days. He couldn't come up with a solution. Hansen put his mind into Destiny's tower. He spoke to Luoji, who was now a pillar of black smoke. Luoji, do you know how to reach the other end? You got me killed. I won't tell you. Go to hell. The black smoke boomed with Luoji's angry voice. Hansen coldly said, if I escape, you can still live this way. If I don't, you won't even be alive as a black smoke. After that, Hansen took control of Destiny's tower and made it shine. It shone on the black smoke, and the black smoke looked like water that had touched burning steel. The smoke was vaporizing, and Luoji was screaming. Don't kill me. I'll tell you, Luoji shouted. Don't feed me a single lie. If I die, you die. If I can escape, I will keep you alive. You'll also be a witness for Seven Spirit chasing me, Hansen said. Luoji said, heaven is not a xenogenic space. It is a deified treasure, but this treasure came from a deified elite of the Buddha. Even they can't control it. They can only control a portion. Although they only control a small section, it is not difficult for them to trap people. If you get pinned, it will be impossible to reach the other end. But if they cannot control heaven totally, we can escape their control somehow, right? Hansen asked. That'd be difficult. Every time heaven opens, only 10 people can reach the other side. That isn't a coincidence, you know. The Buddha do this on purpose. I made inquiries into those who did reach the other end, and I discovered that they are all close friends of the Buddha. Not many enemies can reach the exit, Luoji said. If you know this, then what were you still doing here? You must know of a way, Hansen asked. Luoji paused, and then said, I have a guess, but I don't know for certain. I have come here to find out. Tell me. Hansen looked back and saw Seven Spirit was still giving pursuit. He wasn't worried that Hansen would be able to escape heaven. Hansen thought to himself, I'm afraid that what Luoji says might be true, but if so, then the Buddha have full control over who makes it out the other end. It isn't random. Luoji wasn't certain, but under pressure from Hansen, he relented and told the story. Many factions had researched the Buddha heaven. They had guesses similar to Luoji's, but no one had proven their authenticity. This was primarily because the Buddha forbade king-class sorts from entering the Buddha heaven. Ordinary nobles could not do much in the Buddha heaven. Luoji consulted many people that had reached the other side, and people that had gone deep without reaching the end. He gathered a lot of information and came up with a guess. The Buddha could not control heaven in its entirety. If someone traveled to the area that was not under the control of the Buddha, they had a chance of making it to the other end. Luoji thought the area that the Buddha did not control was under the Sand Sea. Once you enter the Sand Sea, you will see some white dunes. They're different from the ones of yellow sand. You won't find them if you don't look either. Once you find them, though, head for them immediately. Then, you can enter the region that the Buddha don't control. This is merely my theory, though. There's a chance I am incorrect, Luoji said. If it's not correct, then you know you will die with me. It is best you tell me everything, Hansen said to Luoji as he continued running. There is no more for me to tell. That is all I know, Luoji said. Really? I don't think you're the sort of person that goes on an adventure with nothing but a guess, Hansen coldly said. You can't say that. The whole reason I am here is because the place the Buddha control might have a treasure that the deified elite left behind. That is why I came here in the first place, Luoji answered. Hansen kept running, looking all around. He was pivoting his head to look for the white dunes Luoji had mentioned. There were many dunes around, but there wasn't a single white one. After running for a while, Hansen's eye gleamed brightly. Amidst the bumpy dunes of the desert, there was a smaller dune between them. It was only 2 meters tall. The dune was a little white, and if you did not peer at it closely, you might not have seen a difference at all. I found your dune. So, how do I get in? Hansen asked Luoji as he ran for the dune. Some peoples have been known to accidentally run inside, usually when they were getting attacked. I don't know exactly how to get in, but I was planning to try digging, Luoji answered. Hansen stopped hesitating. He pulled out ghost teeth knife and slashed a fang attack towards it. The knife light struck the little dune and created a big hole inside it. Hansen was very pleased with the result. His ghost teeth knife had created a big hole, and the knife light was still moving forward. The attack had punched through easily, as if it was hollow down below. But if you looked from above, you'd see a hole with sand at the bottom. Hansen clenched his jaw and went inside the dune. Hansen did not feel as if he was hitting sand. It felt more like water. It seemed like he was drifting down, like he was sinking. Seven Spirit, who had caught up by that point, hesitated for a moment. He still decided to jump in. Eventually, Hansen's eyes brightened. What he saw shocked him. When he went through the dune, he didn't arrive in some cave. It was another world, complete with its own sky. It was like he was traveling through the skies. It was different from the desert above, too. Here, he could see gold springs and giant gold trees. Every tree had a gold temple. Light glowed everywhere. There was a Buddha mist that covered a temple, splitting the light into many colors. It looked like a heaven of its own, but there was no pain and violence like in the heaven above. Is this the real heaven? Hansen frowned because the music was stronger there. Even he was starting to feel that pressure. His legs trembled, and it seemed as if he was about to start dancing. Hansen used his will to regain control of his body. Before he could decide where to go, he heard a noise and Seven Spirit dropped down behind him. Hansen tried to leap towards the gold forest that was visible in front of him, but he felt as if he was grounded and could no longer go airborne. So, he kept running forward. Seven Spirit did not follow him. He looked at Hansen and laughed grimly. Hansen, this heaven is not a place you can freely access. Really? Because I just did. So, what? Are you going to come and kill me? Hansen didn't look back as he shouted. If you keep going, you'll be dead without me lifting a finger, Seven Spirit said simply. Hansen wished to say something more, but Seven Spirit went on. It is almost time. And then a bell chimed. Hansen's brain felt as if it had just exploded. He almost collapsed to the ground. The tolling of the bell was far more powerful than the music. Seven Spirit put his hands before him. Then, a Buddha light shone. His forehead produced a cold sweat with the difficulty of what he was casting. Seven Spirit coldly looked at Hansen, who was lying on the ground. He walked towards Hansen with a Buddha light. He turned into his four-faced, eight-armed Buddha form and said, "Dying in the face of such music is your luck." Hansen wished to say something, but he heard another bell chime. He did not know where it came from, but it echoed across the entire world. Hansen was on the ground, and the chiming of the bell had him coughing up blood again. Seven Spirit, why do you want me dead? Hansen asked Seven Spirit, since he was having a hard time standing up. It is because you deserve death. Seven Spirit spoke each word from all four mouths. They each had a different tone, and it was like four people telling him all at once. It looked very creepy. After that, the 3-meter-tall Seven Spirit came charging towards Hansen. 8 of his arms had 8 different spirit marks, and they were all coming to attack Hansen. Dragon, lion, sheep, horse, elephant, bug, and fish, all 7 Buddha lights were collected and sent rushing toward Hansen. Hansen rolled across the golden floor to dodge the 7 mark attacks. Then, he got up and ran towards the golden forest again. But the heavenly music was getting louder and louder. Hansen was starting to lose control of his body. He started dancing a little, a morbidly amusing thing to see. Seven Spirit, who was behind Hansen, could tell he was having trouble walking. Seven Spirit himself had already turned into a xenogeniac, but he was losing control. Hansen followed the music and kept running the same way, dancing as he went. Seven Spirit could not kill him, but Hansen had been attacked by those spirits, and he had incurred an injury. Seven Spirit used his lion spirit to attack Hansen, but the arm twitched. The lion landed on the golden ground and did not touch Hansen. Seven Spirit, you finally cannot handle this music anymore. Hansen suddenly laughed. He brushed off the dirt on his front and stood up. He looked very lackadaisical, as if the music hadn't affected him at all. Impossible. Seven Spirit's face went slack. Ordinary people could not withstand the music, and the chiming of the bell was far more grueling. Even Seven Spirit himself, who had practiced the Buddha Jino art and acquired the four-faced, 8-armed Buddha form, was having a hard time under the bell's oppression. He was losing control of his body. Hansen was a viscount, and yet he had escaped the music. Seven Spirit could barely believe it. The ordinary heavenly music and the bell were not physical attacks, they were more like a torturing of the mind. But this was a department where Hansen excelled. His will was as strong as a deified elite's, so he wasn't affected by the Buddha heaven's music. He pretended to be affected so he could lure Seven Spirit forward and ensure that the Buddha wouldn't give up chasing him. Now, Seven Spirit had fallen under the bell's influence. And that meant it was time for Hansen to strike back. Hansen's rabbit shoes were moving in a blur, flinging him forward like a shadow. The ghost teeth knife gave off a purple knife light as it came swinging at Seven Spirit. Seven Spirit wished to flee, but as soon as he started to do so, his arm and legs flailed in a dance. His legs weren't following his commands, and he couldn't move the way he wanted to. Pang! The knife light was broken by Seven Spirit's hands. The four-faced, 8-armed Buddha body was quite scary. Hansen's face did not change. He kept swinging the ghost teeth knife and using teeth knife skills. His body continued to flash around Seven Spirit. Seven Spirit stumbled back, using his 8 arms to fight against Hansen, but at various times, some parts of his body would lose all control. He began to make mistakes he wouldn't have otherwise. A moment was all that it took for him to make a big mistake. Even though Hansen's body was inferior to 7 spirits, it was through all those mistakes that Hansen could discern his flaws. Ghost Teeth Knife's purple knife light slashed down on 7 spirit. It created a spark and left a white mark on his golden body. Then, it disappeared. What a powerful xenogenic body! Hansen was shocked. He didn't cast Ghost Teeth Knife's power a lot, but it was still easy for him to kill an earl. The fact that he couldn't leave much of a mark on 7 Spirit's body spoke volumes about just how scary the Buddha's body was. 7 Spirit looked furious. His eyes shone gold, and his 8 arms tried to generate a spirit to attack Han Senator. Now his body was losing more and more control, though. Too many of his flaws were being exposed. He couldn't suppress Hansen as he had earlier. Hansen depended entirely on his rabbit shoes for speed. The red mink gloves gave him increased power. With the 2 Ghost Teeth Knife continued to hack at the 4-faced, 8-armed Buddha body. But his attacks could only leave white scrapes across the gold body. The teeth powers could not latch onto 7 Spirit. 7 Spirit wished to escape heaven now, but it was too late. He fell back quickly, but the tolling of the bell was rather frequent. It affected him more and more. Before 7 Spirit escaped from heaven, his body fell completely into the dance. He couldn't stop that strange dance, and he couldn't get out of heaven. Hansen was so happy, and he kept slashing at 7 Spirit. Using jade skin and mutant blood, he began to leave shallow marks on the gold Buddha body. But that was enough. If he could leave marks, the teeth power would slowly start to tear 7 Spirit's body apart. Although it was slow, over time, it'd be enough for him to kill 7 Spirit and his Buddha body. 7 Spirit kept roaring with his 4 faces. He wanted to take control of his body and escape the Buddha heaven, but his body had been hijacked by the music. Regaining control was a very difficult task. Why is he not affected? Impossible. 7 Spirit Buddha took another hit from Han Senator. His eyes gleamed gold, and he looked angry. Hansen wanted to cut him a few more times before he left that place. When he exited, the marks would kill the felon slowly anyway. But before Hansen could slash him again, 7 Spirit's eyes suddenly turned gold. Gold fire flared to life, and it burst out to wrap up 7 Spirit's body. The body that had been affected by the music suddenly became still, thanks to that gold flame. He had stopped dancing. Hansen, I said we would meet again soon. The 4-faced, 8-armed Buddha, which was enveloped in fire, opened its 4 mouths to speak. A scary voice boomed out. Qing Jun. Hansen now knew who it was. The sky god had been behind everything this entire time. 7 Spirit's mind was completely under the control of Qing Jun. And in his true form, he was not affected by the bell. He cruelly laughed as he walked towards Han Senator. He said, Hansen, I have waited a long, long time for this. But don't worry, I won't kill you. You are a big delicious meal, for one such as 1.1 will feast on your fear, your tears, and your death. The voice of utter contempt echoed in Hansen's ears. Hansen felt terrible, but he brought out the red mist orb. He couldn't deal with 7 Spirit, and now it turned out that he was being possessed by sky god Qing Jun. There was no way Hansen could triumph now. Hansen planned on using Red Mist King for his final bid. Although Red Mist King had barely any juice left in the tank, he'd kill 7 Spirit if he could land a hit on him. Qing Yung looked so mad as he flared with gold fire. His demonic presence was insufferably strong, and it made the 4-faced, 8-armed Buddha body look even scarier. It was like he was going to eat people. Boom! Qing Jun lifted his finger and gathered up a swirl of hot flame atop it. The fire gathered up 7 Spirits Buddha light and flame powers. He used it only for a second, and Hansen felt himself burn. The 4 faces looked to be filled with vile hatred. Qing Jun controlled 7 Spirits' body. His fingers fired a gold flame towards Hansen. But suddenly, a bag was hanging around 7 Spirits' neck. The bag was incinerated by the gold fire. There was a yellow spell paper inside, and it was scorched. When it burned, a weird light came out of the ash and went to Seven Spirits' forehead. Arg! Hansen heard a scream. The scream came from Qing-jun. Hansen stopped in his tracks. He couldn't figure out what had just happened. The light spell was stuck to Seven Spirits' forehead. It shone brightly, and Qing-jun started to scream as it gleamed. Who dares to trick me in such a fashion? Sky God, Qing-jun screamed. The gold fire began to lessen, and Hansen saw a gold shadow writhing around Seven Spirits' body. It twisted as if it was in agony, which was extremely creepy to watch. Although he did not know what had happened, Hansen knew his chance to act had come. Rather than continuing to watch the spectacle, he moved forward to swing his ghost teeth knife. As the knife light slashed across Seven Spirits' body, Qing-jun and Seven Spirit lost control of the four-faced, eight-armed gold Buddha body form. He screamed in rage as Hansen hit him, but it was useless. Qing-jun's will was suppressed by the light spell. His scream turned to pain. He had possessed Seven Spirit, yes, but he could no longer exit the body. Seven Spirits' will was not strong enough to withstand the rhythm of the music. He could only watch as Hansen continued to strike his hardy body. No matter how strong his body was, though, it could not withstand 1,000 hits. Lacerations began to appear across the gold Buddha body. Blood seeped out of the wounds, looking like liquid gold. Hansen was cruel. He paid no mind to Qing-jun or Seven Spirits' cries. I will kill you. This has nothing to do with me. Kill you. It controlled me. You are killing a Buddha. The four mouths spoke different words. Qing-jun and Seven Spirit were talking in tandem. Hansen ignored them, though. He continued his rage of slashes. If Seven Spirit had been controlled by Qing-jun, then the Buddha hadn't meant to kill Hansen, but given how long Seven Spirit had been chasing Hansen, why hadn't the Buddha tried to fight off Qing-jun's control? Without a doubt, the Buddha had some reason to hope for Hansen's death. It did not matter if Qing-jun had possessed Seven Spirit or not. Seven Spirits' roaring echoed across the heavenscape, but his struggles were futile. Hansen delivered 1,000 blows, striking Seven Spirits' neck over and over. Eventually, he was able to lop the head of Four Faces off. The gold blood squirted everywhere. Marquise-class Xenogeniac hunted, Four-faced eight-armed Buddha. Four-faced eight-armed Buddha beast soul obtained. Xenogeniac gene found. That voice sounded inside Hansen's head. He was glad he had managed to obtain some sort of reward, following the trial he had just been put through. Seven Spirits' Xenogeniac body crumpled. The gold flames were not extinguished, though. The light spell was still sticking out of the fiery shadow's forehead. Pang! The light spell suddenly exploded. The gold flames shattered, and Qing-jun's roaring disappeared along with it. Nothing more remained. As this was occurring, a ship departed the Buddha kingdom. A man, dressed in rich clothes, was resting upon a seat. His mouth spoke words only meant for himself. I can't believe Qing-jun possessed someone. He had it coming. This damage will put him off for some time. What an asterisk shoal, to think of touching one of the Han family. Hansen pulled out a bottle. He collected the blood of the four-faced eight-armed Buddha. Its blood was the xenogeniac part of its body. After everything was done, he took a look at the beast soul. Viscount class four-faced eight-armed Buddha, soul armor. Hansen was shocked. He had seen armor beast souls before, and those were simply titled armor. Hansen was unsure what soul armor meant. Without hesitation, Hansen summoned the beast soul. A gold armor suddenly wrapped him up, and he could feel how powerful it was. It resembled the gold armor for Geminis, but it looked like ordinary beast soul armor. It didn't look like anything special. Hansen tried to generate power to punch with it, but as soon as he moved, the gold armor began to shine. A four-faced eight-armed Buddha appeared directly behind him, and when he punched, he did so with the Buddha's gold light. It had the same power that Seven Spirit had possessed. D*MN. This soul armor is strong. Hansen was so happy, as he had never possessed armor like this before. Wearing the armor granted him the power of a marquise. And since it was from Seven Spirit, it was even stronger than normal. I don't know if other people can see the four-faced eight-armed gold Buddha that appears behind me. If they can, that might be bad, Hansen thought to himself as he put the beast soul away. Then he looked over the heaven. In a hall of the Buddha, a candle went out. Burning Lamp Alpha's eyes widened, and many of the nobles around him seemed stunned. Burning Lamp Alpha had not shown surprise in more than 1,000 years. Seven Spirit is dead, Burning Lamp Alpha spoke slowly, with his face all twisted. With Seven Spirit's power, there is no way Hansen was able to. The Buddha were in shock. How? Wasn't Seven Spirit going to get the knife child? He knew he had misspoken when the Buddha King spoke the Buddha catchphrase. Whoever killed him must pay. Burning Lamp Alpha was calm, but his calm was frightening. Seven Spirit was his first student in 1,000 years. Burning Lamp Alpha believed he had what it took to become deified. Now that he had simply died, Burning Lamp Alpha was furious. Hansen. A Buddha Duke that was watching over heaven screamed. What happened? Clear Sea Buddha frowned at the Duke. Hansen has reached the end. The Buddha Duke looked strange. What? He did? I thought he wasn't on the list. Clear Sea King did not believe it. I don't know, but he has. Come take a look. The Duke was having trouble explaining, so he waved at the Buddha mirror and instructed it to reveal Hansen's body. All the Buddha kings could clearly see that Hansen had reached the other end. He entered heaven with Seven Spirit. Now he is making it out, and Seven Spirit is dead. He must have killed him. Burning Lamp Alpha stood up from his lotus seat. He walked towards the door of heaven. Burning Lamp had suffered thousands of years of pain, but he refused to die. He wanted to remain long enough to see a new deified amongst the Buddha. Seven Spirit was his greatest hope of achieving this. But now that hope had been stolen from him, and it was difficult to fathom just how angry Burning Lamp really was. The Buddha commoners were in shock. It had been years since Burning Lamp had been seen in person outside the palace, but now he stood in the city beside the western door. Many kings were following him, also. The citizens of the city wondered what had happened. Hansen had traveled through heaven until he came to the shore of a seemingly endless sea. A ship had been waiting beside the waters, a ship made of golden leaves. He embarked and used it to reach the other side. On the other side, Hansen found Speechless and others. There were 10 of them. A few of them were the people that had seen following Speechless. The music in heaven had no effect on Hansen. He had reached the other end, and when he did, a Buddha light landed on him. It energized Hansen's cells and reinforced his body. That reinforcement was not enough for Hansen to level up, but he knew his body had gotten a lot stronger. It was quite effective, whatever it was. Speechless, seeing Hansen reach the other end, was flabbergasted. The others with her were surprised, too. They didn't expect anyone who wasn't in their group to survive the trip. Speechless Lady saw Hansen approach, as if to speak with her, but just before he did, a door appeared. The group traveled through the door, and they ended up outside the western door in Buddha City. After they exited, they all took a step back in shock. Burning Lamp Alpha and the other kings were all there. Speechless immediately bowed before him, as did the others. They were all shaking and trembling in fear. You may be excused, Clear Sea King told the others. Burning Lamp Alpha didn't say anything, though. All he did was look at Hansen. The others sighed in relief. They staggered away. The feeling of pressure hadn't been directed at them, but they still felt an overwhelming sense of danger, and that was enough to scare them. Hansen frowned when he saw this. He knew the Buddha wouldn't be very forgiving, but he didn't expect Burning Lamp Alpha himself to appear. Clear Sea King, seeing Hansen, asked coldly, Hansen, why did you kill Seven Spirit? After hearing that, everyone looked at each other in shock. Everyone knew of Seven Spirit and his incredible talent. Why are you saying that? When did I kill him? Hansen responded without an ounce of fear. You're denying it? The Buddha shouted. They were very angry. There was such a frightening pressure being thrown about, and the people nearby were having difficulty keeping their breathing steady. But Hansen, the one under the force of those questions, was wholly calm. He said, You say I killed Seven Spirit? Okay, and where's the evidence of that? We will have evidence. You cannot deny this wrongdoing. Clear Sea King didn't want to let Hansen talk. He flapped his sleeves, and they became large pieces of cloth that tried to cover Hansen. In the comber of a pavilion, Isha's eyes looked cold. The white chess piece in her hand snapped in half. She stood up, her back as straight as a knife. The old man across from her was shocked. He placed a black chess piece down on the board. The pavilion was in a strange dimension, separate from reality and the rest of the world. Buddha Mark, our friendship ends here, Isha said, her voice cold. She slashed through the air and broke through the dimensional fabric. Then she leaped into the sky. In front of the western door, Clear Sea King's sleeve was going to wrap around Han Senator, but just as it was about to snare him, a purple knife light ripped through the sleeve. Isha appeared directly in front of Hansen, her posture as straight and regal as a queen's. She looked emotionlessly at the Buddhas before her, and when she spoke, there was no fear in her voice. Burning Lamp, you are deified. But if you do not give me an explanation for this transgression today, I will see to the destruction of the Buddha kingdom myself. I will destroy everything here without remorse. Isha spoke slowly, staring directly at Burning Lamp Alpha. How dare you, Knife Queen? Just because the Buddha have a fond relationship with the rebate, it does not mean you can be disrespectful towards Alpha. The Buddha kings all started to yell. Burning Lamp raised his head and said coldly, Your student killed my student. Isn't that enough for you to know? Evidence, Isha responded simply. Burning Lamp looked at Isha, and he moved his hand. It was not clear how he moved it, and it did not seem to be aimed at anyone in particular. But somehow, Hansen had been grabbed from behind her. Isha looked cold, and she slashed towards Burning Lamp Alpha. Burning Lamp Alpha did not look at Isha, yet he moved his palm perfectly in time with her attack. Isha's strike tore through the air, but it was like it needed to travel countless miles before it could hope to reach that hand. It was close, and yet so far. Burning Lamp's other hand, which had grabbed hold of Hansen, was shining. It covered Hansen's body, and then all of a sudden, Hansen was turned into an ant. After Hansen was transformed into an ant, Burning Lamp Alpha threw him back to Isha. He coldly said, For all our sakes, I will allow him to live. But you better watch it. After that, the kings walked away with their light. As Isha held Hansen's ant body carefully, she kept clutching her knife. She didn't try another attack, though, because she knew it would be pointless. I'll be useless until I become deified. Being half deified is just a joke. Isha gritted her teeth, gripped the ant more firmly, and flew away. The other races had seen what Burning Lamp did, and they were shocked. Even a half-deified elite like Isha could not do anything to oppose him. She could not protect her student from being turned into an ant either. It was scary to think about. Hansen had been shocked, too. His power had been too weak for him to even consider fighting back. And then Burning Lamp had simply turned him into an ant. He really did feel like he had been turned into an ant, too. It didn't appear to be some sort of illusion. Hansen. I brought harm down on you. I cannot believe the Buddha had an ulterior motive for inviting me there. Back on the ship, Isha placed the ant down on the table and sighed. Hansen wished to speak, but he could not. He had become an ant, and he could no longer use any Geno arts. He really was like a normal ant. Hansen was not frightened by his new state, though. He started skittering across the table, writing something out by the way he was moving. The few items I had were stolen by burning lamp. He took my deified knife blank. When Isha saw Hansen writing this out, she looked overjoyed. She said, "You still have a will of your own?" "I am aware, yes." "What's wrong?" Hansen wrote. Burning Lamp's geno art can change the genes of a being. He can turn a member of the higher races into a primal creature. Even their brains are reduced to the level of an animal. He didn't kill you because turning into an ant is a worse fate. It would make you feel hopeless. There is no way he'd go easy on you, though, so it is strange to see that you still possess your own will. Are you sure you are okay? Hansen considered his body. Aside from being an ant, and being unable to use geno arts with a human body, he had not been affected. Hansen explained the situation to her and asked, "How do we break the spell of this geno art, so I can have my proper body back?" Isha's expression looked sickened, and she said, "You can't. You really are an ant now. Unless there is a deified elite with the same talent, you are stuck like this. There must be another deified elite with his geno art around." "What about Kong Fei?" Hansen asked. He didn't want to be stuck as an ant. Isha gave a wry smile, and she said, "Every deified elite has a skill of their own. Kong Fei is strong, yes, but he is not talented with loop geno arts. He cannot help you get your body back." After a while, Isha spoke again. She said, "From what I know, there is a deified elite that can do this, but I don't know where he is. Even if I wanted to ask him, I wouldn't know where to find him." Hansen gave a wry smile, but he wasn't going to give up. He said, "Don't worry, my queen. If this is just a geno art, then there is surely a way it can be broken. I will be fine, sooner or later." Isha shook her head and said, "If I become deified, I will destroy that Buddha kingdom." "Yes, destroy it." Hansen was so angry. It was the Buddha that commanded Seven Spirit to kill Hansen, and they almost succeeded. But now they had been bold enough to do this. The Buddha were clearly impossible to reason with. "I need power. That's my focus now, and I need that power if I am to level the Buddha kingdom," Hansen thought. He was furious over what had happened. The news about Hansen being turned into an ant by burning lamp had traveled to every corner of the universe. Many of them felt sorry for what had occurred, whereas others mocked him. Most people were just curious, though. They didn't care what he did next. Hansen obviously had no future now that he had been turned into an ant. He had a body that belonged to one of the most primal creatures, so his intelligence would be extremely low. It was unlikely he could practice anything. He wouldn't even be able to generate a geno armor. But Hansen had been able to kill Seven Spirit. It was a shame that someone of such strength had met such an ignoble end. Hansen rested on board the ship. Little Invisible and Ghost Teeth Knife were next to him. Isha had retrieved them for him. Hansen had felt something was wrong just before Burning Lamp struck him. He had tossed Little Invisible and Ghost Teeth Knife to Isha, but the moment he threw them, Burning Lamp had snatched him off the ground. He couldn't give his other items to her, and so Burning Lamp had taken them all. He hadn't minded losing most of his things, but the half-deified knife blank was a wonderful item. He felt very bitter over that being lost. Hansen tried to use his powers while he was an ant. The Dongxian Sutra, the Bloodpool Sutra, and Jade Skin had become completely useless for him. They were geno arts purposed for the human body. They did not work while he was an ant. But when he ran the story of genes, it ran as smoothly as always. Because it functioned without a hitch, there was nothing to impede his continued study of the geno art. He could even make use of spell. Hansen felt very relieved when he discovered this. If he was able to use some of his power, then he could be fixed. There was hope. Hansen wanted to try using his super god spirit mode to escape the ant form, but Isha was on the ship, and she would surely notice if he used it. Even if he successfully turned back into a human, it would be a poor situation. Hansen remained patient, and he followed Isha back to Narrow Moon. Isha did not take him back to Planet Eclipse. He was put in the palace on Planet Blade. Hansen requested to go back to Planet Eclipse, but he wasn't permitted. So, he performed the story of genes in front of Isha and summoned spell. Isha saw it, and she was shocked. It looks like you haven't turned into a primitive creature at all. Maybe it is because of this the story of genes. This strange geno art is special. It can even disrupt deified powers. If you make it up to king class, I cannot begin to imagine what it might do. My queen, do you see? I have turned into an ant, but I still have the powers of a viscount. You should send me to Planet Eclipse, because I have stuff to do there. Hansen was now using spell to communicate with Isha. Okay, and I will focus on finding you a way to get your body back. Isha seemed to have a thought, and she began searching through her records. She returned with a geno art. You've turned into an ant, so you cannot make use of most geno arts. This skill, called consume, is a geno art that belonged to a consuming ant. They are an old higher race, so perhaps it can help you in the time being. Hansen did not know why Isha had given him the skill of consume to learn. But it did suggest that she feared for Hansen's possible recovery. If he practiced as an ant, there might be hope. It wouldn't be over. Hansen let spell accept consume, and then he went to Planet Eclipse. He wanted to find out if Super God Spirit could turn him back into a human. Super God Spirit gave him a certain amount of immunity to certain types of attacks, so it should have worked.